event at Flipside East Greenbush.
Oh yeah? Was it a couple weeks ago?
Yeah. And I played against Boggles, like round 1 I think it was. And like my opponent's hands were just like superbly medium, and I'm just like double Liliana. And I'm like, alright,
You ate him up?
Can't lose this. I even like ran the Liliana out into another hexproof guy. He just played a second hexproof guy. And I was just like, Lily, edict you, and he just I don't think he even attacked the Lily, which was great for me. So then I just get to tick it up and then play the second one. So like he just loses a card and all of his stuff. And then my game 2 hand was just like superbly medium, but he decided to keep an even worse hand. So like I was able to get there on just that.
Yeah, that's the scary thing with that deck. You need so many pieces, and there's only 8 actual hexproof creatures usually.
Yeah, it depends. Depends on the. So some people run the Spirit
Dan likes
Dancers.
the Sultana Ledgewalker.
Oh, the
That's his
Ledgewalker's great. Ledgewalker's like the blighted agents out of Infect and like the invisible stalkers that were in the old standard hexproof decks. It's just like it's fantastic. It really is.
Yeah. I like having a few more threats.
Yeah, threats that don't just die. Whereas like the Spirit Dancer has its fantastic matchups. Like
when you go off, it's
if like crazy, if burn like can't kill it and you suit it up, it just gets way too big, way too fast, and you just outrace the burn decks. And like I don't know, any like non-removal decks, like some people just board out their removal spells against you, and if you can just like land it and then suit it up, like bolts won't kill it.
Yep.
Decays are like still in there, but they're not fantastic.
Yep.
So I don't know. I like the deck. I think it's cool. What do you play in Modern, Max?
I am the fun police. I play a lot of burn.
Nice. I like burn. I
think it's a very good deck.
I think it's fantastic right now.
Yeah, the one thing is you just have to be fine with sometimes needing a top deck, and I'm fine with a dramatic top deck when they're at 3.
Yeah. I'm
Usually that's like a lot of times.
I play Jund. I know what top deck is
Oh
like.
yeah. Jund has some powerful top decks for sure.
Yeah. Burn doesn't need powerful top decks. Just need a top deck.
Yep.
Like any
Lava spike off the top.
Yeah, a lot of the times it's just like, please don't draw a creature.
Yeah, skill
just
crack.
no creatures, no land, and we're good.
Yep. Top deck skill crack.
I play Burn in Modern as well. That's the deck I have online for Modern.
Yeah.
The actual
good
deck.
One for online, yeah.
My other deck is a little different, but we'll get that in a second. I love the Burn deck. I'm not playing the Naya Burn deck. I'm playing just straight red-white still.
I splashed the green, but I got rid of the Nicottles. I'm just playing the 4.
Oh, the Nicottles. I think the Nicottles.
I liked them for a while, but not right now. They're garbage.
No.
I just like Nicottle, and I wanted to make it work, but it was.
Nicottle's a fantastic Magic card. Like
I would just
one
always.
mana 3/3
I would need a lava
insane.
spike, and I'd peel a Nicottle, and I'm like.
Yeah, and it's just field bans. Yeah. Or like if it's not your turn 1 play, it's like the worst card in the deck.
Yep, 100%.
So I just like I don't know. I won't ever play the Nicottle in the deck. I think Atarka's Command's fine. I'm already playing 8 Skullcracks, so I don't need another one that costs me more life.
One?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's 4 damage, which is fantastic.
Yeah,
which Atarka's Command. The thing I don't like about Atarka's Command, it's 2 modes. It's either a Boros Charm or a Skullcrack.
Basically, yeah.
Right? Like sometimes it's just
Under
like
nut draw, it's a little better, but most of the time now.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about nut draws because that's like Magic Christmas Land is what we like to call it.
Yeah.
I want to talk like worst draws. It's a Skullcrack, or like medium. It's a Boros Charm, right?
Yeah.
Pumping a guy, and we're like maybe it's a 5 damage spell because we have Swift Spear on the floor.
Yeah.
But we're still getting 5 damage out of Boros Charm anyway.
Yep.
I don't know. I love the burn deck. I think it's fantastic. I think it's great right now because people are cutting sideboard cards like dumb Feed the Clans and like Timely Reinforcements.
Because now they're more worried about some of these other the graveyard
dread
matchups.
decks.
They need to now have like.
So they're trying to hit the graveyard decks, and I'm just like, all right, sweet. So there's no Abzan Company decks in the room. All right, that's unwinnable.
Yeah, that was a
most of the
matchup
time.
I used to hate. Turn 2 Kitchen Finks.
Yeah,
game.
I would just like not let that happen if I ever could. If I had the Searing Blazer pull,
definitely.
It's dying, but then like. It's just coming the next turn anyway, so like you just hope to draw the Skullcrack, and then even that's not that great because they're just attacking you back for 3, and you can't ever attack them again because they just kill your guy, get into life, and still have a blocker for any other creature that you play.
Yep,
which is just terrible. And like I said, people are cutting sideboard cards, so I think the deck's fantastic right now. I'm queued for the WMCQ mid-September.
That was the modern one, right?
Yeah, I might go. I just learned that it still costs money to play.
Yeah, it does. But
really
you get
tilting.
some kind of promo. I'm not sure what it is this time.
It's Abrupt Decay and a play mat is what you get.
Okay.
That's what I heard. But like, it's $50.
Okay, so it's a GP entry almost.
Yeah. Well, no, it's not even close to GP entries. Like GP Indie this weekend is like $70.
For construct, wow.
Yeah, no. And that's like
That's some good
early
value.
pre-reg.
Yeah.
That's like
I
75,
haven't been to a
80
GP
for
in
now.
a while, so.
Yeah, I'm not excited about it. I loved GPs. I think they're fantastic events. I don't think I ever want to pay for another one.
That's kind of an egregious price spike, I think. But
All right, so the other deck I play on online is called Black Red Dragons.
in Modern?
It's
Oh,
absolute
God.
pile of Magic cards, but it's
Okay.
fun. It's basically a Jund deck with like less mana efficient creatures.
Okay.
Right, I'm still
And
playing.
are you just like you ported over the version from Standard, making it a little better with the
A
modern
little
cards?
better, yeah. So like we're still playing Thoughtseizes and Bolts and Terminates, but I don't have Liliana's online. Otherwise,
And
I
they're
play that.
very expensive,
I have
yeah.
like Tribute to Hungers online because I want to
Okay.
sacrifice effect, another like pseudo removal spell.
Yeah, gain some life.
Yeah, and then what makes the deck viable, I think, is the fact that even on my non-dragon draws, like I have Goblin Rabblemaster in the deck. So if I just go like
I love that card.
kill a thing, untap Rabblemaster, they don't have an answer for it, like I'm just gonna kill you
I
with
love
the card.
Rabblemaster.
And then
That
like
card's great.
if I get a Kolgan off the top, Storm Fury, and I have a bunch of 1/1 tokens, just haste them, kill you.
It comes in tapped and attack.
Yeah, you know what it doesn't hit, Kolgan?
Anything in
Oblivion
Modern?
Ring, Sorcery Speed, Wrath effects, and it's still 5 damage, which is insane. And I have Mutavaults in the deck.
Okay,
so
nice.
Mutavaults do a
Dragons.
lot.
Yeah, that's one of the
It's
best
also
dragons.
a goblin,
It's also a goblin.
which is insane.
That pumps
so
the rabble.
like, it does a lot of things, which I think is fantastic.
So what are we liking today? I mean, we know that we're going to see a lot of Bank Company.
Yep, Bank
That's for
Company
sure.
is probably the day one deck, easiest thing to build. A lot of people will play that simply because it's the deck they have, and some of the standard
Yeah, like
cards.
some of these guys, if they just won the sealed one, they look online, what's the best deck?
Yeah,
That's what's going to come up.
I think Bank Company's probably one of the cheaper decks, I think, to acquire overall.
Somewhat, yeah.
Whereas, like, if you want to try to build like the Delirium decks or like stuff like
Those
that, you
are-
got to
yeah,
go
with
for
Lilianas
four
and
Lilianas and
Ishkanas
a
are expensive now.
Ishkana and a Emrakul deep,
Yep.
or like 2 Emrakuls.
Yep.
Like you're pushing a couple $100 on just those cards.
Exactly.
I myself just picked up some cards recently for the four color Sultai Emerge deck.
Oh yeah, with the amalgam package.
Yeah, the
Okay.
amalgam with Kozilek's return package.
Yep.
It's phenomenal. I played at F&M last night, and like the deck just does degenerate things
Oh,
every
yeah.
turn. I think it's great.
All of those emerge decks just have some ridiculous draws. They're very tough
Yeah.
to play, but with the
Absolutely.
with the people we
Like-
have here, I would expect them to be able to play.
Absolutely.
like that.
Like some of the sequencing I had last night was just terrible. Like I would like crack a Vessel of Nascency and want to play Grapple with the Past in the
Yeah.
same turn to try to find something that was already in my graveyard when I could just grapple before I got it
Yeah,
and then cast it.
Yep.
So like there's just so many like micromanagement pieces in this, like knowing what's still in your deck, like just so much to that deck, and I really like it. I think it's very
For
strong.
sure.
Like and having Kolgan's Kozilek's return, the
The,
flashback on
the
that.
graveyard thing in that is just so.
It's insane. Like
it's
you,
so
you
tough
can't
to
hit it
all
with
these creature
Dromoka's
decks,
commands.
yeah.
Like you can't counter it. Like I think summary dismissal is like the only
That's
thing that
it.
can stop it.
Yep.
And like if they summary dismiss you, that's a huge blowout. But like it's like
A lot of times
1-2
it's
of
like
in the
not-
sideboard.
exactly, yeah.
And like you don't have to worry about it. And like if they counter your Elder Deeping, you're like sure, right? Like just wiped your floor and tap down 4 of your
Exactly, yeah.
permanents, and then you get to like get all your prized amalgams back and untap and just attack for 9.
For
And,
that
like,
version, that's crazy. I would expect if we're going to see the emerge strategy, I think there'd be more people on just the Temur.
Yep,
It's
absolutely.
a little bit easier to play and it's a little bit more
And-
popular, but
yes, it's
I
more
think that we
well
will
known.
see at least a few copies of that deck that you
So
mentioned.
like the thing I like about this deck is like you don't
It's probably a
have
little
the,
better than Mirror too, right? 'Cause
Yeah.
you have a little bit more inevitability.
you don't have the terrible like primal dryads. I think
Yeah,
it is
Primal
Druid and like ramp effects that just
Yep.
don't do anything. You have the Emrakul, but like what's Emrakul in the face of me flashing in an Elder Deep Fiend tapping it down?
Yeah.
You're not gonna Doomblade my creature.
Yeah.
You're just gonna have it tapped, and then I'm gonna go to my turn with a 5/6 on the floor.
Yep.
So I don't know. I think that deck's great. I think Bank Company's fine. Abzan Control I think is cool.
I like that deck.
Yeah,
Like
I think
the Planeswalker-ish version. Yeah, I like that
think
one.
the issue with that deck is just got some clunky draws.
I messed around with it there. When it draws well, it's amazing.
Yeah,
but it's
I
just
think
so
that's what the deck
clunky,
is.
yes.
Like your nut draws are probably insane, but like I think your regular draws are too mediocre.
If like
and,
Bank
like-
Company does their Bank Company 2,
Yeah.
3, 4,
Yeah.
it feels like if you didn't have your perfect languish on 4, then that's just probably game.
Yep, I agree.
But I mean, I think that's the story of that deck. If Bank Company has their 2, 3, 4, it can beat any deck in the format.
Yeah, I agree, and that's why people are still on the deck, even though they were like, "Oh, Bank Company's
Even-
dead."
yeah,
This,
even
that,
though
and
it's
the other
deck
thing.
to
It's
hate
like,
out, but it's hard to
it's
hate
not
it out.
dead. It's just like you found ways to beat it finally, right? Like Bank Company goes from like 7 of the top 8 decks to like 4 of the top 8
But it's
decks,
still-
which is like, sure, we're
still
hated out.
Yep.
You know, we're only half the top 8 now. But I like the deck. I think the deck's really cool. I think Spellcaller's a busted Magic card.
Yep. It's
When
they get ahead and they can just queller your one removal spell, it just snowballs out of effect.
And then like to be able to do that at instant speed and then be able to untap with the fact that you could have another one or a company to get another one is just insane.
The old company into queller your spell, then Reflector Mage your one guy. That's just usually
it's insane.
Yeah.
Like the deck's got fantastic draws to it. Collector Company, I love the fact that this card's printed. I think it makes the Birthing Pod decks in Modern much fairer.
Yep.
Like you're playing off of a chance percentage rather than my Birthing Pod's just going to beat you, so you have to blow this up now. Right? So I like the deck better in Modern now. I still think it's a fine deck. It's got some rough draws now that everyone's playing Grafdigger's Cage in their sideboard.
The incidental hate is definitely rough for that deck, but
yeah, I think I totally agree with that. I played a Cage, I think, over a Pithing Needle in my Jund deck.
Okay, yeah.
And it was only relevant like one time, and I got somebody like insanely well.
When it's good, it's great.
Yeah, I was like turn 1 discard, turn 2 discard Grafdigger's Cage against Company. And I was like,
I'll try to beat you with
I'll like
twos,
hit you with the discard, and it's like, oh, he's got Collector Company in his hand. Take everything but that.
Leave you with this
Grafdigger's
4 mana,
Cage,
do
your
nothing.
turn.
Yep.
So I like triple discard spelled them technically.
Yep.
And like all of their top deck companies are just unplayable.
Yeah, it turns their best top deck into their worst top deck.
Yeah, I think he had Decay in his hand. I think it was like Decay, Eternal Witness, and something else. It's like, all right.
Yeah, I guess they do play a couple effects like that. Yeah.
It's probably from the board because they're expecting.
Yeah, and like they have maybe one.
Like Scavenging Ooze. Scavenging Ooze is a problem for the deck.
Yep.
Kalitas is a huge problem for the deck. So like they want to try to add removal to their deck to lessen the stress on the Path to Exiles for the Kalitases. So I think that's the other thing too, is the fact that Kalitas is trying to pick up in the Jund decks.
Yeah.
So like I think the Jund matchup went from like a 45-55 in favor of Company to like.
You thought it was in favor?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought it was very close to 50-50, but yeah, I mean,
so
that's not a huge percentage.
I talked to Stratton about it, who's been playing the deck a lot. He says it depends on the pilot's skill. I think if it's just straight up noob pilots.
If it's me, you're going to win every time on Jund.
I mean, so I just have that stupid inevitability with my Dark Confidants. Like, I want to play a deck that has 4 Emrakuls in the deck with my 4 Dark Confidants and just go to every tournament I can go to and just show everyone how many times I've not revealed Emrakul to Dark Confidant.
Wait, are you playing the Nahiri version?
I could. I don't even have to. I just want to play the Emrakul in the deck to not die to it.
I played it's Jund Hiri. It just splashed 1.
See, I wanted to do that.
Yeah, like had a Sacred Foundry and a Godless Shrine. And just
and you have like
the
Lingering
4
Souls
Nahiris,
in the deck, right?
Lingering Souls, and the 1 Emrakul. Never revealed the Emrakul. So yeah.
Yeah. I want to play 4 Emrakuls.
It's a combo deck.
I want to play 4. Just so I could be like, never revealed it. Never done it. I can't Confidant bad.
Yep.
My Confidants have always been fantastic to me, other than this one game where I didn't take that much damage off of them, but I was like on the draw with a 7-card hand against Bant Company. And
in Modern?
I was like, yeah.
A Bant? Is it the Retreat version?
I don't think he had Retreat. I think it was just
going
pretty,
Bant?
Yeah. Like, Reflector Mage and Spellcaller are still fine in this deck. He was even playing a Gisela. One Gisela in the deck. And I was like, that's insane. The card's great. He's like, and this is the best matchup I've ever played, by the way, because I don't know exactly, and I apologize to this gentleman if I get this incorrect, but he was deaf. And he didn't have the ability to speak either. Okay. So our entire match was literal silence and like hand motions and what was going on. It was fantastic.
That's what I would imagine if you went to a foreign GP, how it would be like.
Yeah.
But it's great that it's just a universal language.
Absolutely.
There probably was almost no miscommunication.
Absolutely not. Like, other than like, I was trying to communicate life total and he was trying to communicate damage. So our number was wrong, but like, we got it eventually.
Yep.
So I'm playing my deck and I have 2 lands and Confidant and Goyf and Ooze. And I'm like, snap. Can't get a better hand than this. Yeah. I was like, tap land, pass back to you, untap, Bob, go. And it was like, draw, reveal. So I've drawn 3 cards.
Yep.
Don't have a land.
Oh, man.
Rough life, Bob, go.
Now you're drawing 4
1, 2,
cards.
3. Didn't hit a land drop. I was like, run out EE on 0, bolt something, and then like I think I had Lava Mancer or something else in my hand. I was just like, run out as many cards as I can so I don't have to discard. Pass turn, reveal, draw, no land. So, like, not only has my Bob's done me a few points of damage at this point, but I still don't have my 3rd land drop.
Your hand is great, but you have no lands.
Right? Like, I have Goyfs and Oozes and more Confidants and, like, everything I could ever want, and I just can't win the game because I can't play spells. And it was terrible.
You know, that was probably a land clump. You need to pile shuffle. It breaks up the land clumps.
Yeah, no. I probably should have pile shuffled twice. That's what I should have done.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't.
Right,
I also drew against a Grixis opponent, and this is something
was
that...
Was this a PPTQ?
No, this was open, the Syracuse
okay,
Open.
yeah.
I drew with him, and I shouldn't have. What I should have done is I should have pushed him to play faster. And that's something I think we really need to focus on, is actually making people play faster than they normally would. Oh, my goodness. We have a lot of people.
58 matches?
Yeah, and there's a lot of fantastic Magic players in the room as well. Was Miles Rodriguez the guy who just top-8'd the Invitational?
I'm not sure, but is that him playing Jim Davis here? I'm terrible at lining up the number here.
If it is him, that's fantastic.
Yeah. Very well could be. So are we picking the match, or they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't see anyone else who's like well-known player versus well-known player.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's go with this.
Oh, who we got here?
So I know both of those guys, but I don't know either of these guys.
All right, I mean, this seems like a good one to start.
Keep the pen.
So, all right, over or under 3.5 company decks in the top 8.
I'm going to go under.
I'm going over. So we'll see. That's the deck to beat, I think. It definitely can be beaten, but when Bant just curves
So you're going over 3.5 Bant decks?
Yep.
So 4 Bant decks?
Four above for me,
and then
three below for you.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll take that. I'll take 3.
What do you guys think in the chat? Over or under? We got right around 128, 130 players?
We got 118 at last registration
Okay.
notice. I'm not 100% sure if we've picked up a few more. I know Kevin registered already, so I'm assuming that no one else in the world has the ability to show up after Kevin Jones. So
I managed to show up 10 minutes late to one of these, but there was a huge traffic.
That's the Kevin would be 15 minutes.
Okay.
Late. That's his like.
That's
thing.
his MO.
Yeah, and like the best part about it is he still just like savage people.
Oh,
I've
I've seen him take a round 1 automatic loss to register late, and he still top 8'd.
Yeah, it's insane. I've watched this as well. Like, all right, we got someone in the chat going over 3.5 Bant Coco top 8.
Over 3. All right, you're with me. Over 3.5.
All right, well, all right. So here's the question though: do we consider Bant Humans a Bant company?
Oh, that's Bant Company for sure.
Okay.
Banton's got company in it. That said, I don't think we'll see too many copies of that version.
I saw someone messing with it in the thing.
Oh, we're scoping
I think if
out.
Bard Narson played it, people are.
You know, I tried it. I think it actually is minorly favored in the mirror because your creatures, they start a little bit worse, but when you hit the lieutenants, it just
the
anthem
gets out
is
of
great.
control fast. And the fact that you're playing the Lampholt Pacifist.
Yeah,
if your
3/3
opponent
is big a lot of times.
Well, like
and
in the mirror, anytime they just want to hold up spell queller, you're just like flip to a 4/4 and start bashing your face in.
Yeah.
And like I don't need to hold up spells. I'm killing you with a 4/4.
Exactly.
Like if you hit the
it turns
reflector
the corner
mage
really quick.
Yeah, if you hit the reflector mage, I'm like sweet, I can cast all my spells.
Yeah.
So like, I don't know. I and you can still just replay the 3/3 because it's not.
Yeah, it's not the
front
same
side.
name. That's definitely a cool interaction.
Yeah, I think. I don't know. I think Jim Davis was on the deck we were talking about, the Sultai Emerge deck with Kozilek's returning.
I saw it the Classic, I think it was.
Classic.
He top 8'd.
His list was a little different than mine. He's playing like the Distended Mindbender's main board, which I think I really like, and I think I
like it on
probably
turn 4. If you after that, a lot of times it becomes more of just a 5/5.
The 5th Emerge creature that I was playing Decimator of Provinces. Which
the Big Pig?
Yeah, which I've named the Baconator.
Okay, you're Baconator, I'm Big Pig, but regardless, he's a crater. He's basically hoofing you.
Yeah. And like when you're just recurring the 3/3s and a 1/1 spirit and the 2/2 all the time, like you have anything you want to emerge.
Yeah, it's a super cool interaction with the spirits that you're just definitely getting in for 3/6, however many spirits you have. Like,
yeah, and the 7/7 trample haste is insane.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
That's okay.
Well, I mean, everyone kind of has flyers.
Sort of.
Cool.
Yeah, I guess everybody's
it flies. I guess.
Yeah.
It's like the.
I didn't know the old Emrakul had flying until it's almost like they just tack that on. You're like,
yeah, it just doesn't
they just
matter.
had to give it flying.
Yeah, it just doesn't
looks
matter.
Like we're getting down to.
So I think this is Miles Rodriguez from the top 8 of the Envy.
He looks familiar. I didn't get a great look at the people who top 8'd.
he was on Burn and he lost.
The top 8 was Modern.
Lost to Death Shadow aggro.
Okay, I played both matchups a lot. I messed around with the Death Shadow, very tough deck to play, but
yes.
Basically, it's a really, really close game if they have the early Shadow. Because then all your burn spells just turn it huge, and then if they just have the Battle Rage, it's game, because none of your spells in the main deck can actually kill it.
Yep.
And then you're just really reliant on your paths and palms in the sideboard.
Yep.
But for as ridiculous as it sounds, it's a way closer matchup than you would have expected.
Yeah, I totally agree.
It's the early Shadow or bust. If they don't have the early Shadow,
yeah, I think they have. If early Shadow or early Battle Rage Teamer Battle Rage Become Immense combo.
Yes.
I think they have to get a luckier draw than you do because your cards basically do all the same things.
Yes.
And if you have Searing Blazes, then
those are good against the early Nicodles and stuff.
Yeah, you're super favored against the deck, I think, because they don't deal as much damage to you early enough.
Yeah.
And I think you can just do your game plan as much as you want. But I think I want to say it favors Burn just because they're dealing so much damage to themselves.
I think it definitely does, but when it's somebody like Brad Nelson who's calculated 4 turns in advance exactly how much he can deal himself.
Yeah.
That's the hardest part with that matchup.
But I think what Burn does is great things because you never know if it's Skullcrack or Boros Charm. Right?
You get to hold in every turn.
Yeah, granted, it's 3 versus 4 damage, but that's a huge amount in the Burn deck because every little point counts, and that's why Boros Charm makes this deck insanely good.
Yeah, cast 6 spells. That's the combo.
Yeah. Miles looks like he's on blue-red fevered versions Burn, and
Jim is on some Gather the Pack deck.
Yeah, some Gather the Pack, probably a merge deck.
I actually think this matchup heavily favors the blue-red, at least in the main deck.
Yeah, I think
if they can land the turn 3 visions, it's very tough for the...
If Jim is on the Haunted Dead versions of this...
They've got a little bit more pressure.
He's got the ability to discard his hand really quickly.
Yes, that is definitely...
And he can get under the fevered versions. And Miles looks like he's on a mulligan right now, and this hand does not look much better.
Well, it's good if he has a bunch of creatures that die to Fiery Impulse.
It looked like... 3 impulses, a temper, and an incendiary flow.
Yep, and 1 land. And he scribed to the bottom, so he's relying on that top card being a land.
We have the impulses, so we can stymie a lot of the early stuff, no early Jaces, no early...
It looks like he top-decked
another...
It was a Thermo Alchemist.
Oh,
maybe
Alright, so that's...
There's a bit of an impulsive keep.
That's second best draw, I think, right now. Best being land.
He's on the draw now.
Yeah.
That's how we just flipped the game. He needs to hit a land next turn, though, otherwise...
We're in a lot of trouble.
Jim can just take his time and do absolutely whatever he wants.
Again, if Jim has
the
turn
Amalgam
2
version.
Okay, yeah, if he's on the turn 2 Jace right here, this is fine for Miles.
I see the Jace, yep.
Because he has things
answer,
to do. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is actually the best possible scenario.
Absolutely.
Come on, let's have a game. More impulse.
Not quite.
Well, okay, we got the cool interaction that if he ever draws up to 8, he's got a free bolt.
True.
Yep.
I don't know how sweet that's going to be.
Hey, we're looking for the minor wins here.
Yeah. In Miles' spot, already on a mold of 6. Don't want to go too much further than that. Jim looks like he's going to play his land drop, go with it, Gather the Pack.
Yep.
These were the turns that I always hated the most. Because I was using as much mana as I possibly can.
He got a really good one here. He got
you hit the deep
return
fiend,
and the...
Yeah, throw the Amalgam in the graveyard.
That was basically ideal. I guess he doesn't have a Haunted Dead in there yet, but...
No.
He has another Gather the Pack, it looked like, and
he's a grapple
and
with
a
the
grapple.
past.
He's just got...
Yeah. There we go. Hit the second land,
land.
got the Thermo Alchemist. So now we're in a spot we can actually cast our spells and do things. Like I said, this was the second best draw for us because, we have the best turn 2 play, even though it's much further in the game than that. Having the Amalgams in Jim's hands actually not as bad as it sounds because they're great things to discard to the Haunted Deads.
Yeah, that they see it enter the graveyard and come back, right?
Yep.
That's a very cool interaction.
Yeah, it's part of the cost to do the ability. So the cards go into the graveyard and then Haunted Dead comes back to the battlefield. The sweetest interaction about that is the Haunted Dead enter the battlefield trigger on stack.
Yep.
You emerge the Elder Deep Fiend.
And it comes
flash
back
the
again.
Kozilek's return, and then you still get the 1/1 Spirit token.
Yeah, that is sweet.
So we hit another Gather the Pack, hit another Deep Fiend, and take a Jace as well. And
yep.
we're able to play the Jace this turn too, because Jim drew a Yavimaya Coast. So this is... it's not fantastic because Miles will be able to use his Thermal Alchemist very, very well this turn, unless Jim holds up the Grapple with the Past.
He's thinking about it.
Do we have 8 cards in hand? No, we have 7.
7.
Jim has exactly 7 cards in hand.
Yeah, he's just going to play it safe and try to grapple. It looks like he just... I don't know if he has the 5th land. I think Ishkana is what he's aiming to do next turn.
Yeah, Ishkana, I think, against this deck's a pretty good clock.
Yeah, I mean, I can't see that he's got 4 card types in the graveyard, but I would imagine he does.
Yeah,
that large of a graveyard.
We have the Kozilek's Return, the Jace,
land,
the Land, and the Evolving Wilds, and the Gather the Pack. So that's 4
Yeah, that's 4 types right there.
The pretty basic land instant sorcery.
Flow to the dome.
Creature. Alright. Incendiary Flow on stack. We're going to use the Thermal Alchemist. It's going to untap.
Look at that. It's practically Boros Charm now.
Yeah. I've actually... I'm playing Black Red Dragons in Standard, too. Just because I had a bunch of the cards for it. Okay. And I was just like, whatever. I'll pick up like Flows and like other random cards. Mirror Wing Dragons. And Flow is great. Like hitting the Primal Druids against like the Teamer decks is fantastic.
I never thought Incinerate was too powerful of a card for Standard, that it needed to be sorcery speed, but the card is definitely still very solid in this
one. Oh, it really is.
Exile is
Does Incinerate relevant. Exile?
Yeah, Incinerate does the same thing at instant. I believe. Alright, I did not see it. Okay. That's why he did that. I didn't see the Stitchwing in there.
Okay.
So he got to discard.
Alright, so we got Stitchwing instead of Haunted Dead, which... I don't know how I feel about.
I think he plays both. I think there's only one scab.
Okay.
Usually there's a package of both.
There's like a one of.
It's a one
like
of
the
scab.
5th, Haunted Dead basically.
Yeah, so we got to take care of the scab, but
and this is why we like Haunted Dead much better, because we would still have the 1/1 spirit if it was Haunted Dead.
Yep.
But I think Jim goes after the spirit because he can block the Haunted Dead with Thermal Alchemist.
Mm-hmm.
And Jim doesn't really have any way to give his creature +1/+1, so it's just free chump blocks at that point.
Yep. Though this deck here, Miles is on, usually doesn't attack much.
Yeah.
It's either the one big. I guess we don't know. We don't have the deck list. He might be on the Thing in the Ice. He might be on the Storm Chaser.
I like Storm Chaser.
I actually like Storm Chaser better myself, but when Thing in the Ice can flip and in a matchup slow enough like this, it can.
Oh, it's fantastic. Because like putting all these prized amalgams in Jim's hand is fantastic because then he can't degenerately put them back onto the battlefield.
Yeah, exactly. Though I guess having Stitchwing Scab, even though that Miles was able to take care of it, it's just another outlet for him to discard his returns and excess lands at some point. And looks like he has another prized amalgam in there.
Yep, he just hit it with the Grapple the Pass that he just cast.
Yeah, so Jim is kind of just executing his game plan. Miles is still stumbling a little bit. He hasn't hit visions. He's got a couple dead removal spells. Impulse, and I think
Jim still has the Jace in his hand, so if we get the Jace on the floor, then we're pretty good. But Jim's, one land off of being able to emerge the...
Well, he'll be emerging Deep Fiends next turn, probably. He might just... It looks like he's got 2.
Yeah, it looks like he was setting up a bit more this turn.
Yep. I think he's probably going to play, or get the Stitchwing back, and then probably emerge out.
Yeah, we have another Kozilek's Return in hand.
Mm-hmm. Not doing much on this board, but... Doesn't really need to.
Lightning Axe is okay. Still doesn't kill other Deep Fiend, which is terrible.
Yeah, doesn't kill Deep Fiend, but now he's got the combo with
two burn spells is fine. And
I guess Jim is at 13. We've got 6, 7, 8 damage if you're going to the face with both tempers, and something doesn't happen to the thermo. So that's just the 2 top deck burn spells before Jim can go too crazy, and that's the thing with this deck. Like, it can just kind of steal these games with the Alchemist.
Jim's gonna discard the Jace, get back the Stitchwing.
It's at the second or the end step. Yeah, all right.
No, at the end of the second main phase.
Okay.
Because it's at the beginning of the end steps the amalgams come back.
So you have to do it
during the main phase. Yeah. I don't know. So the fact that the island is not a red source is a little painful, I think, in this board state.
Yeah.
Because if we had another red source, we could be able to peel off 3 of these creatures if we wanted to.
Looks like Miles has probably got to make the block here. I don't think he can go to 1 when he has his second red source being...
No, we have a Lightning Axe. Well, the issue with the trying to target a creature with a removal spell is just going to get Deep Fiend.
And that all these cards in the graveyard are actually just fine. There's just almost no... I would imagine that all these removal spells come out. He may leave in... couple Fiery Impulse just because he expects
to kill the Jaces.
It's still not a great feeling.
Yeah, I think the Tempers definitely stay.
Oh, for sure. Those are just going in the face.
I think we want to throw a Temper at one of the prized amalgams. Because, like, killing the Stitch Ring, I think, is the last thing you want to kill.
Yeah, for sure.
Because then, like, any other following amalgams that die or get to the graveyard just come back.
He's doing the math. I think he's trying to figure out his outs if he does block.
Yeah, and, like, the issue with not blocking also is you're just going to get Deep Fiended on upkeep.
Yeah, he doesn't know that, but that is...
No, he does. We saw one of the
he got one back.
early gather the packs.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
So, like, that's the issue with A, using a removal spell here, and B, not doing that and then waiting till your turn to try to do things.
Alright, he figured he just can't win from that point. And...
Yeah, it was definitely tough, because like we said, anything that dies just gets emerged to Elder Deep Fiend, and then all the things get tapped, and then Kozilek's Return hits the Thermal Alchemist, and then gets that off the battlefield.
Yeah, him stumbling out of the gates, really, he didn't get to execute his game plan.
Yeah, but we were at a mulligan of 6, and going to 5 when you need a raw mass of cards like we see in like burn decks is something that we can't do.
Yeah, in an unknown matchup, like he was in 6 card, that 6 with the 1 land in his scry, I'm keeping it.
Yeah, it's
unfortunate
fine.
he didn't hit the land, but
yeah, if it was Bant Company, like that's a fine hand, right?
Yeah, exactly. If they had played creatures,
3 mono
that
removal spells, and like we drew decently well. Like our Thermal Alchemist would have been able to block all the 2/3s. And then, if he's got Dromoka's Command, we can burn it in response. And we're in a decent spot, I think, against Bant Company or, like, against the White-Red Humans deck.
Yep.
But it was definitely a tough spot outside of that.
So I think Jim gets to bring in a little bit more interaction. He might have some negates in the sideboard, some counter magic.
I don't remember counter magic that much. I wasn't playing too much counter magic myself. I think Descended Mindbender is probably fantastic. If we've got that in the main board and have some in the side, that's great. Mind Rack Demon might be great, but that's also running a risk.
Wait, I had not seen that card in the sideboard. That's kind of interesting.
The deck list that I pulled was the 4-color merge deck from Channel Fireball. He wrote about it on that list. He had like 1 Distended Mindbender, 1 Mind Rack Demon in the sideboard. He's also got Call of the Bloodline, which is insane.
That card, if he has that in this matchup, it actually is great.
Yeah, it just doesn't matter that you're 1/1s.
The lifelink is super relevant too.
Yeah, it's fantastic actually. I think, especially with playing Decimator Provinces.
I don't think Jim went that deep, but I can see that would be pretty awesome.
Yeah,
a bunch of trampling.
I just think it makes it so that some games that you shouldn't win a grindy matchup, you don't have to. You just like overrun and kill your opponent. I killed one of my opponents playing this deck with a Jace emblem.
Oh, really? Yeah,
you just ulted the Jace and then just kept playing spells and spells and spells.
Yeah, I mean, you got a lot of cheap spells.
Like Grapple the Pass is insane because you just go Grapple, get back Ishkana, millions of blockers, chump block everything. Because you Dragon Lord Selmguard my Distended Mindbender.
Oh, wow.
So, like, he just, like, went +8 power on my side of the floor, and I was like, this is terrible. I don't know how to win this game. And I was like, Ishkana, block things. Grapple with the past, block things. Grapple with the past, block things. It's Sultai Merge with a mountain inside. So there's someone saying there's a mountain in the sideboard of the Sultai Merge deck. I actually played the mountain.
Probably just hard cast the Kozilek's Returns in the matchups. It's good, which is really only the White Red Humans.
Yeah.
Because most
it's really not good.
Even more of the other aggro decks like Bant Company, almost all the creatures have 3 toughness. Yeah, exactly.
I played a mountain main board in the Sultai Merge deck, just one. Like you got the 4 Evolving Wilds and like the Grapple with the Pasts and stuff.
Yeah, the mana's surprisingly good for a 4-color deck.
Yeah, you really don't need it, and it's like again, it's really a 3-color deck.
Yeah, and it's base green most likely, right?
Yeah, and like you just need double blue for the
Elder Deep Fiend,
the Deep Fiend. So outside of that, like having the mountain in the decks, whatever. Like the only times it's bad is if it's in your opener and you're looking at like Island Mountain and like green spells.
And Grapple, and stuff like that. Yep.
So like that's the only time it's not good. But like if you have Jace, then the hand's still pretty borderline because if Jace doesn't die, you just be like sure.
Yep.
Draw and discard. Yeah, I know. I think the regular people were playing the mountains in the sideboard though.
Okay.
It's like I just can never ever see myself signing up a tournament with a 14 or 13 or 12 card sideboard though.
Oh yeah,
11, right? Tom Ross runs 11 actual cards in the sideboard.
The lands in the
sideboard. 4 Needle Spires.
Yeah, I mean, I guess a couple times in Modern I've had like a Ghost Quarter in the sideboard.
which is alright.
It was more so when Amulet Bloom was a deck.
That's like having a Wasteland in your sideboard, which is like half spell, half land.
Yeah,
it's still something.
It's not.
Whereas like
land.
Needle Spires is just like it's fine, right? Because it's a man land more than anything. But like just a basic mountain, I couldn't do it. Like I would register like 15 islands in the sideboard of like my Charbelcher deck, or like something that's like super degenerate and will never ever do anything else, but not regularly.
All right, so we're back here for game 2, and they're both gonna be drawing their opening 7. Hopefully, they can keep them. Have a good match here.
Yeah, I would like to see a bit more Fevered Burn.
Yeah, I want to see the Fevered Visions on 3 and see if that's right. It looks like
6 lands in a negate, which does like,
snap it off, right? No.
Does absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I'm almost sort of surprised to see the negates. I guess countering grapples is okay, but
countering grapples is fine.
I mean, it's creatures is what Jim's like.
But like the grapple and the gather pack are what set up the deck, and if you can counter one of those, and they only have say 1 or 2 in hand, say it's like gather, grapple, and then creatures. Then what you're looking at is like
it slows them down very, very heavily.
You hit the gather the pack, and then they have to grapple, and their grapples are never fantastic because like you're only hitting 3 cards.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a fan of it by itself because you're only putting up to 3 cards, maybe 2, because you're hitting like a land or one of the cards off of that. So.
Alright, his 6 looks okay.
I see
he is playing a Storm Chaser, yeah.
Storm Chaser Mage is great. I think it's
going
to be especially great.
Removal.
Yeah, especially great, I think, in this matchup because it's just going to fly over and deal a bunch of damage.
Looks like he did keep in at least a few impulses. I think he's got one in his hand.
That might be a temper. Nah,
I think it's a Collective Defiance and
Defiance and an impulse, yeah.
Yep. I like that Jim taps the Evolving Wilds. That's spicy.
Days Undoing.
Oh,
wow. Spice, wow.
That is shuffle their graveyard in.
Yeah, and it ends the turn.
I like that on the mulligan that he... Yeah, it ends the turn, but, he's on the mulligan now. He just gets a Wheel of Fortune in 2 turns when he empties his hand.
Yeah.
That's going to be pretty cool.
And, like, the
and it ending the turn, right?
Yeah,
so
ending the turn is important because Jim can't do anything else on the stack.
Well, it's not. It doesn't have split second, right?
I don't think you're allowed to do anything else.
Okay.
You might be able to respond to it on
thing.
The stack.
With it on the stack, you can.
Yeah, but like without actually seeing.
I guess
the
once
card,
it resolves, I think
the
turn's just over.
Miles' hand is a little slow with the double tapped land draw, so we're just going to get in a couple of points of damage with the Storm Chaser Mage.
Swamp Island's not exactly the ideal starting mana, though, so maybe Jim doesn't have a green source. I didn't get a great look at his hand.
He might not. I don't know if I would keep it. I don't know if I would ever keep a hand with an Evolving Wilds. Oh, you know what? Jim's got an ultimate price in his hand.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, so he gets to... With the black, you get to side in the removal spells. I like that.
Yeah. And
well, even if he didn't have it, he got it off the top.
Yeah, and there's no way we ever have a hand that doesn't have a green source when we have Evolving Wilds in our hand. Right? Like, we just turn one Evolving Wilds and not get a green source. There's no way we don't have one in our hand.
Yeah, looks like now he's just traversing for a land. Think he'll get an island?
Might be another green source.
Yeah, I think he has Deep Fiend in his hand, so he just wants to be able to have that shored up.
Yeah, and all of the pain lands that this deck plays tap for green.
Yep.
So we have a much higher percentage chance of drawing a green source. I think the deck plays more basic forests as well.
Oh yeah, it plays a ton of them.
So.
Okay, so he's going 3 up top.
Not.
Oh, is he? Oh, I thought he was making Jim discard his. No, because he's got his own Days Undoing. And he's just going to Wheel of Fortune there.
Okay. All right, Dome, attack for 2.
Yeah, I don't hate Miles' spot here. He's just going to get to draw.
The Days Undoing is great.
The 2 cards in his hand are kind of dead right now, so I think he might Days Undoing next turn. He could Fiery Impulse himself.
Ooh.
Oh no, so now he has a target for the Fiery Impulse.
Yeah.
I was going to say he could Fiery Impulse the Storm Chaser just for an extra prowess, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, now he's just got, turns one of the worst... Oh, okay.
Ooh, that's a great
some
draw.
more pressure. So now he can do that, kill the Spirit, get in for 4.
Yeah.
That's a quick clock.
And if we Days Undoing, then we get a full hand of cards.
Yeah, it looks like Jim will probably be amalgaming next... Or not amalgaming, Deep Fiending next turn off the Hunted Dead. But
yeah,
he'll be forced to tap down the creatures now and still leave Miles with 2 mana most likely.
Yep.
Wow, doesn't play it. Surprised.
Yeah, I don't know.
I thought for sure I would want to play Storm Chaser and just ping and get in for 4.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I don't know.
I think he might be wanting to cast the Dazen doing this turn. It's what that makes me think.
Interesting.
Kill that.
Yeah, it's the emerge card.
I guess it stops the emerge. You're right.
Right, because now we just have the 1/1 spirit.
Okay, now he's. I guess this is a reasonable one.
I'm not a. I think this is a good line. I think it stops Jim from emerging the 5/6, which I think is really, really important.
I liked now in retrospect. I liked killing the creature there. I still almost wanted to get a little bit more pressure down, but I mean now Jim has nothing, and they're both going to be on 7s.
Yeah.
It's I guess 1 power flyer versus 1 power flyer, but we know who's.
We have a 1/3 power.
We got a
flyer.
1 with prowess.
Yeah.
And Miles's deck is definitely a little bit more explosive in dealing the damage.
Yeah.
So.
And Jim having like ultimate prices in his deck just does nothing in the face of the Storm Chaser.
Ultimate price against Storm Chaser laughs in the face of that card.
Yeah, I think ultimate price has been losing a huge amount of stock recently.
Oh, definitely, especially like the Bant Company decks. It kills some of their creatures, but
yeah,
if it lines up that they have Reflector Mage Queller and you have the ultimate price, it's the ultimate feel bad.
Absolutely. Let's see if Miles can get a reasonable 7 card. That's a reasonable
I think it was
7 cards.
2 Collective Defiance,
Storm Chaser Mage, and 3 lands.
Yeah, I think that was it.
That would be an opener I would really be excited about keeping.
Yeah, now Jim's got to rebuild. He's got another Haunted Dead and a couple Gather the Packs. So, see where he goes here. I think he'll probably lead with the Haunted Dead.
Yeah, I think we want some chump blockers on the floor. So we're thinking Haunted Dead with the Evolving Wilds in hand?
He also has a Llanowar Waste, I believe.
Yeah, I think if I'm playing the Haunted Dead...
He's got plenty of lands.
Yeah, I think if I'm playing the Haunted Dead, we're going with the Evolving Wilds.
Yeah.
We have nothing else
Use
to do
all your
this
mana.
I'm not entirely sure about Miles's plan here. We've got the couple of Collective Defiance, and we do have an untapped red source.
If he has, so I think next
the
turn...
Shivan Reef. We have a Shivan Reef in hand.
Yeah, so I think... Okay,
Ooh,
Jim almost
Nissa.
Swift.
Wow,
almost
Nissa.
Swift, but the Nissa.
It's really
It's
interesting.
not a bad one. I always liked that card as a 1-of in this deck. I felt like I wanted just like one more late game thing, but I guess I wasn't playing the version with Amalgam.
Yeah, the version with Amalgam's got so much.
You already have so
late
much
game power.
inevitability, yeah.
Just play the Llanowar Wastes, play the Nissa, get a Forest.
Yeah, you just get to operate on kind of a different axis than other people. You putting the cards that your threats, if they put them in the graveyard, it's just fine.
Yeah, because
you get value with them back or with grapple. So Miles might have a really nice turn though with Collective Defiance the blocker, and then just get in for 4.
Yeah,
and then his hand is just another 2 Collective Defiance, and that should just be game. But we'll see what Jim can put together here. Trying to stop Miles' plan.
Yeah, the Nissa's looking infinitely worse with the inability to block the Storm Chaser.
I think Jim was really banking on hitting something, one of the Haunted Dead or Pressed Amalgams there.
Yeah. We don't have the other one in the graveyard anymore either because of the shuffle effect from Days Undoing.
I think Miles has that card for these kind of like the Emrakul matchups where they really rely on their graveyard and just the grapple.
Absolutely.
So I really like that.
That's tech I wasn't even considering
before.
I
hadn't even seen that before, but I do like it.
Okay. Jim discards hand size.
Oh, that's a very good... I was going to say he definitely has lands, but that's a nice play.
Yep, he had a lot of things that he could have done, but he was just like, is it just better to just put the Haunted Dead in the graveyard?
Yeah, I think it is. So now Defiance being sorcery speed, looks like we're just going to be getting in for 2. And then he might just go 3 up top. Nope.
Miles just jamming, not playing his land drop. I don't know what kind of spells he has access to with just the 2 open mana right now either.
I think he only has 3 Collective Defiance. He just is going to play them.
No, it's collective.
Or is it 2 thermo? It might be 2 thermo and a collective.
Yeah.
I think they have similar pictures. Okay, it's definitely at least 1 thermo.
Yeah. I think it's 2 Defiance, 1 thermo.
Okay, yeah. So he actually might just go with the thermo this time.
Yeah, tapped land.
And then just makes those spells in his hand a lot better.
Jim's going to chump, take 1, go to 10. We're going to discard 2 cards, bring back Haunted Dead to the battlefield. Thermal Alchemist, tapped land. And then we're going to have the ability to double Collective Defiance next turn.
It's pretty good. So that in itself is 8 damage if nothing happens to the Alchemist. I think Jim does have the Deep Fiend, though, so if he,
he's definitely
he knows how to play against this deck. He knows that it's mostly sorcery speed.
Yep.
I think he'll probably tap out a few. See, it's tough though because you're still taking damage in the air too.
Yep, because the Deep Fiend does not have flying.
I think Miles is definitely a heavy favorite from this spot.
Yeah, the Deep Fiend's not enough damage right now. There's not enough amalgams in the graveyard to be able to cobble together a good attack.
Yeah, and Miles still at 20. He's under no pressure.
Yeah. So if Jim upkeeps...
No, I think this is end step. Bring him back.
No, the Deep Fiend.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Miles'
sure. On
upkeep.
Miles' turn, yep.
Because he's got the ability to do that now. Now that he's got 3 mana and a Haunted Dead. That's another Deep Fiend, which is insane.
Yeah, I mean, chaining them is definitely a way to get out of this.
So we go... Not hitting our land drop last turn. It's a little painful in a turn like this. Because we could have Nissa and
Nissa
Deep
plus,
Fiend, which would be awesome. Tapping down the flyers is okay too. But again, like the double Collective Defiance being 8 total damage, 9 if you include the extra tap on the Thermal Alchemist.
It's looking like he might tap down the 3 red sources and then one of the creatures.
I don't know. Wow, this text weird.
That is...
Is Jim just going in with
I think
both
he just...
creatures?
Surprised that... I'm not sure if Miles just noted that he blocked the Haunted Dead or...
Yeah, it's
he
possible.
was actually afraid of something. I mean, I guess at 20... There's almost no downside to not blocking, but...
Yeah, like, you're... Like,
Yeah.
with no amalgams
blocked.
in the graveyard?
He blocked.
Yeah, with no amalgams in the graveyard, there's no pressure of you just dying when your opponent untaps.
Okay, so here comes the
Deep Fiend on upkeep. With mana open to be able to discard and bring back Haunted Dead.
Yep, I like that.
The sad part about Miles' hand is he doesn't have any instant speed spells to use this mana either.
Yeah, this deck is very heavily sorcery speed for something that's all spells and burn spells.
Yeah.
Like, I think they only have 8 instants in the main deck.
Ooh, we're going 2 red sources, 2 Stormchaser Mage.
That's a pretty good read here.
I like it.
Right now, both of the spells that Miles had, I believe, were double red. But he does have an untapped red source in his hand.
Yeah, he's got the Shivan Reef in his hand.
And another Stormchaser.
Just tear off the top.
I mean, I guess Jim can make the chump blocker at instant speed here.
Yep.
But I'm not sure if he might.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think he might just take the 1.
The sequencing on this is a little awkward. I don't know if we play the Stormchaser Mage this turn, or if we Collective Defiance with Escalate. He wants the Stormchaser Mage. The 3rd Stormchaser Mage is pretty insane. But Jim's just got another Deep Fiend, so he's
so he's going to chain it together next turn, yep.
But if Jim taps down all 3 of the Stormchaser Mages, then we have access to our mana. And Jim's effectively at 8 life right now.
Yep, he's at 8 now, and then if we can even cast those Defiances for 3 each, then that should just be game. It was this matchup that I actually ended up having Pulse of Morasa in the sideboard of the Emerge decks.
Yeah, Pulse of
Just
Morasa
because
is great.
It kind of is just another grapple kind of card, and it just gains you 6 life.
I've played Pulse of Morasa in a few decks, like in the 4-color...
You played it in Modern at all?
I haven't
into
yet.
Modern? Okay, I've seen it a few times.
The reason being is because I have Kolgan's Command already.
Sure.
So the non-life gain effect I already have covered.
Yeah.
Right? Like, not hitting a land is kind of rough, but I think if I have 3 lands...
You're usually good, John.
Yeah.
Looks like Jim's gonna... I think he's gonna cast a Gather.
Yeah, a Gather's fine here because we still have the Elder Deep Fiend mana open.
Yep.
And I think we still have another land in hand.
He ended up discarding the Nissa to bring back the Haunted Dead too,
Nissa and a Grapple with the Past, it looked like.
I think he does have the Mind Rack Demon. It looked like that might have been in his hand.
Okay.
So we get an Amalgam.
Noose Constrictor's great.
I liked that in this matchup.
Yeah, getting Haunted Dead and a Noose Constrictor.
Yeah, and I mean, the Noose Constrictor can block the 1/3s.
Yeah, we get another turn of upkeep, tap down a bunch of your things, and then we're able to untap and play a Noose Constrictor that can block the flyers. As well as double spirits.
Okay, 5, and now 6, Jim's 7. Getting aggressive here.
Yeah. So
I
we're
like
taking
it. He
5.
does have to... Yep. He does have to kill Miles here. Can't give him too much time.
Yeah, end of the game, Miles does have to be at 0 life.
Yep, so Jim takes the point off the Thermo.
Yep.
And he's going to upkeep. No surprises here.
Fiend.
Gets a
So
nice
now this is where it's going to start getting harder for Miles because 10 power on the board is really, really strong.
Oh, yeah, I mean, now the clock is just... Now it's almost the point where if Jim just has another Deep Fiend, he could just tap Miles out and go for the win.
Yeah.
Alright, so we go for 3 lands and a Storm Chaser this turn.
That's interesting. We can't bring back another...
no Haunted Dead this turn.
Haunted Dead this turn. We have an Amalgam in the graveyard too, so the damage is going to start ramping up. Miles has his
now it looks like 3
second red source.
Defiance.
Yeah, Miles has his second red source for his Collective Defiance in hand. So we go Defiance, hit the dome, kill one of the spirits.
Then he's at least getting in for 2 off of one of the...
Yeah, so
that's
we
2,
Alchemist
3,
him
4,
to 7.
5, 6. That's 6 damage, but then he is...
Alchemist puts him to 7. Defiance puts him to 4. With 1 prowess trigger on the Storm Chaser Mage. Prowess, that puts him to 2.
Yep, looks like that's where we're going. But Miles does have to take 2 to cast... Yeah, he has to take 2 to cast this. This is going to be very close.
4 damage to that, 3 damage to you.
Though, I believe that Jim is
Alchemist
forced to chump block at least with the Spirit. So
yes.
He's not presenting lethal, but...
It's close.
It is very close. I think Miles might just squeak out with this one, but... This game was very close. Jim sequenced very well.
Jim's at 5 right now? No, 4. Yeah, because of the 1 point plus the Collective Defiance. So Jim's at 4.
And I guess actually Miles can soak up 5 here. At this point, he doesn't need the Thermo. Like, if something went awry, he can just block and then do the 1 point. Because he's got damage lethal in his hand.
Jim draws an Amalgam. It's a fine draw. Drawing them is actually surprisingly great because of the Haunted Deads.
Yeah, and he has the discard outlet here with the... not only the Haunted Dead, he has the Noose Constrictor too. But
yeah, we definitely need the Constrictor on the floor, but like, it's going to be hard to block 3 Storm Chaser Mages.
Okay, Jim might be going for an Ishkana here. Though... Okay, yeah.
No, it just wouldn't be enough. Because Miles would be able to ping, untap ping.
Yep.
So Jim needed to get the Thermal Alchemist off the floor.
Alright, going to game 3. We've yet to see Fever Visions, which I think is one of the better cards in the matchup.
Yeah, it's literally what the deck was built around.
Though so, the Days Undoing was very good there.
Fantastic.
I think that if he can bring that same kind of thing together, that same kind of plan, just early aggression, and then disrupt
get a Storm Chaser Mage 2 on the floor, and then Days Undoing, shuffle the graveyards back. And I think someone in the chat said that Days Undoing time stops.
So that just end the turn, right?
Yeah,
okay.
It does say you don't even get to put the card in the graveyard. You just exile all things on the stack.
Okay.
So I think the card is fantastic for this matchup. Right. I'm super excited that I've played Days Undoing. I played the mono blue prison deck when it was a thing for a little bit. Card's awesome, does sweet things. I definitely misplayed it with it in my deck.
Yeah, it seems like a tough card.
That and part the Water Veil. Totally forgot the fact that they said exile.
Yeah.
So when I Days Undoing and shuffle all my part with the Water Veils back in my deck when I first played it, I was like, all right, cast more and then kill you, and I was like, oh, I can't do that. But that's why we play at FNMs with fun new decks rather than
for sure.
large tournaments.
Yeah, I'm totally a fan of trying out everything.
Oh,
plus, then once you find the deck that you do like,
blast.
Yeah, like when you just get to start going off, and surprisingly, the card that gains you 1 life for each spell. You know which one I'm talking about?
Prism Ring.
Yes. So, like, I was playing Bant Company and was like, oh, this is just a dead card. And then he's got 3 of them, and every single spell gains them 3. And I'm like, I need to kill them through damage, and they're at 35.
Yeah. I've had 3 on the floor. The problem with winning against the Bant Company deck with that deck is your Jace's Sanctums were super important.
Yeah.
And you were just like, well, I only have 1 Dromoka's Command target, so just keep blowing up on Sanctums.
Though some of the Bant Company decks have been moving away from Dromoka's Command.
Which is insane, but probably not entirely wrong, because you can't ever kill a Deep Fiend.
In matchups like this, you don't want the...
And like the Emrakul matchups where it's just not great.
Exactly. I had recently tried a 30-creature version of Bant Company. No commands.
Was it the Paul Rietzel's?
It was not Paul Rietzel's. It was a Japanese-looking list with 2 Deep Fiends in the main.
Okay.
So you were just kind of trying to win the mirror by tapping their creatures down. And it's also very good at time-walking these go-big Emrakul decks. Most of their things are sorcery speed, and you just tap them out for a turn and time-walk them, and all of a sudden you have a 5-power attacker.
Yeah, no, I think Deep
It was an interesting take.
I think Rietzel played a Deep Fiend in his board.
I think he had a Deep Fiend in the board. Yeah,
I think the card's actually fine in the deck.
Yeah, because like something like Reflector Mage, once he's done his job, it's just that's probably the best creature to sack to him.
Yeah, I think so too.
But yeah, we'll see if either of them have like reevaluate their situation with the board. I don't know that Miles will leave in negates, but maybe he's got some info. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think we saw anything outside of the box game 2 that we would particularly.
Well, the days I'm doing was super surprising, but I like that. That's definitely staying in.
No, it's fantastic. I think it's probably best or second best card in the deck.
Yeah. Because he can just empty his hand much quicker than Jim too, so it effectively is going to put him up.
A lot of your spells just cost 1 to 2 mana. And as long as you're hitting your land drops and playing a spell to 2 spells each turn, you're going to run out of cards.
Did Miles take a mulligan that game too?
Yes.
Okay, so that was on 6.
And he didn't even have the Days Undoing in his hand. He just had a reasonable hand and then drew the Days Undoing.
Yep.
So it's went from like, all right, this is a hand I can play Magic with to, all right, sweet.
Now I get to empty my hand and draw 7, yep.
Yeah. Yeah, no. I like to call the Bloodline out of the sideboard if Jim has it. I'm not sure if he does. Great. I had it in my deck Friday night, and I definitely think I wanted the deck or the card.
Yeah.
But if we don't have it, naturally we can't play it.
All right, looks like they both kept their 7s.
Yeah.
And just a couple land goes.
Yep, Miles has a couple Storm Chaser Mages, Lightning Axe, bunch of lands.
See, I don't know that I would have kept the Lightning Axes in. As you mentioned, they really don't kill the Deep Fiend, and killing of the other creatures is kind of unexciting because they all provide value.
Yeah, I guess Ishkana is...
Okay,
or like
I guess
Extended Mindbender.
Yeah, he could be expecting those. Jim does have Pulse of Marasa. All right, my favorite card here in this matchup.
Yeah, the card's going to be great in this matchup. There's a Mindbender in the graveyard and a Deep Fiend.
That is Mindbender, yep.
That's a tough choice. Both of those cards are your end game cards. Mindbender's fantastic.
It looks like Jim might be a little land light, actually.
He might be.
Yeah, he needs a third land. I think in this case you probably take the Deep Fiend. If you can hit your lands and get the Haunted Dead into the graveyard.
We have one. It's the middle card in the graveyard.
Oh, okay, there is one. Okay, then this is actually a lot better.
Yeah, we're putting one in the graveyard right now.
Okay, that's solid when he's a little bit choked on mana.
Again, if we're missing land drops, we don't have the ability to cast either of them.
Yeah, they're both double colored. Yeah. Yeah, Jim's in the tank about this one. Goes with the Deep Fiend, though.
Interesting. Well, we have the Pulse of Marasa.
Yeah, so he'll always have access to the other one.
Yeah, if we do hit the lands that we want, we can Pulse for the Mindbender. If not, then we can Pulse for a land.
Tapped and attacking. That's what I like to see.
Absolutely. You know what I love about Goblin Guide in Modern?
Oh, yeah, he comes in.
His initials are GG.
Yep. Yeah, Miles got another Storm Chaser, a Defiance. The Lightning Axe, I think, is going to be kind of dead, but providing prowess is not nothing, I guess.
No. I think there was another card. Was there Gaia Reach Sanitarium?
He has the Gaia Reach, yeah.
Which is awesome card. So if we have to, then we have a way to get rid of the Lightning Axe. We don't ever actually want it. Jim?
Oh, and a Bedlam Reveler.
Jim just does nothing past his turn?
Yeah, I think he's either going to...
getting back the Haunted Dead this turn?
Yeah, or maybe casting Pulse, but I think he'll probably lean towards Haunted Dead. We're both posturing a little bit. And I guess Jim's got to decide which route he's going to take. He takes the 2.
Yeah, I think taking the 2, casting the Pulse, getting back a land here is great. Because we
want the lands for sure because you can cast the cards in your hand.
Yeah, we want to hit the 5. 5 is the sweet spot, I think, with this.
But no, it looks like he's going with the Haunted Dead, I think.
Interesting.
Let's see what he discards. Looks like another Haunted Dead and...
I think it was 2 Haunted Deads, actually.
Okay, that would be solid. It looks like Miles is... almost gave us a sneak peek.
Yeah,
I think it is 2 Haunted Deads.
Yeah, it's 2 black cards. Jim doesn't have to fire the Pulse off here because we have the ability to possibly draw land. And that's what... God, what's the card? Traverse the Evil Wall. Traverse the Evil Wall is disgusting in this deck because sometimes you just need to hit your land drops.
Oh, yeah, it's great when in that...
Turn 1, Traverse the Evil Wall for a basic land that I need.
Yeah, I think that Jim's going to try to turn this into a race, and we'll throw Miles for a loop when he ends up gaining 6 out of nowhere.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure that card is somewhat on Miles' radar, but we're just pitching the land. Okay.
I really don't. I guess with 2 other Haunted Deads in the graveyard, it's fine.
I almost like just killing the spirit to make sure you're getting in.
Yeah, but like it's attacking, so
it is attacking.
We don't have to worry about that too much. And the Haunted Dead is more damage, but again, it's just like it's putting another graveyard enabler in Jim's hand or in the graveyard.
It looks like he's just trying to slow down the Deep Fiend, but
not gonna work.
Not gonna work. Now Jim's just going to play it as a 5/6.
Yeah.
So he doesn't get the tap bonus, but that's still just a large creature.
Yeah, I think if Miles had it in his head to be able to kill the Haunted Dead, we should have done it at the end step with the Spirit trigger on the stack. But then maybe Jim leaves the Spirit back to block.
Miles with a pair of Bedlam Reveler card that's great, but with only 1 spell in the yard right now, that's still a very overcosted.
I guess we do have Collective Defiance.
Okay, is he going to wheel his hand? No, I think he just goes 4/3 and then hit for 4. So he cracks for 7 here.
Yep. I like to crack for 7, but again, Jim has the pulse in his hand, so we know things are going to get much worse for Miles.
From Miles' side, I think he sees the route to victory, but he can't really beat the life gain with this board, I don't think.
No.
I mean, he could come out of nowhere, but, he's running out of cards. What does he have? No, he played the Guy Reach. Do you remember what's left in his hand?
It's just a Bedlam Reveler and 1 other card that I can't remember.
It was 2 Bedlam Reveler, that was it.
Was it 2?
Yeah.
That's a rough hand, I'd say.
Yeah,
I might have wheeled.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, he can't actually. So he's got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So even with a land, he's not casting those next turn. I think it's 6 and 2 red, right?
Yeah.
And now just Jim has access to a bunch of Haunted Deads.
So I guess if we tear Collective Defiance off the top, we can win. Wait, maybe that is a Defiance in hand.
It's definitely at least 1 Reveler. The other card.
Yeah, we're unsure about the other card. Bedlam Flow. Someone says Incendiary Flow.
Okay, it might be Flow.
That's a lethal attack. That's a lethal card, actually.
If Jim doesn't go for the Pulse here, that could end up coming back.
I think Jim definitely goes for the Pulse here.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any way Jim
might even just go for it now.
Sits at 7 life and doesn't cast the Pulse from roster, or doesn't at least leave the Pulse up.
Yeah, he's brought it to the front. I think he might be a little afraid of counters, but nope, he's going to probably just fire it off.
So we have a Defiance of Flow.
Defiance of Flow and a Reveler. Okay. I mean, this hand definitely has a route to victory.
God, if we had a land, this would be great, because we can go
spell
Flow
here,
and then draw a discard with the Sanitarium, even if it wasn't double red for the Collective Defiance.
Yep.
Did Jim played his land for this turn, right? Yeah,
I believe
the forest.
so.
We drew the forest, played the forest.
Yep.
Because if we missed our land drop this turn, I'm casting Pulse main phase because we can hold up for returning Haunted Dead to battlefield.
This is a spot where all these cards are being sorceries, because Miles is thinking, I can get in for lethal if I can just get in with both of these Storm Chasers, but he knows that the Haunted Dead can provide a trump blocker.
Yeah.
So he's just trying to figure out the best way to not die, and land here actually would have been great.
Yeah, that's what I'm most sad about.
Yeah, the Pulse of Marasa is still going to give Jim a really good boost. It's gain 6, right?
Ooh, Miles is just going to go to combat first.
Interesting. Okay, I think Jim said no blocks, so...
Just take 2.
Take 2, go to 5.
Jim's going to ponder the 2. Jim's just trying to get to the position where he knows what Miles' intentions are entirely.
Is Miles not going to cast a spell here?
We're already in attackers, so we can't because we're all sorcery.
Well, I think that the damage has already gone through.
It's possible.
They're marking it down.
Okay. So we're marking it down.
So we're in second main here.
Yep.
I think Miles might just go Incendiary Flow up top.
Yeah.
What I almost didn't like about not starting with that, though, is he can't possibly kill Jim here, even if Jim had nothing.
Yeah.
Because he can't cast 2 spells here.
Where if we led with one of them...
You force him to do something.
Pulse.
Yes, you force him to pulse or bring back the Haunted Dead.
Which, Pulse puts Jim to 11.
Yep, up to 11.
But we add 3, 4, 5 damage, so it puts him to 6, right?
And then
which is lethal almost next turn.
Okay, we're going Defiance, just 3 up top, I think.
Yeah.
Yep. Puts Jim down to 2.
Again, like, if we hit a land drop to be able to cast Defiance and Incendiary Flow would be great, or to cast Incendiary Flow and be able to draw a card, discard a card with Gaia Reach in.
Yeah, well, okay, so now we've got 3 spells in the yard. 4, 5, 6, 7. So land, land is what we're going to want to find for sure.
Yeah. I think attacking first was baiting Jim into activating the Haunted Dead to block.
Yeah.
Because if he had instant speed spells, then things get rough.
Did you see what Jim got back with the pulse? I did not catch it.
I want to say it was probably a land. Yeah, there's a Sunken Hollow and a Forest in his hand. So he's got 2 lands in his hand now when he had none before.
Yeah, and I think another Haunted Dead.
Yeah, or one is the Collective Brutality.
Does he have Brutality in his hand?
Yeah, he's got a Brutality.
Oh, wow, the Gain 2 is...
Yeah, Gain 2 is actually great.
If he just goes for that here, that could be great.
Ooh, Thoughtseize Gain 2? Like Duress Gain 2 is actually great, I think. Yeah, we definitely played the Sunken Hollow.
Okay, that's what that card was. I had thought it was a Mind Rack Demon.
So we're going for it right now? Collective? Yep, Collective Brutality.
I've actually seen this card coming up in Modern a little bit. I think that this card is actually great.
Yeah, I've seen some people playing this card in Modern.
All right,
he's going to go Duress, Drain Gain.
And he's going to get the,
which is fantastic,
the Incendiary Flow.
Yeah, because he gets Incendiary
Flow. It is, I guess, the one upside for this is that it's discard, not exile, I believe.
We cast
so it is at least in the graveyard now, and we can revel.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, we have exactly enough to revel.
Though we won't be able to add any extra pressure. And we can maybe.
I guess if we draw a land, it's probably great. But yeah, casting the Bedlam Reveler does 2 things for us. It gives us a blocker for Elder Deep Fiend, because we're at 4 now.
And gives us a Ancestral Recall, basically.
Yeah.
Fixed Treasure.
Yes, we got a land.
We got the land, so
we definitely
get to play that.
Yeah, we definitely just play the land.
Yeah, the problem with that is now we won't have red mana up. I would almost maybe think about not playing the land. I don't think you have any blue 1-mana spells.
I don't think so. And we're taking a pain off of the Shivan Reef too, which is terrible.
So Miles down to 3.
Yeah, hopefully the shot blocker is good enough.
So we got Jace, land. So not
gross. Great. Yeah. Any spell there, I think, is great.
Yeah. Jace a little bit slow here. Not gonna have time for that. Well,
Jim only has 1 card in hand, I think. So I think our attacks
so
are free.
He can't. Yeah, he can't flash back.
Yeah, because he discarded a card. Played a land, discarded a card to the Brutality. So I think
I'm attacking with both here. I don't know what we're beating.
We don't have double blue on the floor, so we can't Deep Fiend.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm definitely attacking with both, putting Jim to 8.
Yeah, I think if they have a way to deal with the Reveler, it's in the form of another Deep Fiend or something. I'm not exactly sure what this plays around. I guess Ultimate Price.
Yeah, I think that's about it.
Leaving back the 2 blockers.
But like,
I don't know how we're winning if we're blocking with this Storm Chaser.
Yeah, I don't either. And
okay, he's gonna block with the Storm Chaser. See, I feel like there's almost no chance the Reveler ever gets in.
I don't. Oh, I guess maybe it's the same if we're returning Haunted Dead to the battlefield.
I think Jim actually has a Haunted Dead in his hand, but no. All right. I guess it's about the same.
It's the same, right? Because the 1/1 Spirit just blocks something.
Another land is rough.
Probably the best land we draw.
Sure.
But we also have the Sanitarium, I guess, so we can play Jace. We're probably just activating Sanitarium, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's rough that we're now in the Abyss territory.
I think the double blue. I guess we have a Shivan Reef in hand, and we can use that. We have a Mountain in hand, too.
Okay, Sanitarium it is.
Yep, each player,
We're hoping to see Fiery Temper here, the free value.
Oh, the free value.
Oh, wow, Dazen doing. Does Jim have another Pulse Marasa?
Yeah, he has a Pulse in hand. Oh, is he discarding it?
No, he discards
Haunted Dead. So we have a Pulse Marasa.
So the second Pulse, I think, is just going to be the nail in the coffin here.
Yeah.
Gain 12 when there's no Skullcrack effects is basically the end of the game. Well, okay, so he's going to cast the Dazen Doing maybe, but Jim will respond with Pulse.
Again, I don't know if we can.
No, with it on the stack, you can.
You can still
doesn't have
cast
split second.
Okay. Why would we do this before combat, though?
At least gives the prowess triggers, but it does give Jim a fresh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're doing it. Oh, that.
Yeah, because it just ends.
It just ends the turn. It ends the turn.
All right, so slam the Pulse Marasa.
Field prowess, but I can't attack. Okay.
Sir, and he gets back a Haunted Dead.
And now he's going to get to discard 2. Wow, this has just actually ended up highly in Jim's favor because now he gets to draw 7 and add to the board.
Yeah. I guess Miles gets to draw 7, and we have chump blockers.
We have chump. He doesn't have to chump the Haunted Dead, but now
we can just chump the Haunted Dead.
But now a Deep Fiend in these 7 is game because he can just sack the Haunted Dead and tap down the blockers.
Yeah.
So I think I think this might be the end of the road for Miles in this game. Getting to untap with 5 mana and 7 fresh ones is not a bad spot.
No,
it looks like Jim just drew a bunch of lands, but
he has
an ultimate price to kill one of the blockers.
Yeah, actually that's lethal.
That should be lethal.
Yeah, you just kill the Bedlam Reveler, and the Dead and the Spirit are 3 damage.
Yep, 3 exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly lethal.
Yep.
Well played by Jim. I mean, seeing both pulses was very, very good there.
Yeah,
I think
both pulses is great.
Without that, I think Miles might have stolen that game.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's kind of like hitting the Feed the Clan.
Oh, God.
Like, Feed the Clan's great, but Pulse doing double duty of getting back lands and creatures is doubly great because you kind of need 2 cards in hand to be able to get back the Haunted Deads. So getting back a card is fantastic. I think gaining 6 life is, it's
in this match
1.5, 2 spells, I think, out of Miles' hand.
Yeah.
It's 2 spells out of the modern burn decks.
Yep.
So it's pretty strong card, I think. Fantastic in the matchup. Yeah, Miles flooded out a little bit towards the end. That Bedlam Reveler was like Jace land, which is mediocre.
To see,
if we had a few more turns, and Jace is great, and we could have taken over the game with Jace.
Yeah.
But, the fact that the next draw step was a land, and then the draw and discard was just a Days Undoing. Like, if it was Collective Defiance...
Yeah, then we've got
little different, then we have some prowess triggers going on, and we can start doing some attacking.
Yep.
But I don't know. I think the fact that the deck operates too much at sorcery speed is a little painful to it.
It really is. It makes Deep Fiend just a lot better
Yeah.
against it than you normally think a card like that would be.
Yeah, Jim showing the raw power of the Sultai Emerge deck. I think it's really strong. Putting an
We also
instant
saw
speed
no
on the
Fevered
DPs.
Visions in all of this match.
Zero, and we saw a lot of cards.
Is it possible that he wasn't playing Fevered Visions? He was playing
so.
Probably
I
not.
think I saw them in his openers.
Okay.
That he
And the ones that he
mulligans.
had to mull. Okay.
That is just like 1 land, can't do anything hands. So I think it's just terrible that he wasn't able to draw them, and it's possible again that he's just boarded them out in this matchup because
possible.
they're actually not that good.
Yeah. Them on turn 3, if it's not on turn 3, it's not a great draw.
Yeah, I think it's okay later, but again, Jim just has so much power to be able to just discard cards out of his hand that he doesn't really lose too much life to the Fevered Visions. I think drawing cards is great, and it might just be too good for both of them, but I'm not sure exactly how good or bad it is in this matchup. I've never really played with the card before.
I had always really liked it in the matchup, and I would definitely never shout it out, but Miles looks like he's got a little bit more practice with it. But I like Jim sequencing there. I think that he's got a good shot here. If there's a lot of Bank Company in the room,
I think that's fantastic.
That deck is great versus it, right? Like flashing back that Kozilek's Return is just
it's just a beating.
Yep.
None of the cards survive that.
It's
like,
just
you have to have
whiteboard
Archangel
and you
Avacyn.
have a 5/6.
You just have to have Archangel Avacyn, and then if that's what happens, then
and you have to do it
tapping down
before the
400
triggers.
creatures. Yeah.
So that just means the next one is just going to go off and just get everything.
Yeah. So, and then if that's what happens, then you just Deep Fiend and tap all the creatures instead of lands. So sure, you can still cast some spells. So you just tapped out for Archangel.
Yep.
So you just can't cast that many spells. And then all your creatures get tapped, and then I get to get a couple prized amalgams untapped, and I'm attacking for minimum of 8 damage, more than likely. I think the deck's really solid. It does a lot of really powerful things. We've got some discard ability.
Does it go all the way up to Emrakul, or it doesn't need to, right? You just
Doesn't
have the engine. Yep.
Yeah. They only play 5 different types of permanents.
Okay, so it's not too...
Yeah, I think it's a bit harder to get the Emrakuls on the floor in a deck like this.
Gotcha.
Whereas, and I think you have a much more efficient engine than relying on the Emrakul itself. I think, just the fact that you just keep returning prized amalgams to the floor is great. It's really hard for, Languish decks to really beat that because you're coming back at instant speed. And again, the fact that Kozilek's Return wipes away a lot of the best cards against this deck, like the Ishkanas, Distended Mind Benders, just anything, the Sylvan Advocates, anything. So I think it's pretty fantastic. So no Bank Company out of either of those guys, which is nice.
No Bank Company. I'm sure that's still, if I had to guess, the number 1 deck in the room. I think it's the easiest deck to just say, all right, I'm going to pick this up for the RPTQ.
Yeah, I agree.
But then there's also the next level thing these guys are going after, which is, how do I beat Bank Company?
Yeah.
I actually think that Bank Company has got a great matchup against Blue-Red, because you have big creatures and Drum Command.
Yeah.
So that's not maybe the route I would have chosen, but I do really like these Emerge strategies.
Yeah.
So...
No, I think Emerge is really powerful. I think.
What were some of the bad matchups for that deck?
I can't say. I want to say white. I want to say white weanie's probably an underdog because you have a lot of like things that you don't do in the early game. Like you're just kind of casting gather packs,
you're setting
and,
up.
like
You don't have much.
And a lot of your lands, you have like 8 of the pain lands. So if any of your draws are like 1 to 2 of the pain lands, you're just dealing a bunch of damage to yourself.
White weanie's like 1/1 and the Destali's Lieutenant, like that kind of a draw.
Yeah, like if you're on a really fast draw and I don't have the red to cast the Cosmic Sword, that's the matchup where like having the red is insane.
Yes, for sure.
Because like you can actually cast the card and like being able to do that's great. Like again, Jace doesn't do all that much in the matchup, but there's like no removal spells in the matchup. Just you have to wait till turn 4 for the Haunted Deads. So like having 2 blockers on that turn is just too slow.
Yeah. All right, so we got some deck lists.
Yeah. Okay.
Was that these guys' deck lists?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did have Fever Visions.
Yeah, Jim on no mountain main board.
Oath of Chandra in the sideboard.
That's solid removal spell.
Wow, he went up to Chandra Flamecaller as well. Miles.
Interesting. Jason Rattler Secrets.
I had never seen Flamecaller in the sideboard, and one Just the Wind.
Just a random bounce spell.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, when you get to cast it off Jace, I guess it's okay.
Yeah, we got a couple of discard spells. Guildleaf Winnower.
I like that card a lot.
Sideboard MVP.
I think that card is great. It's really good against the opposing Deep Fiends.
It's
Sylvan Advocate.
Reflector
Mage.
No. Can't hit Sylvan Advocate.
Oh, it's an elf. Oh my.
You can't hit Sylvan Advocate. Trust me, I've wanted to. Totally wanted to.
It says non-elf with mismatched power toughness?
Yeah.
Okay.
The other thing that I think everyone is sleeping on horribly, terribly right now is the fact that Liliana is in the format. And Liliana is also a black card. But what Liliana does
Bring it back.
is she just takes cards that are not mismatched and makes them mismatched.
Yeah, that's a cool interaction.
So like your Emrakul becomes an 11-12.
I had my Emrakul Deep Fiended
and you
because of
Winnower
that.
Yeah.
Or not Deep
Hit it with the Winnower. So anything that's not mismatched, you just go plus Liliana, hit it with the Winnower.
And it randomly has Menace, so getting in for 4 is not unquestionable.
Oh, I'm playing it in the sideboard of my standard deck.
Oh, yeah.
It's pretty good. Killing Deep Fiends, killing Reflector Mage, and Spell Queller. That Spell Queller can't Spell Queller.
Great, yeah. Just that you get a free spell off of it, too. That's a big tempo swing.
Flipped Archangel Avacons. Like,
yeah.
There's just so many.
In this format, it kills a lot of stuff.
Jace, Vryn's Prodigy. Elder Deep Fiend, Stitch Wing Scab, Ishkana.
So basically everything in this deck.
No, we can't hit the Haunted Deads or the Prized Amalgams, which I'm okay with because I don't ever really want to kill those anyway. Storm Chaser Mage.
Yeah.
There's just so many random hits for the card that I think it's fantastic. Oh, Thermal Alchemist.
That too.
Thing in the Ice. Everything in the blue-red deck.
Yeah. Even Bedlam Reveler. Oh, he was playing the Bedlam Reveler main. Interesting.
Yeah, it kills Bedlam Reveler as well. Kills Tarmogoyf.
Yeah, we're playing
kills Dark Confidant.
I'm sliding this right into the modern deck.
It kills Kalidas. Like,
we're in.
It does a lot of great things that you just wouldn't expect. It kills Gisela, it kills Bruna, it kills Brizella, Voice of Nightmares.
She's a 9/10, right?
Yeah, and not indestructible.
That would be quite a beating.
And you can still cast it and kill it because it's not a converted mana cost 3 spell.
Yep.
Like, I don't know. There's so many things that all the plant tokens that Nissa makes. You know, random man lands. Most of the man lands actually.
Well, that would be a niche scenario where one's activated.
Yeah, it would be like the scenario where like you just jam with a bunch of like 2/2s and your opponent activates their double striking 2/1 man land and you just hit it.
Here, we'll start courting into it in modern to kill creature lands.
That's aggressive.
There we go.
Those are way less prevalent. I think way less like mixed match power and toughness. I think in the originals
for sure.
Like the black-red one only does it when you activate it. The red-green one doesn't. The Colonnade doesn't. Creeping Tar Pit does. And then what's the last one?
Colonnade.
No. Colonnade's 4/4. Raging Ravine's always the same power.
Stirring Wildwood.
Stirring Wildwood, yeah. So it kills Wildwood too. I guess it's pretty good then.
There we go. We broke it.
Mutavault's always 2/2. You can't hit that. I don't know. But again, Guildleaf Winnower I think is fantastic. A 5-mana 4/3 with Menace is just fine.
I've seen it in the main deck of some of these. I've seen it more in the main deck of...
with Liliana, I think the card's insane, and I think that's something I want to try to push a little bit more.
I see a lot of the Delirium decks playing it as a 1-of now.
Yeah, I really like it, like because you can minus, get back, your Guild Leaf Winnower, and you can plus to make sure it kills a creature.
Yep.
Which I think is actually awesome. Yeah. Scott, do you know what kind of timer we're looking at for the round?
Yeah, no backup match, right?
Yeah, doubtful it's a backup match. There's a bunch of people watching.
Like
we had a good 3 rounds or 3 matches or games out of that one. Boy, you can tell I only had 1 cup of coffee today.
Yeah, I haven't had any caffeine yet.
Yeah?
Yeah, not yet.
You're a madman maximum.
Mad Max.
Yeah.
The sequel was about me.
It was.
Yeah.
I saw you in the whole movie. You're just in every scene, you're just like hiding. We had about 120 players at this. It may have gone above the 118 mark we originally heard about.
Well, I think we saw the thing. It was 58 matches, I want to say.
Yeah, 58 matches, which is just under 120.
Yeah.
So 4 people under 120, which is weird.
Yeah.
Right, because it was 118.
Yeah, maybe somebody got their Snapcaster and left. I've actually seen that happen.
Yeah.
I've actually seen that happen.
Yeah, I saw that too. I had a friend. We were like trying to prep for the last one, and like he ended up not being able to go, other than just like going down, getting his Snapcaster, and then leaving.
Yep. I actually had a friend. It was one of them was a sealed. One of the last ones I was queued for. He went, got the sealed pool, just got his. It was the Liliana still, and then just left. But I mean, that's a good $150 worth of value. It's worth the drive.
Might be more actually. I think standard lilies are pushing 100 right now. Maybe more.
No, those aren't 100 for. Oh, I think you meant the card.
No, not the standard.
Okay.
No, I mean like.
I was like, wow, I wish that
non-foil
I
veils.
Yeah.
Sorry,
sure. They are pushing 100. You're right.
Yeah, so if they're 100 plus, then like
the foil's
got to be 2, and the RPTQ promos weren't that many of them, so they might be a little less now. But as time goes, like they're going to be more.
Yeah, I'm glad to have 3 of them.
Promos?
3 promos.
Oh, you're a savage.
And I got the 1 mismatch.
I only have 3.
I got a white border one as the 4th. White border. I love my white borders.
How do you do that?
A little bit of elbow grease.
I don't think that's right. Isn't it like paint thinner or something?
No, you need to use this eraser and just go at it. With a little bit of, like, the painter's tape, but...
11 minutes over.
We got 11 minutes over, so we must be in some rounds or a judge call.
Yeah.
There's 1 match.
1 match remaining.
You're a savage, Max Mitchell.
Oh, I'm a savage.
Did you see the guy who had his Miracles deck whiteboarded?
All whiteboarded. I haven't gone that far. It takes a long time to do that.
Yeah.
And I don't know that I would really... Like, he was going just Force Rules and everything, right?
Yeah.
You got to have some real dedication to that.
Dedication just to sit there and do that, and to
realize
be prepared that you have to fight everyone else in the room.
Oh yeah,
because they're gonna want to fight you because of this.
I think that person has been on camera at SCG before, because I definitely remember seeing it.
I don't know. I only own 3 lilies. I need to get my 4th one, and I'm sad that she keeps oddly trending in weird directions. She'll just skyrocket, and then she'll plummet for no good reason.
Even on MTGO, that's one of the more expensive cards.
Yeah, I'm super tilted about that. That is actually the same price as
there are 105 tickets on there, which is
Goifs are only 50, I think.
Goifs are cheap on there. Yeah, I managed to pick up some Goifs wins.
I've gotten 2 Goifs and 2 Wastelands, I think, while playing at MTGO, and I shipped them for tickets, so I just keep doing whatever I was doing, and I just don't have anything else.
Okay, yeah, I never managed to get Wastelands, but I've actually never played a sanctioned game of Legacy, so.
I haven't either.
Really? Okay.
I would like to. Legacy's probably my favorite.
I would like to get into it. It's just, the barrier to entry is tough, but...
Less so on MTGO.
Exactly.
For the deck I want to play, because the expensive card's actually just Liliana, I think, at that point.
Yeah.
My dual lands are actually sub $5.
Yeah, the dual lands are cheap. I guess you're playing a Jund deck.
Yeah.
Those
non-blue duals are actually
cheap.
$5 and less, I think.
Yeah, I think that might be the future of these Eternal formats is a digital client, because they don't have to have the reserve list, and they can basically reprint them at their leisure, making them accessible to everybody. And
it's just fantastic.
Yeah. It's cool with the Vintage Masters, getting the power on there, and
I don't think I ever played Vintage.
I've never played Vintage, but
Masters. I didn't even play the Masters.
I played 1 draft and lost 30.
Have you been rocking Zendikar drafts?
I did 1. I ended up mono red, and there's a card that is 5 mana, deal damage equal to the number of mountains you have, and I was just aiding people out of nowhere. That was a very aggro deck.
I've been trying, because I heard it's insane. I heard it's one of the fastest formats ever.
I don't know that, I didn't draft back then. I wasn't playing back then, but from what my impression of the format was, it was very, very fast.
I had a friend who's really good at drafting, who I hold in high regard when I'm talking to about draft, and he
sure.
said it was one of the fastest formats ever.
All right, so we got the list for the next matches. Gotta pick out a good one.
We're gonna try. There's a couple personal requests.
Who do we got? Who are people asking for?
We got John Morawski and Craig Rocco was requested earlier. I know
Okay,
John Morawski. He trounced me at the Legacy Open a little while ago.
I see Craig Rocco everywhere. He's always skating around the top tables. Let's see if he managed to pick up a win in round 1. He's usually playing Bant Company, so maybe he can rep the home team here.
Actually, yeah, there's Rocco. So Rocco didn't do well. Neither did Morawski.
Oh, yeah, Morawski, Rocco, are they playing each other?
No, they're not.
Rocco's
playing GFABs, though.
Hopefully those guys can pick up some wins and we can get them on camera, but...
I'm okay with featuring 0-1s if it's like Gerard Fabiano versus Craig Rocco. I'd be okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess at that amount of, it's not like their tournament's over by any means.
Yeah,
I would think X2 probably gets in here.
I had 120 players.
Maybe you're right.
I was never good at that.
I'm not good at that. No, I gotta ask the math geniuses when if I can draw in the final round. I mean, that would be a cool match.
Yeah, we gotta draw in the place as well. Yeah, I don't see anyone else at the top tables that I really like. Harlan Fire, I guess.
Yeah,
he would be a solid match. But I don't see Kevin Jones didn't do well. We just had Jim Davis on. Joe Countryman's a local guy that's good.
Yeah, I always see him at these kind of tournaments.
All right, Andrew Davis is up here as well, playing against Jack Ma. Never heard of. All right, make the call.
I think that would be a cool match.
Okay.
All right, so we got Craig Rocco
versus Gerard Fabiano off his little
recent suspension
tangent. He was at the RPTQ, actually. I don't remember if he actually played in it, but I know he was at the RPTQ that I went to.
Was that last season?
Yeah.
What was the format for that one? Was it standard?
Sealed.
Sealed, okay.
Sadly. I would have much rather a constructed format for sure.
Yeah.
Because, my sealed pool was, good.
But not top 8.
I think it could have. It was super awkward because, I had, 4 or 5 decks I could have built out of it.
Okay.
I think the best deck was actually black-blue, but I ended up going red-white, which is insane because, the red-white deck had insane removal in it. And,
Sure.
I had the Sensia Masquerade, which is the 3-mana attacking creature you control at first strike.
Yeah.
And anytime a vampire you control deals damage, it gets a counter.
Yeah.
And I had 2 of the 4-1s.
I like that card.
So, if that card ever gets first strike, you can't ever lose in combat.
Yep.
And
then
my
it
deck
starts
was aggressive and it was good, but I had a black-red deck that was solid. I had a white-green deck that was solid because I had Sigarda in my pool as well. I had a black-blue deck that was solid. It was all just solid.
Yeah, figuring out what the best deck in a sealed pool is very
It's
very
tough.
seldom do you get the pool that's just there's
this
one
is
deck
what
here.
you build.
Exactly.
And I've had pools like that where it just it was you want to try to build green-white in that format because green-white was just great, but the issue with it was my green-white pool was fine, but it wasn't insane. I wish it was.
We got a cool matchup here that I've heard is heavily in favor of Gerard. He's on the black-blue dedicated zombie deck.
Okay.
And we've got Craig Rocco here on Bant Company with looks like a bit more of a human theme with the lieutenants and the pacifists.
So Bant humans.
But also playing Displacer and Nissa. So he's got a few non-humans too.
Yeah, but Displacer is really
it's
your,
essentially a
fifth
deck.
and sixth copy of Lieutenant.
This
really.
is a humans version. And he's got the 1 Ojutas Command of the Main, 3 Drumokas.
I really like the black-blue version of the Zombies deck as well. I think you have less degenerate draws, but I think you play more like a black mid-range deck, which is great.
Yeah, I've heard that this is heavily in Gerard's favor here on the Black-Blue Zombies from people who played this matchup. But again, if Bant just does their 2, 3, 4...
Yeah, and if Gerard stumbles at all, it's probably not going to go well. People in chat are just talking about what Fabiano did.
I believe it was just an argument with a judge.
Yeah,
I don't think it was nothing cheating or anything.
Lying to the judge, something like that, or miscommunicate. I don't want to be quoted in any of this because I don't know personally, but
I know it was nothing with cheating or deck stacking.
Yeah,
it was something outside of a match, I believe.
Yeah, I think so too. So as much as...
But I know he's a fan favorite. Good to have him back. He's
a good guy. We, at the regionals, I think it was? I may have been the PPTQ. No, it was regionals, standard regionals.
Up in Albany, yeah.
He was on like mono black Eldrazi, which me and my co-commentator thought was a really sweet deck. It looked awesome. You know, Transgress the Mind, Wasteland Stranglers. Like,
and you
looked
played
really cool.
Mindbenders and stuff too.
Yeah, but like, ended up not doing all that well. He like 2/2 dropped, said the deck was pretty terrible, so we jumped off that train. And then we had Connor Bryant and Mark Morris playing the Black Blue Zombies deck.
Yeah, Connor was on this and top 8'd.
The deck was sweet. Mark Morrison, I think, was close to top 8. I think he did really well, and I think he just missed by like a loss or two. He's
really good at those kind of technical decks.
Yeah, Mark Morrison, just a fantastic Magic player.
I believe that he picked up Rally the day of a PPTQ and won the PPTQ with it.
Absolutely.
So, and that was a very hard deck to play, but...
Mark Morrison's a guy who I've traveled to a tournament with, who was playing Esper Control at the first tournament, and we all did poorly, and then I played the same deck. Kevin Jones played his same deck, and then Mark Morrison's like, what's this black aggro deck that's been crushing things? And we looked up the list, and we figured out how to build the deck, and Mark Morrison built it. Bought Mutavaults, got all the rest of it. We cracked packs to get cards for this deck, and we got a couple of them, which was great. And then Mark Morrison played this deck and almost top 8'd a actual PPTQ with this deck. Wow. He ended up getting a pair down, playing against a mono green aggro, which is just like 2-mana 3/3s.
Tusker deck?
Yeah, like the 2-mana 3/3s, which you just never beat with a 1-mana 2/1. Yeah. So like Mark just got a super unlucky pair down matchup, and then ended up not getting top 8 because of that. Picking the deck up literally that day.
Yeah.
So Mark Morrison's a fantastic Magic player that I love. He taught me how to play Burn.
Yeah, he was very good at Burn Pilot too.
I played a Burn at a PTQ, and I was like 4-0 in the first 4 rounds, and I got like super unlucky versus my Abzan opponent, where if I draw 1 Skullcrack instead of a regular Burn spell, I kill the guy. Like, he played Obstinate Baloth and activated his Volca the Archangel twice. So he gained 12 life, and I still almost killed him. I was just 1 Skullcrack away from killing the guy.
So it looks like Craig had to take a mulligan, but kept his 6. And double Crypt Breaker on 2. That means we're almost drawing cards.
Yeah, that's really, really good.
Yeah, especially because Craig doesn't have something like Declaration in Stone, and doesn't even seem to have green mana, nor an early play.
Yeah, I see a Tireless Tracker in his hand. I don't know what else we're gunning for. Yeah, that's just the tracker still. If we had Selfless Spirit, we would have just played it. There's a Relentless Dead at Fabiano. Is the tap ability in Crypt Reaper similar to Heritage Druid?
Where you don't have to, where it can be summoning sick?
Yeah.
I believe so.
Yeah, if that's true, that's pretty insane. Craig Rocco is just going to get his green source off of this Night of the Worker. It's great.
Okay, so he sandbagged it to make sure he gets his green.
Yeah.
I like that play. It's a good blocker, but at this point, randomly the Relentless Dead has Menace too, I think.
Yeah, Menace is great in this matchup.
Yeah, especially when Craig stumbled a little bit.
Oh, yeah. I don't know about stumbled. Craig may have done this on purpose. He may have Tom Rossed a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. It's just like, that's certainly not the ideal sequence for Bant Humans when they play the 1-drop.
Yeah.
He has a couple.
He does have the land in his hand too, which is sad.
Okay, yeah.
Draw a card, lose a life. Gerard Fabiano on the value train.
Rocking the beta basics. I can get behind that. White border or beta? That's...
I like the white borders. What white borders do you like?
7th edition or the 8th edition.
Really?
Yeah.
No love for the P3Ks?
I mean, I would, but those are hard to come by.
I've got like a bunch of them.
You gotta make a special order. You don't dig those out of a draft. No? You're digging those out of the draft commons?
No, not out of the draft commons, but I was at a GP or an open one time, and I picked up like 10, 11, 12 like Chinese forests.
Oh, very cool.
So I was pretty excited about that.
So Gerard's just going on the value plan here, not attacking.
I got a bunch of the planes recently from Star City, and then someone said they got bought out, and they're like an outrageous price right now. So I was like, all right, got wicked lucky in the fact that like I bought this one random planes rather than a different one.
Gerard getting the ultimate value here, putting a Haunted Dead off of the Crypt Breaker, and we'll still get to draw a card.
Yeah.
Craig reloads a little bit with the Lambholt and getting a counter on it with Lieutenant, but we just have a million chump blockers, and there's nothing like a Griff Spoon. No way to really push
one Folder and Pariah in this game's pretty over, I would say.
Yeah, doesn't look like... I think that this would be a matchup. In the past versions of these decks, they sometimes had a Griff Spoon.
Is this it? Is that discarding Folder and Pariah? Yep. Discard Voldaren Pariah.
And he has the mana to cast it?
Yeah, he didn't pay.
Yeah, and now he can just wipe Craig's board after drawing a card. This is some
draw a card. Value. Do we attack the Relentless? No, we don't attack the Relentless Dead, right?
Well, no, if he just sacks those 3, he flips the thing, and then they have to sack 3
He has to
as
sack
well.
3 as well.
So he'll be able to get in with it for 2. Because that guy can't block, right? Relentless Dead? Or can he block?
He can block.
Okay.
Yeah, that's one of his more powerful abilities, too, is that fact that he can block and then pay a black and return him to the hand.
Okay. So, like, sometimes these recursive zombies can't block, but...
Yeah, like the Gravecrawler back in the day.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a ton of power for Gerard, though. The Flyer's a 6 power, right?
Yeah, 6/5? Yeah, it's the same stats as Archangel Avacyn, yeah. Ooh, I like it.
Yeah, so we have a flying creature and a menace creature. I think Craig needs to have a good company here to even have a chance to get back at this.
Or just like a Reflector Mage, I think would be fine.
Mage would be fine. We still got a lot of value here.
Yeah, you could just play the Voldaren Pariah again next. You could just do the same thing he did, where discarding a card, sacrifice all 3 creatures, flip the Pariah again. But I don't think we want to do that in the face of a single... Ooh, wow. Wow.
Now he's playing for the hopefully draw another Reflector Mage or company into one, I think.
Interesting.
So that he can't do the play you
5,
mentioned.
6, 7. I guess it's not that much damage. Or 6, 7, 8. He's got Menace, so he can't block it. Oh, okay, so Craig probably thought he could block the 2/2.
Yeah, he thought he could block.
Which, it's much better if you can block the 2/2, because then you just 2 for 1 of your opponent.
Yes.
And you're in a much better spot, I think, at that point.
But now we're getting back another Haunted Dead.
Yeah, get back Haunted Dead. Get a Spirit off of that.
Haunted Dead's not sorcery speed, though, is it? Oh, does he have an... Oh, okay, Liliana.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, alright. So no power on that creature for next turn.
Yeah, which is great.
Yeah, I think that the rating might be on the wall here for Craig.
I think if we have a company in hand, we have some game.
But it's got to be a good one.
Yeah, we need a company. It needs to be solid.
Let's see for sideboarding what Craig can do.
All
right, we have the company.
Phase. Okay.
I guess he can maybe get a counter on the Reflector.
Yeah, he might be able to hit
thinking.
the Thalia's Lieutenant. Or double Thalia's Lieutenant would be insane. Ooh, Displacer's good.
Yeah, no waste mana right now.
Yeah.
No colorless.
No waste mana and no way to like get the Abolisher of Bloodlines off the floor.
Yeah.
This could just be a 2-turn clock. Craig has not hit a land drop in a few turns either.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of these attacks.
I mean, now it makes it so you either double block the Relentless Dead or you just eat the... Or double block... That's what it's called, right? Relentless Dead. Or you eat the Haunted Dead.
Well, we got 3 blockers.
And we don't mind about the Haunted Dead even going to the yard, I don't think. And
no.
I believe Gerard can replay the Crypt Breaker this turn.
Yeah. So we're losing the Displacer.
Okay, so now he takes 7 and just goes to 3. And
yeah.
Basically Gerard says you have to have an answer to this flyer or you lose. And, oh yeah, you get the value off this thing because you can just cast. That's how that card works, yeah. Okay, so that actually was a totally fine exchange of resources.
Yeah, we can just plus up the Liliana and kill the Displacer.
Yep.
Does that make it go to... Does Relentless Dead make it go to the battlefield?
I believe so.
Does it?
I would definitely have to read the Oracle text on that card, but...
Alright, so we got another Company, Tracker, Reflector Mage, Displacer in hand.
I'm just taking the Company.
Yeah, Company's like
the Mage
worst.
Slows him down for a turn, but we're still just winning with the Spirits and the Relentless Dead, so...
Yeah, another Reflector Mage is great here. It's another blocker for the Relentless Dead, but we have the Spirit as a flyer.
Exactly.
The Liliana to make things smaller, Crypt Breaker to start drawing
And as you
cards.
mentioned, now we can do the play of just discarding it if they do bounce it.
Yeah.
The flyer.
Craig's in a tough spot. I think it's just Reflector Mage. There's no other like good play at this point. We have to get the Abolisher off the floor. It's just the most damage. You're just dead if we don't get it off the floor.
Yep.
Like no Dramoka's commands, no...
I think this might just be lethal with make the zombie, sack the 3 summoning sick creatures, and then just get in for 3 here.
Yeah.
Because he'll have to sack his 3 creatures. See if Gerard goes for it.
Yeah,
If
discarding.
he discards, then he gets a zombie.
Yep.
And that sack those 3. And then
Discard, sack the zombie, the spirit, and the crypt breaker, and then no.
Oh no.
We're one short, right?
Yeah, it's okay, but he has a Haunted Dead to bring back. A little bit sloppy and showing us what happened, but he brought back a Haunted Dead from the graveyard, gives us 2 more creatures to sacrifice, and then can get in for exactly 3.
Yeah, I dislike when it's as sloppy as that is.
Well, there's actually an interesting article that Owen just wrote. Yeah, I just read that, and that's now trying to do commentary for the first time. Like we're trying to deduce what's happening without hearing, but at least that wasn't that tough of a thing. But like in some of the games where people are just like they show the hand, and you're like, wait, what just happened?
What part of this kills me?
Yeah.
Like your opponent, you're gonna get to know it because
you're there,
Gerard's gonna explain like I do this, and you're dead, and you can go okay, and scoop them up. But like if we don't
hard for us to
see
explain it to you guys,
yeah.
But yeah, so as for sideboarding, looks like Craig doesn't have too much in this matchup. I think he'll bring in the Declarations and maybe Tragic Arrogance, but he's gonna stay on the same plan, and I think he just has to hope to curve out a little bit better. I don't think Gerard even has to do much.
I actually like the Heron's Grace Champion out of the board.
Is that the one that gains the life when you flash it in?
Yeah, it gives everyone
+1/+1
+1/+1 lifelink.
Okay, I mean, I can see swinging the race.
lifelink.
Yeah, and swings.
So like, I can see blocking and attacking with. Ooh, tilt. Did he just? Did he?
No.
He didn't. He didn't. Right? He discarded the Crypt Breakers to get back the Haunted Dead. He got the Crypt Breaker back, I think, from the Relentless Dead, right?
No. The Crypt Breaker had been Reflector the turn previous, and then the second Reflector Mage had to go after the flyer, otherwise he was dead with the flyer. So there was a turn of reprieve. He didn't cast it the next turn.
Yeah. Oversize Command's fine.
It's okay. It's just that a lot of times we get value after discarding, and you can't Oversize Command the 1-drop that's coming out early.
Yeah, can you still Oversize Command spells that have been madnessed?
I believe you can because they get cast.
Yeah. So if we can still cast the Oversize Command in the face of the Pariah off of being discarded, that is solid. He's still getting a 2/2 out of the exchange.
Yes.
But like again, I think Heron's Grace Champion's great because I think this is a race, and I think that's how you win races, by pumping your team and giving everyone lifelink.
Yeah, for sure.
Knight of the Waker's fine.
I mean, since he's going to be on the play, he might actually take those out. He only has 1 in the main deck. So that's usually a card I like to cut on the play. I think 3 of Inspector is a little bit suboptimal here because they just have a million blockers and it's never getting in for damage.
Yeah, and a million 2/2 blockers, so your 1/2 is just not getting in.
Yeah, I think if Craig can get some good companies and have the Displacer combo going, that could be his route to victory, but I think it's a really tough matchup.
Yeah, the Inspector might be fine because any of your draws involving Lieutenant are insane.
It turns that card into a real card, sure.
Yeah, it being a 2/3 is just bigger than everything else, where if it's a 1/2, it's just nothing.
Yeah.
But if it's a 2/1, I think it's still great. By itself, I don't know, it's weird. That's why I don't like. That's another thing that dies to Guilty Lenoir, by the way.
It does. A lot of this deck does.
You probably feel bad killing that card, but actually everything in the mono white humans deck dies to Guilty Lenoir.
Yeah, because they all have the 1 toughness.
So you get to go kill 1, block 1.
Anoint your champions. You get to keep that guy around.
Tilt.
Once they put a Grip Spoon on something, though, there we go.
That's value right there.
Looks like they're just shuffling up here. They figured out their sideboard.
Yeah. Sideboard plan's probably not too bad. I think.
Yeah, well, let's see what.
We got some languishes in the sideboard. Collective Brutality is okay. And we got Dragonlord Silumgars. I like the Dragonlord Silumgars and the languishes.
He might bring in the prices too, because this version has way more
a
mono
lot more single-colored creatures. Yeah. I think most of them are actually. Like the Reflector Mage, actually.
Reflector Mage is the only. Well, it can't hit Displacer.
Yeah.
Other than that, though, yeah, they're all.
Yeah, so like you take what Bank Company normally is, which is like multiple multicolored creatures, and you're just doing single color, really.
So they're both evaluating their 7s here.
Craig has a very stern face on, not enjoying anything in his hand, I don't think.
I think he's got a good poker face. He doesn't ever let anything slip.
He does. I've played against Craig Rocco before, and I've misplayed horrendously to lose in a PPTQ against him, and I just felt so terrible because like I had the game, and I just threw it away.
That's always a rough feeling, but learning moments. That's
Absolutely.
what Magic's all about. So they both kept their 7s. No plays from either of them on turn 1.
Yeah, no turn 1 Crypt Breaker from Gerard.
That's got to be at least a minor sigh of relief from Craig, because I think that's their most broken draws is when they lead off of that card.
Yeah. Yeah, like we saw with Gerard's, turn 2 was like double Crypt Breaker.
And then he was already drawing cards on turn 3 off of it.
Yeah.
And that's just
and you're
really
just
hard
like,
to come back
discard
from.
a card, draw a card, which is just so much value.
Yep. Especially when all your cards almost all of them have value in the graveyard themselves.
Yeah.
So it's interesting that, they're bringing back a little bit of a graveyard theme with...
Ooh, interesting.
Just the Naked Thalia. I guess she can get pretty big on her own after casting a few humans, but definitely not the optimal turn 2 play most of the time.
I agree. We've got Reflector Mage. Actually, it's solid if we're following it with Reflector Mage.
I think Gerard pretty easily takes the company here, though.
Yeah. Like, we have nothing on the floor, so Reflector Mage doesn't do anything.
And Command's looking dead right now because there's no creatures yet.
Yeah. So if you're Craig, do you run out the Reflector Mage?
Looks like he didn't. I think you definitely think about it. Well, he drew a better 3-drop, so that... I actually, once again, I don't think he has any colorless mana. So this is.
I think he's got a Yavi Mayakosa.
Oh, you're right. I think he did. But all right, so no blue mana from Gerard. They don't cast that many blue spells, but
no,
it could come back to bite them.
I don't think. I think if I were to build this deck and play this deck, I would have no islands actually in it.
Just the dual lands.
Just the dual lands,
okay.
And I think a lot of people build the deck that way.
Okay, sure.
Because you
I guess
really
it
are
is very
splashing
heavily. It is very heavily.
So one thing to note about Gerard's deck is I don't think he's got.
He does have 2 islands.
Oh, he does have Jace. Okay.
Yeah, I mean Jace is just some really nice value being able to pitch.
Yeah, Jace is
amalgams.
great, I think, in this matchup.
Is Dark Salvation the card that gives you X zombies? Wow.
It's the double X black card.
Yeah, wow.
So, like, in this deck, you do need some removal spells. And I think that one's great.
Alright, so Craig did run out the Reflector Mage, and then the following turn, Gerard gets to play a creature.
Yeah, Craig knows that he needs to get some damage on the floor. The Displacer is a much better play than the Reflector Mage, because at least if we keep the Reflector Mage for one more turn, there's a chance that we get to hit a creature with it.
Yep.
But we need the damage on the floor. Craig, Dramoka's Command in hand. He's got 2, I think. Ooh, Deckenstone.
Okay.
All right.
Exiling that is pretty relevant.
Yep, get a clue.
Clue's not nothing, but yeah, it's definitely good to have that.
Yeah, and
that
we
card
just fantastic attacks here. And then we have Dramoka's Command.
Yep, Dramoka Command at the ready.
Which is great. I like Craig's position a lot more now. His start was a little slower, but I think we're in a spot where it's going to be hard for Gerard to claw back out. I think we have an ultimate price from Gerard's hand, though.
Okay, so he cracks the clue to start.
Yeah, cracks the clue, and then we have ultimate price for Thalia's Lieutenant. If we have Crypt Breaker in hand, we can Crypt Breaker ultimate price. 3 draw.
Yeah, nice follow-up. Okay,
Liliana. Liliana's fine. I don't know if I like hitting the Lieutenant.
Yeah, you could just make sure that the Reflector has no power. Guaranteed.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he knows about the...
So what? So that's -2.
So right now it's a 1. Oh, no, it's 0 power right now.
Yeah, it's a 0 power creature. Reflector Mage is a 2 power creature. So the best we
he's
can
thinking
do
about
is the Dramoka's Command.
Yeah, he's thinking about
trying
putting
to
a
get
counter
Lily.
on something and then fighting the spirit.
Yeah. I think I put the counter on Reflector Mage.
I would too. I mean, it doesn't die to as many things.
Yeah.
Is my thinking, but
Ultimate Price is a card, and your Lieutenant's going to get bigger no matter what happens. Whereas your Reflector Mage is just going to be a 2/3.
Okay, so Lily's going to go drop down to 1, but Craig cannot get her off the table this turn.
Yeah.
And just another land. He could be pulling the old side pass and actually have drawn a company, but it's also very likely he just didn't have anything to play here.
Yeah, I think he's got Dramoka's Command in it. I think it was 2 Dramoka's Commands.
Did he have a second one? Okay. And now Gerard just reloads with the Relentless Dead and a Haunted Dead.
I don't know if it was a Dramoka's Command. I think we fired off.
Yeah. Would you say Gerard's a bit of a deadhead right now?
I don't know.
Dead tribal. Yeah, Craig's in the tank here. I think that he's just kind of sputtered out here after having a pretty decent start.
Yeah, his start was a little slower than we wanted it, but it was still good.
Yeah, I mean, the hand was great if the Transgressed didn't grab the company. Yeah, and Craig just has to pass here with no plays.
If our hand was Displacer Reflector Mage lands, and then we drew the company instead,
yes,
we can run out the other 3-drop that wasn't taken.
Out the card that this deck never wants to see. The Voldaren Pariah.
Yeah, and a Crypt.
And the Crypt Breaker. So let's see if what we had thought was correct, if they can draw the cards this turn. If it's like the Heritage Druid effect. I think it is.
I want to say so as well.
All right,
because looking at the card itself, if you look at the bottom
it's not
set
on
of
the tap
text,
part. Yeah.
yeah, there's no tap this creature to do it. So I think so. But I think if Rocco has a removal spell, we need to get the Abolisher of Bloodlines to like the Voldaren Pariah to just never flip. So I'm not sure. But Fabiano showing the raw power of, just do nothing in the first few turns. Throw a discard spell, throw a removal spell, and then dump hand.
Yeah, the synergy of this deck is really nice, and it's cool to see that. We haven't really had that synergist. It's just kind of been a lot of good stuff decks.
Yeah.
In this last standard, but this deck is showing that some good synergies. Playing some cards that on their own are not that powerful, like Haunted Dead, but in the face of what this deck does, are just really great enablers.
Yeah.
Looks like maybe there's a little bit of a miscommunication between the players here.
I think Craig's trying to figure out how the Pariah sack works, maybe?
Yeah, I think so.
Because Gerard picked up 3 creatures like he was,
Getting ready
signifying
to
that
do
I
it.
can sacrifice this like this.
Yeah, Craig just has to pass back again.
Yeah, we have to, it's tough, because we're in a spot where he can just start attacking us for damage.
And now he's got the engine with the Crypt Breaker going.
Yeah.
I think he might even have another Voldaren Pariah after
does.
discarding here for the Crypt Breaker. And that card, it seems like it would be legendary, but I don't believe it is.
Nope, it is not. The back half might be.
Maybe.
The Abolisher of Bloodlines.
Oh no, we're going mind bending.
That's pretty good as well.
Show me your secrets, Craig. I think it's going to be 2 lands. Okay. Athalia that they opted not to play, and a waste.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I wonder what they were setting up, what he was setting up there.
Maybe bluffing.
That is Thalia, right? That's the buy box
yeah,
promo?
it's the buy box promo with Thalia. This may be just a bluff, I think.
Yeah. And now we're going to go for the...
Sack your board, sack my board, return Crypt Breaker, return Relentless Dead to hand. Okay, so the second half of Relentless Dead returns to the battlefield, I'm guessing.
The creature to the battlefield, and then it can return it to
itself
its hand.
to the hand, yeah.
All right, now we're getting in for 6. The clock is on. We've got 12 power on the board and an active Liliana. So, with another Voldaren Pariah in hand, this is
probably game
barring
over.
Some kind of an upheaval. I don't think.
Again, company probably the only draw that gets us anywhere. I think
It's got to be a good one. So,
actually, Thraben Inspector, if still in the deck, would be a fine draw.
It's a redraw.
Yeah, this is
Tracker
fine
land,
because it's a
okay.
redraw. We could redraw into Tremoka's Command and possibly get something off the floor.
If we
we could block Mindbender, fight and kill Bloodline.
But yeah, this is just going to be, I think, too much.
Yeah, I agree.
Flyers are just tough for this company deck to deal with in general, and when they make you sack your entire board, it's just dire straits. Yeah, I've heard that I believe Sam Black played this at the Pro Tour expecting a large band company field, and he thought the matchup was 75 or 80%, as good of a standard matchup as he's ever
Wow, that's amazing.
faced. So that's why it does have some tough matchups.
Yeah.
It's not that good against these Kozilek return flashback decks, but looks like Bant is really gunning for the
I just like I think the reason I like this deck is because our quote unquote Archangel Avacyn is still castable at instant speed.
Yep.
Right? And when it flips, it doesn't wrath
Our own
everything.
creatures.
It wraths the things that we want.
Usually
and
3
the
tokens or
they
things that we just
Yeah.
want in the graveyard.
Craig Racco takes the damage.
Down to 2.
Plays another land. Hopefully gets his clue.
He's just gonna not have to show it, and may just make Gerard do it. Show me the damage.
I mean, if he just sacks creatures to the second Voldaren Pariah, because it doesn't
Just
look
gets
like
all
they're
one.
legendary if you look at the
Yep.
Abolisher.
Does not look like it.
He just gets rid of the single card on Craig's floor. And if Craig companies in response, then we can...
Yep. So some good sportsmanship. Craig extends the hand, and that'll be a pretty easy 2-0 for Gerard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Gerard's really hoping to face this matchup all day. And
absolutely. Gerard had decent draws. His draws
weren't like
better.
I think
Craig's
game one
were
very showed exactly what the deck could do. Game two, he didn't go too crazy, but just the inevitability
Craig went
of that.
Less so than him. Yeah. I think Craig
didn't resolve
just the turn 2 Thalia's Lieutenant into turn 3 Displacer is good, right? Because you have Displacer and Lieutenant on the floor at the same time.
And Gerard had the grasp though, so.
But yeah, having the removal spell, leaving him with a 1/1 is great, and then playing a naked Reflector Mage to make your guy a 2/2 is not great, and then we just never drew another company.
Yep.
So the draws were like
pretty anemic.
It went from okay to staggeringly terrible. I think as it went. Okay. So we're trying to get another match, I guess.
Cool. Yeah, that was a quick one.
Yeah. 25 minutes left. Ooh, there's a lot of time left.
Yep, 25 minutes, so just
Gerard Fabiano putting that one away really quickly.
Thank you. Cheers. You wouldn't know, but it's quite warm down here, guys.
Oh yeah.
Commentaries, it's hard work.
I think it's all you, but
maybe.
I think one of the funniest things I got, I did the weekly ward a couple of times.
Oh yeah, I've been watching that. I like it that they do it on the downtime. So
yeah, it's fantastic.
It's a corner of the market. It's a good strategy.
Absolutely fantastic thing. I did it a couple of weeks because Dan was at Sydney for the GP and the Pro Tour, and
traveling Dan Ward.
Yeah, Dan the man. All over the place. He's in Indy, I think, this week.
Yeah, I bet he's got some good frequent
fire
miles.
Is Dan playing or is Dan vending?
Doing the RPTQ online.
He's triple queuing IRL. He's playing he's vending, playing, and he's on the RPTQ.
Savage. No, but one of Dan's friends was messing with him and said Dan got better looking because it was me and Kevin.
Oh, okay. In the chat. Yeah, but
favorite thing of the whole weekend.
Yeah, make sure if you guys haven't watched that, make sure to follow the channel here. Let you know when the channel goes live. It's definitely every Wednesday for that, and occasionally some live events. And
we try to advertise whenever we go live. The weekly ward's great. Dan and Kevin every Wednesday. Couldn't have two better guys arguing about.
They've got
things.
a good back and forth too. Because Dan tries to keep Kevin in check, and
that was my job for 2 weeks, and I was probably pretty medium at it.
I like to see Kevin go off the rails a little bit though.
No,
Kevin really likes to read the chat too. He'll respond to whatever you say.
Yeah, and we definitely worked on that when we worked together, and I didn't feel like Kevin ranted that much when we talked. I felt like we were on topic. I think most of the time when we were talking.
Very good.
But Kevin's a great guy to have talk about things. He's so knowledgeable. He's well known in the community, and guys just
and he can talk
good at Magic.
Yeah.
He's playing today.
Yeah, Kevin's playing.
He's in. Yeah.
We didn't find him on the sheet. I looked for the daddy. I think he may have lost round 1.
Depending upon how well he does, he might be commentating with you guys.
Okay.
That.
He'd be a nice guest.
He did that a little bit, I think, for us at the regionals.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Jim Davis actually jumped in and did some commentary for a round.
Oh, nice.
Which was really awesome. Yeah, it was good to have Jim. Just good to have well-known people on the chat.
Yeah, because they got a good head on their shoulders for the game. They know what's going on.
Yeah. No, the MTG guys are fantastic Magic players.
Oh, yeah.
What they've been able to accomplish while they've grouped up like that, I think is amazing. 3
of the 4 of them are in the Players' Champ, right? We're just waiting on one of the Jessups.
I think so.
And I think he's still in good position to hit the wild card or whatever they call it for the last spot. The 3 players who hadn't qualified and are at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I know Kevin and Jim are definitely qualified. And is it Dan Jessup?
I think Andrew, if that's the younger one. I think
Andrew's the younger one.
I think he ended up qualifying at this last one too.
Gotcha. No, that's really awesome. No,
this whole new team thing that's sprouting about.
I think it's awesome.
It's very cool, and I think it's a nice timing because Wizards just announced there's also some team aspects now to the Pro Tours.
Yeah.
Something with.
I don't know how much.
It's not team events so much, but I think it's the amount of points that you get.
Yeah,
I'd have to look into it, but.
I don't know how much these teams, however, focus on the PT aspect of all this, though.
Oh, yeah, these guys are more just...
the SCG Tour.
All right, looks like we did find a second match, at least.
Yeah.
Probably shuffling up for Game 3, if I had to guess.
Maybe
Game 2?
Yeah, Game 3 probably is what they say. Not sure who either of these gentlemen are.
Yeah, we just see the hands. Okay, I don't recognize.
I don't recognize either. Andy
Personally,
Jax,
I don't recognize either of these.
Joshua Halmagi.
We got
Halmagi?
Ash Ketchum on the left.
Yeah, we got Ash Ketchum and
Josh.
Maybe Giovanni. No, Giovanni wasn't glasses. I don't know. Maybe Gary. We'll call him Gary.
He's
Ash versus Gary.
Ash versus Gary, the rivalry.
Yeah, gotta go with that. It's Josh Halmagary. That's his name.
All right, there we go. So it'd be interesting to see what these guys brought to the table.
Yeah, I agree. I think we have 8 rounds ahead of us.
8 total or 9 total?
8 total, and then top
and
8.
We only do the one round top 8 because the top 4 just auto wins.
Yeah,
basically.
like as much as I would like to be the winner of said regional Pro Tour qualifier,
you top 4, you win.
Yeah, I'll just like concede to the next guy. To
sure.
be honest,
Let's get out of here. Let's celebrate.
I don't need anything else. You can have the win. Sure.
Oh, so which Pro Tour does this one qualify for? It's
not
not Hawaii. Oh, it is
Hawaii?
Hawaii.
I think it is.
It might be. That's the upcoming one. I wasn't sure if it's for that one. I think usually it's staggered. I think it might be for the one after.
The last one was for Sydney. The one that I attended was for Sydney.
Okay, then this must be.
Yeah. Because we just had the Sydney Pro Tour like a couple weeks ago, right?
I thought that it had just jumped ahead to the
Yeah, it was the
one,
regionals weekend that we had the
yeah,
Pro Tour.
that was Sydney, yep.
Yeah, so we have a good amount of time until Hawaii.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's coming up, though. Kaladesh comes out in mid-September, I believe.
End of September.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody will be too sad to see
it makes me really tilted because my birthday is the Friday before release, so all of the release cards will not have my birthday date on them.
Oh, okay. That would
so I'm going to
cool.
be super tilted about it, and I'm just not going to want any of them. But like, if it will be on my birthday, I will take like any and all random cards that have my birthday on them.
You heard it here. If you ever see Josh at a tournament, give him your
any cards that have September 23rd, 2000 whatever on them, I want them because, I'm just tilted that like I can't have Colgan's Command with them on because Colgan's Command is one of my Jund cards.
Yeah, that would be sweet.
Like, I would just love that card, absolutely.
Looks like we might have gotten some deck lists.
Yeah, we got deck lists, so we're gonna get a sneak peek at what's going on.
So we've got Josh on
Bank
Company and
the Mirror
Company
match.
Mirror with Andrew Jax having a Clash of Wills in the main.
They both have Elder Deep Fiends main board.
This guy has 1 and
we have 2 over here.
Okay, so
we're in game
Josh
3,
has
so
2.
I'm assuming there's Cigar to Heron's Grace, which is great. What is Learn from the Past?
Ongoing Investigations. That's the 2-mana Mythic Uncommon.
Yeah.
Draft.
Yeah, we gotta learn from the
Okay,
past.
you know what that is? That's 4 mana. Target player shuffles their graveyard and draw a card. I've seen it in the sideboards.
Okay.
It's against the dedicated Delirium and
Is that out of Dragons?
It is out of Dragon. So
the instant blue card.
Yes,
Yeah.
instant blue. 3 and a blue.
Wow. All right.
I had seen it in lists. I didn't love it. I didn't think it did enough.
I
for
thought
those
about
matchups,
it, but I guess like if you're doing the shuffle effect and drawing,
and you at least draw a card.
Great.
Yeah. All right. So it looks like Andy might have missed a land, and then we got to flip the Kralin Horde Hydra.
That seems like a terrible place to be.
Yeah. Now he can Joshua can load up with 2 cheap creatures.
We have 7 cards in hand. We decided to miss a land drop.
No, he might have mulliganed. I didn't. Did he keep 7?
All right, so we're assuming Josh is on the play, right? Because he hit his 3rd land drop
Yes.
already. So if we go 1 pass to Andy, Andy plays his land, pass back to Josh. Josh goes land, recruiter, pass back. We've drawn 2 cards in Jax, so we're on a mull to 6, I think.
Okay.
Right? Because
So he
he
kept
goes
the 1
draw to
minus
7, play to 6.
Yeah, I mean, he's
draw to
got a lot of
7.
2-drops in his hand. I see a bunch of
There's a
advocates.
Yavimaya.
Okay, so it's a little bit painful, no white mana, but here comes
That's
Advocate.
Fine. Yeah, even Advocate's not good enough on this board state.
Yeah,
because the 3/3 is just too big.
Yeah, now Josh can untap with, either playing a bunch of creatures with the ultimate. When you get behind in this matchup, and the Dramogus Command
Yeah,
comes
it
out,
just seems like...
It snowballs out of effect. Like,
Yeah.
there's nothing that really deals great.
Is that investigation in his hand?
Does he play?
I think that's ongoing investigation in Andy's hand.
Well, I see 2 more Dramogus Commands, so
Yeah.
I think that
Are they
might just
both
be a
there?
wrap. No, it was
Okay, so this is Andy's list. Okay, so
Andrew.
he's got the ongoing investigation in his hand.
Okay, see, I don't know if I love that card in the Dramokus Command matchup, but yeah, I think there's just going to be command, and Josh
I think
might
it
just
might
run
be
away
the
with
one
this.
thing that like can help us get in from behind, though.
So Josh opts not to command their end of turn. Does he have a Reflector Mage?
He might not have had...
Oh, you think he didn't have green-white up?
Yeah.
Wait, no, he didn't tap any...
He might
I
not
don't
have
think he
had
tapped
the
any
correct
mana, but-
mana.
Okay.
Maybe not.
Yeah, well, getting in for 5 here. It's a big clock.
Yeah, we got Reflector Mage.
We
though,
do have
so-
Reflector Mage. There's like the minor upside you had mentioned that we can recast the guy on the front side.
Yeah, but it's
Different
not a 5/5.
It won't be a 5/5 anymore.
And Reflector Mage actually blocks it, which is great. So like he can replay the 2/2 all day in that. I'm fine with that.
And a Lumberfall. So now Andy's at least back in it with the lands.
We have a company, a Nissa, and another Reflector
That
Mage.
is
in
the
it.
ongoing investigation, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I could see Andy pulling back into this. He's at 5, so he's got a precarious life total here, but
Yeah.
he has the tools necessary.
We have a company that's not going to do us any pain.
It looks like Josh has a. Okay,
Five.
he's going to company
Okay,
here.
so tapped land company.
And he. Well, I don't know why he played the land first in case you hit tracker. Usually it's better to do that second.
Absolutely. That and Nissa, the flip Nissa, those are 2 cards that are like really hard to micromanage in this deck. Whereas like you don't ever want to plus your Nissa before playing a tracker.
It does look like Josh may have a Tragic Arrogance in hand if the board does get too out of control.
Okay.
Because right now I'd say the board is pretty even.
Yeah.
With Andy presumably getting to company this turn. I think you probably just do it main phase because getting your company quelled is just... When you're behind like this,
I think it's fine because we have Reflector Mage in hand.
Sure.
So if we get our company quelled, we can untap, play Reflector Mage.
Sure, it'll just be rough that presumably the next turn that the Advocate will be a 4/5.
Yeah.
But it looks like Andrew is going to go with the higher upside, more risky play.
Ooh, Deck and Stone the draw.
Looks like a Deck and Stone Tragic, Dramoka's Command, and then the Dust
Recruiter.
Watch. So a pretty decent hand for Josh here too.
Yeah. So Andy knows one of the 4 cards in Josh's hand. So there's only 3 cards.
Yep. So he knew. Now he's got 3.
And now we don't have 4 for the company.
Company in response. I guess he's looking for.
So what happens is if Josh taps out for the Spell Queller,
He hits the Spell Queller.
if Josh taps out for a Spell Queller on the collected company,
We can
then
untap.
he's tapped out.
And we
right?
can untap
The
him.
turn's completely done. And so
Oh, but
alright,
he only
so
hits
we hit-
one. So bittersweet there. He hits presumably one of the better cards.
Yeah.
But oh no, did he hit the Recruiter too, or was that
Yeah,
already out
he
there?
hit the
Okay,
Recruiter.
he didn't only hit one creature. But now he gets to just get it back.
Yeah. Dramoka's Command. My Queller beats your
And
Queller.
a 3/4 flyer is pretty good in this matchup.
Yeah, and it's something you never really want a Reflector Mage because then it resets the Spell Queller for Josh.
Yeah, I think Andrew is down to 2, facing down a 3-power flyer. I mean, again, he can bounce it, I believe, but
Okay. And the Sylvan Advocate's still a 2/3,
it
which is
still a
super
2/3.
relevant.
Yeah, otherwise we would have to be on chump blocking duty here.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, bouncing Queller is not the greatest because
No.
then your next spell is just getting quelled.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the way these mirrors tend to go. It looks like Andy stumbled a little bit in the beginning, and Josh just kind of executed the game plan of.
Yeah. I think we're back to almost parity, but the fact that Andy's life total is so low that
yeah.
it's really tough to fight back from something like this. Especially if we don't take care of the Spell Queller. If we don't take care of the Spell Queller, we're just going to die to it.
die to it next turn. So he has to Reflector Mage it, and that's
Yeah.
one of the least exciting things you could ever do in this matchup.
Yeah, if we draw a 6th land for the Advocate, we're in a lot of trouble too because it just becomes like Doomblade.
Yep. We're in the Abyss territory at this point.
So we drew another land.
Yeah, so he's got...
It's tough.
And the last card's ongoing. Yeah, Investigation. I don't know if this is the matchup for it, and if it is, it's better on the play, where you can maybe at least get a crack in with it.
Looks like he's going for Nissa, get a Forest.
And then just probably bounce the Queller.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you mentioned, if we hit that 6th land, we're in that spot now where land is good because it turns our Advocate on, and a spell is good because spells are on.
So I guess there's some thought to not blocking with the Nissa.
Because we may flip it next turn.
We have the 7th land in hand, and we're playing our 6th one. Play Reflector Mage.
Yeah, I think that we'll probably
the
just
Spell
chump
Queller.
with one of the Reflector Mages.
Still, the Tragic Arrogance in hand is great for Josh.
Yeah, I mean, he could almost just Tragic right now, and it would still be a 3-for-1.
Yeah,
3 for
I
2,
think
I guess, but...
I think I definitely hit the Arrogance now.
If you Arrogance now, because did he play a 6th land? If you Arrogance now, leaving him with any of his creatures, he's forced to block the Advocate, so then it turns into the actual Abyss.
Yeah, so I would probably leave. Yeah, it doesn't matter what you leave then.
It doesn't matter what you leave, yeah.
Yeah, and Josh getting the land count, 6 lands total, so he's definitely Arrogancing here.
Yep. Just leave Andy with a basically forced to jump block.
Pick Sylvan Advocate. Pick anything else.
Yep, and we have a blocker if something crazy happens because they gave that card vigilance. All right,
I don't know what
Andy,
they were thinking.
What are we peeling towards?
We have a window to resolve a spell.
Yeah, he can play ongoing
because we don't have
and gain 2 life, but that's not enough.
Jeez, this is bad. So
it gains 2, right, or does it gain 3?
5, 6, 7.
We got a reader. I think it's gain 2. Make a clue.
I think it's
so
2.
He doesn't have enough to. He goes to 6. I guess he has enough to live through the turn because he has 2 pain-free green sources.
He's also got Fire Up Lumbering Falls and block with that.
Sure.
Which is rough because we don't have enough mana to be able to fire it up, block.
Okay, I think we're just going to exile a couple things and gain the 4. Go down to 2 again with 2 clues. And I guess if he finds his own Declaration in Stone, but we still know about the Spell Queller, so...
Yeah, Spell Queller's
he's going to have
rough territory.
Yeah. Plus, Josh has a Lumbering Falls of his own now, so that's just yet another lethal threat.
Yeah. Of which is very large.
And hard to deal with.
Ooh, it's a Sylvan Advocate. Drop a land, play Sylvan Advocate.
Then we're going to have to hit something good off the clue, though, because he'll just quell that.
True.
I think you still have to play it here and force the Queller out.
Absolutely. It's possible that maybe we start firing off clues first.
You could fire the clue off first. See what you hit. Yeah.
If we draw like a
If you draw your own Spell Queller, then that's an out.
Yeah. Too. Or like Dromoka's Command
would
be fine.
Now Josh probably just has to fire up his Lumbering Falls.
Yeah.
Oh, he drew Elder Deep Fiend too. So he's got even more insurance.
Wow, it just attacks?
Okay.
I don't know how much... I really don't like that. If we fire up Lumbering Fall, I guess...
There's 2 unknowns. You think you could maybe get blown out by Reflector Mage, and then you can double walk.
Yeah.
But that's kind of a...
I guess. That's true.
That would be the worst thing I could think of.
Well, you can't Reflector Mage the Lumbering Falls, though.
No, if you double Reflector Mage that, and then we got 4 power, and it goes back down to 3. It's still not great, but you do trade with the land.
True.
But yeah, just go run the same playback.
Gain 4 life, draw 1 of the cards. Stuff 3+ creatures in graveyard. We just got Flash and Elder Deep Fiend at the end of turn.
Yeah,
now.
Deep Fiend, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, I don't know if he wants to sack the Advocate to it. He's 1 off hard casting it.
Yeah.
See, that's why I almost like last turn just flashing in the Spell Queller as another lethal threat.
Yeah, we might do that this turn, actually.
So now we've got... He's got a bunch of cards in hand, but I still see a lot of lands. And a dead Dromoka's Command when we don't have creatures.
Yeah.
He does have the Advocate, but again, we know about...
I don't know how much I like that. Revealing cards like that is rough.
Okay, so we go with that. Here comes the Queller, presumably. Or he may just let it happen. Yeah, and now he's just going to deck and stone it.
He's got the Deep Fiend.
And the Deep Fiend.
We just... I don't know how much I like... Again, sacking the Advocate's rough.
I don't think I would here. You're just so far ahead. I would have probably Spell Quellered, but...
I might just flash in Spell Queller.
Yeah, and then that's a thing to sack.
Or just... Alright, so we hit our land for Elder Deep Fiend. I would have flashed in the Spell Queller simply because...
I mean, I think we can still run the same playback, right?
Okay.
Gain 4 again?
Yeah.
Oh, no, but now this time he can fire up the Lumbering Falls, so we have to... No, we're just dead now if he fires the Lumbering Falls up.
Well, we could Dromoka's Command. Try to fight the opposing Sylvan Advocate.
Oh, because he's deck and stoning.
Forcing the...
Yeah, no, that actually...
The Spell Queller, so then he can't fire up the Lumbering Falls.
Okay, that...
And then we can...
That still only gains us 2, though.
Dude, I can't tell if the...
I think those 2 up there
are untapped. Well, this one's definitely tapped. I'm not sure because
I guess I can't actually
the rounding on that is still up.
Yeah.
If the rounding is still up, we have enough to gain 4 life and live through the turn. But he just lets it happen.
But he doesn't fire up the Lumbering Falls. Okay. So we're just running the same playback. I mean, Josh is playing very safe. He, I can't see a way he loses still. He could have probably won 2 turns ago, but he is giving Andy a few draw steps.
A few too many.
I mean, his hand is still insane.
Because, like, if Andy has Tragic Arrogance...
The problem is he doesn't even have his own creature to keep around right now. He does have 1.
I guess we're in a spot where Tragic Arrogance does nothing.
Yeah.
But, like, And again, even drawing a spell doesn't do anything because of the spell queller.
Yeah, I think that I would have needed to bait the spell queller out at some point, and that would be our out. But
we did. We baited it out with the Sylvan Advocate already.
No, he didn't play it. He ended up Deckenstoning it.
I know. Well, we did. We tried.
We tried.
We
sure.
threw the Sylvan Advocate out for the spell queller.
Yeah, and he just had another answer for it.
Yeah.
I think Andy may be out of creatures in the graveyard now too.
It's possible.
He won't be able to keep running back this.
He may have one left because if he's only doing 2, like I think he is, just to survive, then there may be a single one left, which I like better. I like doing only enough to live and then cracking my clues as much as possible.
Yeah, trying to find something.
Because you want to draw more action. It's like we have a judge discrepancy over...
The amount of clues, I think?
The amount of clues, or like, maybe having missed a clue somewhere, cracked a clue somewhere.
Saying he gets the clue but never put it out.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, he's got a wealth of clues. I don't think that that's going to be what determines this game, but it always is good to maintain the board state, so...
Judge call.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's what we thought.
We're just not sure on what specifically went wrong.
I brought a bag lunch.
Wow, you're a scrub.
Bro, gotta eat that salad. But looks like they may have gotten it figured out.
No, I think they're still talking about it. I don't know. The way Josh looks like he's interacting with the conversation is like, yeah, this is what happened. Sure, this is what happened, kind of thing.
Still a very tough spot.
Yeah.
For Andy to come back from. He doesn't have Planar Outburst. He doesn't even have not a clash, a declaration himself. So there's no clean answer to an opposing advocate other than, I guess, Reflector Mage, but that one would eat the
Spell Queller.
Yeah. And then we just have Deep Fiend Hardcast, so
yeah.
Maybe the last few turns of the game here.
I agree too. This is a spot that's really tough. We're kind of playing like Delver of Secrets at this point, and like we have protection for our Delver.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
I think the judge went to go maybe find a ruling or something.
Yeah, probably conferring with the head judge. And both the players just staring awkwardly at each other while nothing happens.
Much like we're doing down here, but you can't see.
Yeah.
All right, judges showed up at the table to figure out what's going on.
Food. I don't know, food. Doesn't matter. No tomatoes. Kind of dumb questions there.
Look at this guy.
Ongoing investigation. Doing a lot in
it did
this
more than I would expect.
Board state.
It did more than I would have thought for.
Yeah, and it's such a creature-heavy deck. Like it's probably fantastic.
It's an interesting card. I mean, I like it in limited. It's an awesome card to pick up in Pack 3 these days. But,
and still, like we've seen, like the versus the Dromoka's command deck just hasn't been removed.
Yeah, it hasn't been removed.
All
right, maybe we're coming back to us.
Yeah, we're back to us. Try to get a little bit more flavor in the match, maybe a little depth perception. We're just gonna float over the table for a little while
until I figure this out.
Yeah, conveniently seeing everything in the back of our heads.
Yeah, perfect. We can do like the John Madden. We just need to get like the marker.
Yeah, that would be fantastic. Boom. The Sylvan Advocate goes here, and then we block here, and then
you run
get the things out of the graveyard.
Yeah, we should work on that. That should be the next step in Magic broadcasting. Awesome. I'm in for that.
As Dan Wood would say, this card is gas! No, I think, again, Andy Yeah, Andy's in a bad spot.
Yeah, Andy's in a real bad spot.
We need something that can't get spell quellered, and we don't have very many spells. I guess, actually, Andy's own Deep Fiend would be great.
It could buy us a turn. I think that we need...
But I think the issue with it is we don't have
nothing
anything to emerge, so we're going to have to tap out for it, and then Josh is going to be able to tap out for his Deep Fiend, tapping the Deep Fiend, and then swinging for lethal.
Yep.
Multiple lethal threats, actually, because the Lumbering Falls is still there.
Yep.
The question was, did Jax crack the clue on his turn or his end step?
Oh, they thought they maybe passed.
Okay, so like when the clue was cracked exactly?
So we were considering going to the video, but if it takes too long, we're going to go with the ruling because we could have access to information, but we want to hold up the whole tournament.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, yeah, so some discrepancy with the clues, when they were sacked, like during what phase. We're going to head back to the match now.
I think he did it on the end step. I didn't think
Yeah,
he would pass
I
the
wouldn't
turn.
do it on my own turn.
Not until that's the last possible play we could make.
Yeah.
And it looked like he'd left mana up, so...
Yeah, we were definitely leaving mana up for, adding clues to the board, gaining life, sacking clues. Alright, clues sacked, card drawn.
And I think now it gets to go to Andy's turn, sure.
Yeah. Alright, we have been at 2 life for a very long time.
Okay, we've drawn yet another land,
that's a
I believe.
spell queller?
I see he has command. He did draw spell queller, okay.
What is the last
Problem
one?
being you can't spell queller
Recruiter.
out of Deep Fiend. Yeah, he has a recruiter.
Alright, so we can definitely just run out Dushwash Recruiter.
For
here,
sure.
Which is great. If it gets spell quellered, fantastic. Because then we can answer back with our own spell queller.
So we're doing that without the spell. Okay, but now we just get to Deep Fiend and that should be game. Because I think that... Well,
we
he has one card left.
we don't have a converted mana cost equal for the Deep Fiend.
No,
Right?
I mean he can just do it on this turn, right? He can just hardcast it. And then tap.
Yeah. Hardcast the Deep Fiend, tap
him out.
Tap the board.
Yeah, tap 2 creatures, 2 lands. Yep. And he has a command, but none of his creatures are big enough to kill.
No, we have enough. It depends on how many creatures. 3, and then the fortified village. So land, 2 creatures.
Yeah.
It depends how many creatures we have in our graveyard.
Sure, he could gain 4 again. If
we have 2, then we can gain 4. But if we don't, then we're in trouble, and we can't command to put one of them in the graveyard.
Because we wouldn't have enough life.
Yeah, we don't have enough mana.
Yeah.
And we wouldn't be able to gain enough life.
I think you were right that he only had... Okay, so what's going on here? He's activating Lumbering Falls.
Oh, okay, it has hexproof. So
sure, and he's going to chump block.
Can't target it.
Once you activate it. Yep, okay. So there's a turn here that now
Yeah.
Andy has a million cards, virtual cards. He has to spend mana on them, but...
Yeah.
We know he has command, no creature that can tussle with either of Josh's, though. And yet another land drawn. So we'll start cracking the clues.
We need something.
All the lands. He has not seen a company yet, has he?
No, I don't believe so. Company would be fantastic.
Another land. I think his hand's 3 lands to Dromoka's command.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so we can chump block again.
Yeah, we kind of
Andy did have to take a point, it looks like, to, he must have had to tap a pain land to animate.
I guess, yeah, because now we're down to 1. Do we draw an Evolving Wilds?
Oh, man. And he never even hit a tracker,
Wow.
like... That's rough. I've been in this spot, that's the variance of it.
Yeah.
So now...
We can pass turn in the Recruiter flips to a 3/3.
Yes. Okay, there's still a Lumbering Falls on this side. This is going to be real tough to make it out of this turn alive, I think, if the life totals are correct.
If Josh figures out that his Lumbering Falls is something he can activate and attack with. So it seems like he's forgotten it for a few turns now.
Yeah, it looks like he's firing it up here, though.
Yeah.
Life totals are correct.
Okay. Yep. So that's a 5/5 hexproof.
Yeah. We got, like,
He's gonna lumber all over.
Yeah, no way to remove that from the battlefield.
No way at all. Swings with everybody. We can chump, but that's game.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think that.
I think
Andy had a really good chance to come back.
And we had a company in hand.
If he didn't hit 5 lands in a row, I think he had a really good chance, actually.
Yeah, I think
Because
I think
Josh had nothing left. I think that his hand was on the table.
I don't know the value of bluffing company when we don't have it in that spot.
You would have just cracked the one more clue.
Yeah, I would have cracked one because we hit Deck and Stone. Like we can get the Deep Fiend off the floor.
No, he did not have Deck and Stones in the sideboard.
Oh, so no Deck and Stones
Nope,
anywhere?
Nope.
Yeah. But like we have more things that we can draw, right?
Sure, I would have.
We're drawing to 2 Selfless Spirits, some number of Sylvan Advocates, more Recruiters.
Yeah, I guess a 2-mana creature would have done it.
Yeah.
To just chump.
What did we have on the floor? We had a Recruiter and the Spell Queller, so
Yes.
we couldn't have sacked for Deep Fiend of our own.
No, but Spirit would have actually been a good draw, like you mentioned, because we could
Yeah.
block with it and then keep our other 2 alive by sacking it.
Yeah.
And then that's another turn.
And like Lambholt Pacifist in the sideboard if we brought those in. Even Jace out of the board would have been fine
Yeah,
just
just
to
another-
play and chump block. We just needed a 2-mana card to get onto the floor and chump block with.
Yeah, I think I actually underestimated the ongoing investigation.
Yeah.
It really actually gave
fantastic.
him a chance there.
Yeah.
That he got to draw, I think, 5 or 6 extra cards, but I think all of them were lands.
How much life do we gain? Gain probably.
He gained 4, 8,
20?
12, I think. No, not 20.
It was
I think
4. It was 4 per Sylvan Advocate attack.
I think that was
right?
at least 4 turns, 3 turns. So it was 12 to 16 life, I think.
12 to 16 life. So almost 20 life off of a single card. So we gained 12 to 16 life and drew 7 cards, we'll say.
Yeah.
It's probably fine.
Yeah,
You know.
good there. Better than I would have.
And like, you don't interact with your graveyard that much in this deck outside of like the 1 or 2 Ojtai commands that you play.
Yeah, very, very infrequently.
No, I think that was good. I really enjoyed that. It was a fun match to watch. I think if we didn't stumble as early as we did.
Yeah, he had a
Absolutely
one-lander that game,
fantastic
didn't
match.
he? He
Yeah.
kept a one-lander and missed the second land drop.
Yep.
So it looks like we will
Be heading to the next
pick into
series
the next
of
round.
matches.
Yep. Awesome, moving right along. You guys are keeping the tournament running smooth. Who we got at the top? Well, we got a fan favorite here.
Fan favorite Mark Morrison, Andrew Davis.
First, my brother.
Ooh.
Not really, but I know Ralph Batesh is a guy who's top 8 at a couple GPs.
Mm-hmm.
Semi-local. Looks like Jim is still doing well.
Yeah, Joe Countryman's still doing well. Looks like the daddy
How's
father
Daddy doing?
is not.
Daddy's going to
in
be
a
joining us.
6-pointer. I'm not sure where he is
So
exactly.
he's just not even on here.
My buddy Jesse Adams versus Miles Rodriguez. Luis Alfonso.
He's in the 1-1 bracket.
Yeah, I don't know. I still don't see Daddy anywhere.
No, I don't see him. Maybe he just...
Doesn't exist. Kevin Jones.
Okay, you found him.
All right, so
He's 1-1.
He's 1-1. Gerard Fabiano's 1-1.
So what are we thinking here?
I think Mark Morrison's great on camo.
Yeah, sure.
It's the Black Blue Zombies.
He's playing the Black Blue Zombies.
We could put your brother on camera if you want.
I actually don't know who that is.
I don't either. I was just playing along.
Sure. I mean, if you know him, Andrew. I'm not familiar with Andrew.
I think. Oh, Andrew. Oh, it's Davis, not Andrew Jessup. I don't know who Andrew Davis is.
Okay, I thought that you knew them.
No, I was thinking Andrew Jessup.
Yeah, I think
read the
maybe
name.
either Ralph Batesh or the Mark Morrison. I think those would be good matches. I think.
Yeah. I like fan favorite Mark Morrison.
Sure. Local legend.
Yeah.
Pro Tour competitor.
Fact. Fantastic
Business
Magic
owner,
player.
I believe.
Yeah.
Local
No,
business
he's
owner.
Windrush, I think. it's called.
Entrepreneur.
Right.
I believe so.
Yeah. No. It's awesome. I've seen some of the work that he's put out with this, and
Yeah, it's cool.
It's really cool stuff.
I just like Mark. He's a very good player in that he plays very infrequently nowadays. I think he played a lot more in his younger days, but still just has it. You just give him a deck and he'll learn it. He'll look through it. He'll just look through it and
he picked up the Black Blue Zombies deck for regionals and almost top 8.
And that's a deck that has
Connor
a lot
Bryant
of sequencing.
Did top 8,
and that's a deck that has a lot of sequencing. You like somebody like myself probably couldn't just pick that up and play it. You just need some run throughs with it, but
yeah, it doesn't just Thoughtseize and Tarmogoyf, so
yeah,
I'm probably not all that proficient with it either. It's pretty easy to go Thoughtseize and Tarmogoyf. People ask me how you play Jund, and I'm just like, you just look at the cards in your hand and you go, what cards can I cast on what turns, and you cast them on those turns.
How have you been feeling about the Grim Flare? I've seen it making some waves in this version.
I don't know.
I don't like it. My feeling is I don't like it.
Sweet.
It's
I
sweet.
think the Jacob Wilson version of the deck with the few lingering souls and the baubles and stuff, I think that version is really awesome.
It's cool.
Like, it does cool things. I just don't think I could ever not play Dark Confidant.
Sure, I'm in the same camp here. I've seen it. It looks good.
I feel like if I ever register a tournament with a Jund deck that doesn't have Dark Confidants in it, I feel like I'll never be able to play Dark Confidant again because I feel like all of my flips will be disgusting. because I feel like me and Bob are friends, and like I can't not take my friend to the
how about
tournament.
we live in Magical Christmas Land? We play both, and you set up your bob flips with the flare.
See, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking maybe we just don't
That's
play
just a lot of
Jund.
2-drops, though.
I feel like we
Just
should don't play
black-green?
Jund and go black-green with like disfigures and stuff.
Can we just play an Obliterator, please? I
No,
want that card to be good.
I was actually brewing up some black-green nonsense with the new Eldrazi creatures,
Yeah, sure.
where like you just get the fight spell.
Which is the fight spell?
It's the 2-mana instant speed. All your creatures get +1/+1 and tap to fight things.
Oh my god.
It's not
That-
Surge. It's the whatever that mechanic Strive.
Strive.
Yeah,
It
Strive
used to be
for,
good
like,
with
one
the
extra color
Hornet
mana.
Queen tokens. There was
Yeah.
a stupid deck like that.
Yeah, but like now we have like Reality Smasher and Phyrexian Obliterator.
Well, it's good with
and
Obliterator.
Tarmogoyf,
Yeah.
right? Like all our creatures are just definitely bigger than your creatures. So like we get to go block fight things and like
We'll top out with Grey Merchant.
that's what I was thinking. I was thinking actually maybe just making the deck black. Maybe mono black is fine because we have
We can
like,
green is free.
we have like
Modern. We'll play
yeah we have like Relentless Dead now. Gravecrawler, Giralf's Messenger, Phyrexian Obliterator.
Alright, so we got the deck lists here. It looks like what is Ben on?
Oh, is this the? I think it's black white. Yeah, black white.
He's black white control, and we've got Mark Morrison on the black blue zombies deck.
Yeah.
A little bit different of a build.
Ooh,
We've
main board
got
Obnixless.
Mainboard Obnix. Wharf Infiltrator, that's the 1/1 Skulk, discard 1 in a colorless, and if it's a creature, you get a 3/2, I want to say.
It's like draw a card, discard a card.
It's a loot, yeah.
It's a loot, and then if you discard a creature card, you get the
A 3/2
the
colorless
3/2.
thing, yeah.
Yeah.
And 3 Liliana. Yeah, other than that, that's his tech for the
Do we
matchup.
know? Do we know what token was chosen for the Invitational?
I do not. I didn't actually watch the finale.
I didn't watch the finals either. I don't know what token was chosen. I
Yeah,
know a
if
lot of
any of
people
you
were
guys in
floating
chat,
the,
let us
the
know.
Monarch. So Citizen Tactics. That's the card.
Citizen
right there.
Tactics, yeah. Yeah, if any of you guys know what the card was, or what the token was that was chosen,
Yeah.
interested to know.
By Liam Lonergan, the
Liam,
one that's not.
The stone-faced
Yeah.
elf player. Just every commentator went against him, and he 3-0'd everybody, or 3-1'd.
Yeah.
But alright. I think this match with the Languishes is probably somewhat in Ben's favor, but...
Well, I think the issue with it is the Kalidases are in the sideboard.
Okay, sure.
So Languish is fine, but what ends up happening is
A lot of the value is still withheld in the graveyard.
yeah, you just rebuy all your things. That is a foil Japanese shambling pen, however.
Wow, I didn't know you could read Japanese.
I can't, but I know what it looks
I'm
like.
kidding.
I can read Korean.
Okay.
That's a
That's
non-foil,
in
non-Japanese.
English. He's giving away precious information.
He's not though. See, that's what I dislike how everyone says that.
Especially in a format that doesn't have very much. Okay, well, Liliana, let's see how many Ruinous Paths are way to deal with this that Ben has. He has only 2 Sorin, 1 Anguished. He's not... oh, no, he has 3 Ruinous Path. Never mind. He has plenty of answers to it.
I like Mark's line here too because
Just the
Mark went
minus?
right for the minus because like I've seen people plus in the face of nothing.
Sure.
And like if you actually legitimately have nothing, then like your Planeswalker just got straight up 1-for-1. Or if you go straight for the minus, especially in a deck like this,
Yeah.
it's much better.
Where you could get some value. The plus I like better against a deck that doesn't have a clean way to kill it, but he
Yeah.
knows that Black-White has a few answers to it.
Absolutely. Someone said in chat, Elf Warrior token, of course.
So. Elf Warrior.
Yeah,
So one's
you know
made-
the
is
2 mana
Dwynen's
from
Elite makes
Origins.
it? Dwynen's
Yeah,
Elite makes
I think
that?
it's
Okay.
Dwynen's Elite, yeah. I think there's
I
other
wouldn't
cards
expect
that make
anything
them.
less than that from the Elves player.
Absolutely. I'm really sad that Jen lost that
That's-
matchup.
Yeah, that was... I think that it's actually... I think it's
Favorable
heavily in
for
favor... No, I think it's heavily in favor of the Elves. Honestly, even with Damnation.
So I don't think there was Damnations in Shadian's board. I
She
think
had
she had
one in the
Anger
board.
the Gods.
Well,
I think
okay.
that's what. So I think that's what the difference is. I think the Abzan deck is a dog to the matchup
Okay.
because Abzan only has Damnations, right? Where like Jund gets the Damnation, the Engineer Explosives, and Anger effects.
Sure.
Like Anger's, Kozilek's Returns, Jund Charms. I think there's a lot of better options for Jund that are early enough that we don't just die to a quick draw.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Jund, it may not be favorable for the Jund deck, but I think it's much better than Abzan. And our early removal spells are infinitely better. Whereas like pathing them is like the
Path
worst
is-
thing that you can do because you turn their elf
Into a
that
free
taps for green
mana,
into
yeah.
a forest that taps for green.
Well, Black-White doing what it does best and doing nothing till turn 4.
Yeah, like we have a 2/2 and a 1/1 on the floor in the turn that Daniel like would languish.
Mm-hmm.
So like And we have a Planeswalker on the floor, so like we just have...
He is playing the more Planeswalker-centric version of playing the Oath of Liliana's, similar to
no creatures main board.
No creatures, a bunch of Planeswalkers, and the Oath of Liliana package.
Yep, so we're going Gideon, make it 2/2.
Here comes Gideon, make it 2/2, yep.
Our own Night Ally tokens.
Very cool. There are a whole series of in-house tokens, right? Yeah.
And I'm actually... I think
that was actually you on that. You were the model for this, right?
No, I think it may have been a female. I think I'm a model for some of the other tokens.
Okay, yeah.
Actually, the artist I think that did a lot of the tokens was at regionals, and I think it was her first experience like doing something like that.
Okay.
She said it was an awesome experience.
Yeah, nothing like sitting in the convention center in the middle of summer.
So I guess Mark got transgressed.
Mark got transgressed on turn 3.
Not sure what was taken.
Yeah, I think he might have taken the Voldaren Pariah.
No, Pariah's still there. Yeah, so it was Prized Amalgam that was taken.
Okay, yep. And we're just coming in with both. Mark offering the trade up because we don't mind having Haunted Dead in the graveyard. And looks like
he's not offering the trade because the Lily Plus.
Oh, was the Lily Plus?
Yeah, we Lily Plus hit the...
True, on the token.
Yeah.
I missed that. But here comes just a hard cast.
Prized Amalgam, or Voldaren Pariah, sorry.
Yep. So here would be a good turn where if Benman did have a Languish, he would at least make some inroads here.
Yes, he would get a lot of value out of Languish on this turn.
Kill the kill the Liliana.
He gets to just wipe the board. Just kill all the creatures plus the Gideon, hit the Liliana. But,
okay, grasp on that. And it looks like he still will be able to take care of Lily.
Yeah.
That would be what I would do anyways.
Yeah, and the plus to this, too, is that Mark can't take care of the Gideon on his turn.
Yeah.
He's just 1 power short. Daniel, considering his options, I think.
Yeah, it looked like he might be going at Mark.
Right to the face.
He just thinks that Liliana just not worth it. Okay, yeah, it looks like he went to the face there.
I fully disagree because Liliana's
I think
going to be able to minus.
Yeah, I think here I would have taken care of it, but maybe I saw in Daniel's hand. He had at least one other Gideon, maybe 2. He may be thinking Emblem, make another Gideon, and just like try to go on the aggro plan. He is playing a Secure the Wastes.
He is.
So he has a way to go wide with the
tokens.
He has 2 Secure the Wastes.
Okay. Yeah, he's definitely kind of a pseudo token centric deck as well because a lot of the planeswalkers that he's playing
make tokens.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, there Lily makes the minus and goes ahead and gets back the Pariah.
We have another Lily in our hand too. Oh, maybe that's why Daniel didn't attack.
Oh, he knew about the second Lily?
Yeah, because of the second Lily in hand.
And then here's that Wharf Infiltrator we were talking about.
Yeah, which is fantastic with the Voldaren Pariah in hand if we get
the that's great. You just get a 3/2, but it looks like it's going to die.
Yep.
Ultimate price. And probably pass the turn back.
Yeah, both of these guys are fighting on the axis of if my Planeswalker dies, I'm just going to have another one to reload with. So Daniel probably doesn't care.
What is that land?
Westvale Abbey.
Oh, he has a flip. Okay, I've actually never seen the flip card for that.
Yeah, it's the same one for Archangel Avacyn and all those guys.
All the rares are on the same one, yeah. Well, hopefully he gets it. That's wigging me out.
Drew a Jace. Jace is a solid draw.
Alright, attempt to go after the Gideon, it looks like.
Yeah, this is a rough spot because Shambling Vent's bigger than Haunted Dead.
Yeah, it looks like Mark's playing around at Avacyn here with not attacking with the Spirit, but just lets it die. Guess that's just showing a testament to the fact that he has, I think, 2 more in hand. And then we got Jace.
Jace is another way to be able to put Pariah into the battlefield at instant speed.
Yep. Let's see if he's got some instant speed. Yeah, he's got a big secure.
Yep.
He could actually just... I don't think he'll just make Westvale here, but it is an option. Oh, he's got the Gideon. I think he'll emblem this one and have a bunch of 2/2s.
Yeah,
and
10 power.
And
10
Mark
power
is at
10.
10.
2/2s is a lot. The judge going to attempt to read the Secure the Wastes.
Trying to figure out which kind of token it is. I believe they're warriors?
Yeah, it's a warrior.
They're not humans because otherwise that'd be insane with Thalia.
And they're not soldiers. Yeah. They're indeed warrior tokens.
But this'll suffice. I don't think there's any tribal synergies that either deck are worried
No,
about.
neither of these decks really have it. I also don't like making the Ormondal because Voltaire and Pariah is in hand?
Sure.
And it's just not 10 damage, where Gideon Make an Emblem is 10 damage.
Yeah. So it forces at least the Spirit to block. I don't think he'll block with the Jace.
Probably not.
Though at this point, I'm not sure the string of draws that Mark could pull together out of this. It's
gonna be really hard to beat.
He has no way to.
Wastes.
Yeah, he is playing Languish in the sideboard though. I'm not sure.
This isn't the matchup you want for Languish,
exactly.
really.
Like it looked okay like here, but
yeah. Mark's gonna take 8, go to 2.
Yep. And probably just take one more draw step. And we're gonna have a follow up. Some read the bones.
That's a good follow up.
Especially when you're at 20.
Yeah, you're really far ahead at this point. Mark's draw has to be something along the lines of lands and multiple cheap creatures.
Yeah.
Because we want to be able to flip the
we need to flip
Pariah.
the Voltaire and Pariah.
That was a Deep Fiend?
It looks like it.
It's
He is playing 4 Deep Fiends.
Yeah, it's a really great draw. He's got the land in his hand, too.
Okay, cool. So he can tap. He buys a turn here.
He can play the land, tap.
Okay, and we make a token. It doesn't kill it, but it makes it with no power.
0 power, so we can just tap all the rest of them.
Yep. And I think Dan just has the 2 cards off Read the Bones.
Yeah. Okay, so that's gonna be tough.
He'll make it in response.
Yeah, so what we need to do is we need to get the Pariah on the floor. So we need to play our 3rd land, and what we can do is we can tap Jace.
Mm-hmm.
We can go for the Elder Deep Fiend at instant speed, sacrificing the Haunted Dead, tapping down all the tokens, and then if Daniel responds by flipping the Westvale Abbey, then what we can do is instant speed in the Voltaire and Pariah and at least block.
Yeah, because he did hit the land. Okay, so Mark just passes with the ability to madness that guy out.
Yeah, and we still have the ability to play the Elder Deep Fiend. So if Ben goes to combat...
Yeah, I think that's what we're waiting for, to go to combat.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit better for Mark.
Yep. I don't know that I would... Is Deep Fiend common in these decks? I don't know if the last person had it.
The original incantations of the deck only had, like, a couple Deep Fiends and, like, a Mindbender. Mark played none of them in the original version of his deck. Connor, I think, had 2 Mindbenders and 1 Deep Fiend.
Yeah, that's what I think.
And he said at the very least he wanted to change those numbers.
Let's see what he's going for.
Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana.
Runa's Path with Kicker, making the land, I think.
Yeah. So Mark Morrison is going to flip Jace, playing Voltaire and Pariah for 3 black mana.
Yep. And then it's interesting, actually. I don't think the Jace is supposed to flip here, because the card doesn't go to the graveyard.
Well, he still has 5 cards in the graveyard.
No, I know, but it doesn't see the 5th card. I think that this is like a niche interaction.
No, it's if you have 5 or more cards in graveyard, Jace flips.
It flips, okay.
Yeah.
There was some weird thing that I had heard that with the Madness cards and Jace not flipping, but yeah, Mark gets to tap down all the potential attackers.
And I don't think we have any cards in hand right now.
And I think that Shambling Vent has counters on it, but I could be wrong. I think that's the one he Ruinous Path Awakened, but...
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Maybe he just animated it and just hardcast the Ruinous Path, but that's almost the same thing. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe he animated it and just regularly cast it. Yeah.
Path. That might just be what happened.
So if Mark can get 2 cards in his hand, I think we're in a decent spot.
Yeah, I mean, Mark can always minus Lily and get something back. He's got Wharf Infiltrator there.
Yeah.
Couple lands in hand.
Yeah, the Ob Nixilis we drew off of the Jace tap is rough.
Yeah, it's not doing too much here. All right, we're coming in for 8. Ben has 2 potential blockers, but I think he'll probably just take this. Also, that soldier, I believe, is no longer minus powered, the one that has the little indicator on it. Because Mark has yet to use the Liliana this turn.
So I guess Mark can minus the Lily, get back the Wharf Infiltrator. And then return Haunted Dead to the battlefield.
Yeah, then return Haunted Dead, and then he can sack Voldaren Pariah, though the problem is that Ben is going to have 4 to 5 attackers.
Yeah.
But I can see a route. Oh, we're just doing it now. We're going to do it now. He's going to sack 3. Does this not just leave?
No, because then we can minus Lily, get back Deep Fiend.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, and
nice
then we
line.
can just throw back the Deep Fiend. See, I think these are situations where having the Kozilek's return deck is much better because
You'd be able to wipe.
Sometimes you just get dogged down by stuff like this, like multiple 2/2s from Gideon or like the Secure the Waste, and you have the ability to throw the Kozilek's return in the graveyard.
Mm-hmm. I've actually even seen, I think the, what was his name? The guy from Nerd Rage Gaming who top 8'd, he played Blue-Black Zombies. Eric Hawkins, I think.
Okay.
He had 4 Kozilek's returns in his deck uncastable.
Yeah.
Just to loot them away.
Yep.
Because of that. Because he had the Mindbender Deep Fiend package. And, like, this isn't the matchup you'd think that'd be great in, but in that particular spot, a Kozilek's return would have been pretty good.
Yeah, game 1, it would have been fantastic. We have Ob Nixilis and
another Haunted Dead.
Yeah.
Alright, so we're just casting it. He's not going to...
Yeah,
And
we get the 2 blockers.
Wait, did he use the Lily, or did he minus it, and do you know what he got back?
No. Maybe the Haunted Dead?
Maybe.
Because he didn't
maybe
have the Haunted Dead in the...
Oh, no, it looks like he just plus.
No, he plus Jace.
Oh, okay, so
Yeah,
we're
so
just
he
doing
plus
that.
Jace on one of the soldiers.
Yeah, so if you
minus
guys are
Lily
wondering...
to get back the Haunted Dead.
Yeah, when they're putting the black thing, the black marker, it's just designated that there's minus 2 power.
Yeah.
And so you guys know there is a Gideon emblem off camera for Daniel, so all of his creatures are +1/+1.
Daniel, I think
he
he's
has
got the
2
ability to fire
Shambling
up 2
Vents.
Shambling Vents.
And they're both 3/4s, and Mark is at 2, so that will be exactly lethal. Yep, looks like that's game. Mark, it felt like he had a way. He just got a little bit too far behind early.
Yeah, I think the Deep Fiend plan would have been really sweet, but then you lose the Abolisher of Bloodlines, which is a 6/5 flyer, which is a bit more powerful and has the capabilities in the air.
Yep.
So I'm not sure. That was tough. Mark fought a pretty good game in that. There was, as we saw, like there was so many different lines we could have taken in that game. Minusing Lily, getting back different creatures. He got back the Haunted Dead because he wanted 2 blockers.
For sure.
The Deep Fiend would have been only a blocker, but it would have been able to tap down all potential attackers.
So what do you like Ben bringing in?
So this matchup's a little different. I think I like the Infinite Obliteration a lot.
What would you name? What would be your first name?
That's tough, right? Because there's so many.
Say you hadn't transgressed first, and you blind name.
Blind name. If I slammed it on turn 3 on the play, I'd blind name Haunted Dead.
Okay. Yeah, I'd
there's likely to be one of those in the graveyard and something else.
Mm-hmm.
I like Kalidas a lot, of course, in this matchup.
Definitely.
I like Descend Upon the Sinful seems insane.
I saw that. That
exiling
seems
all creatures.
And it seems presumable that that's the one Delirium you get a 4/4.
Yes.
So that seems like that could happen in Ben Ben's deck.
Absolutely. Thought-Knot Seer might be fine. I don't know what kind of removal Mark's working with entirely, but I definitely like the Kalidas and the Infinite Obliterations.
Yeah, Mark went less on the main deck removal. He only has 3 Grasp, it looks like, and the Dark Salvation. Out of his board, I like his 3 Transgress to come in and 2 Negate, probably.
Yeah.
And what do you think about Silumgar? You probably still bring that in, right?
Dragonlord Silumgar?
Yeah.
Absolutely, because
Sure,
if
there's a lot
there's
of great
turns
points
where
walkers.
they flip the Voltaren Pariah, and if that's the only creature they love, you just Dragonlord Silumgar and then steal their big 6/5. They're left with next to no creatures on the floor.
Yeah, I think that'll be what Mark brings in. Maybe shave on the Wharf Infiltrator. I don't know that that's ever going to get in, but maybe he keeps that. That seems like when it starts.
Wharf
when it goes,
Infiltrator is a card that's a must-answer threat.
Sure.
And I've talked to Mark and Connor about that. It's just like you don't ever have to add too much to the board because of a card like that. Because that card itself will add.
It's
to
a
the
one-card
board.
threat,
Yeah.
and it just represents with their deck. Putting an
Yeah.
Amalgam or something good into the graveyard would just be
Yep.
pretty big beating.
Again, like I said, like the languishes are okay, but like when you're following up with sweet cards, like it ends up being much better in situations like that. Dragonlord Silumgar doesn't get hit by the grasps or the languishes, so that's another threat.
Yeah, it's
that
like he
can-
has to Obnixilis
you would
or
steal the Planeswalker that would in theory answer your Dragonlord Silumgar, and you're out of a lot of the removal spell range minus like the Anguish on making and Ruinous Paths.
Yeah, and a lot of times, stealing the Gideon immediately embleming, so you take care of it even if they
and
kill
like
your guy,
that's
you're left with
actually
something.
great in your
It's
deck
great,
because like you got all the
They
little
go wide with the little
spirits,
spirits,
and the Haunted Deads and the Prized Amalgams. So I think it's pretty solid. Maybe we start brewing up Esper,
Yeah, some Esper.
right? Just play Gideon.
Yeah, I'm curious what the
It probably makes the mana like terrible.
I'm curious what the next set will bring in terms of mana because it looks like this deck that Mark is on, a lot of it is sticking around. Almost all of it, actually. So
Yeah,
this could be a good starting point depending on what Kaladesh brings.
absolutely.
Because, I mean, the format will definitely be drastically changing now that Company and all of Origins will be rotating out, so...
Yeah, so maybe this deck's just unplayable because the company deck's gone.
Maybe, because that is one of the better matchups.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I want to expect some form of artifact nonsense.
It sounds
in
like the set will
Kaladesh.
be like a blue-red centric. Hopefully, they haven't given us any good red cards in a while,
Yeah.
so it'd be nice to get a return to that.
Someone in the chat was talking about your interaction with Jace and
Yeah.
how you were correct if there are 4 cards in the graveyard.
Okay.
And the madness card that you would, in theory, throw out would be the 5th card.
Okay,
It's
but if there's
100%.
already 5?
There's already 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I knew I did something...
Yeah, it sees only 4 in the graveyard.
Sure.
So the 5th one
Interesting.
wouldn't count.
Okay, so it can come up, but not there. Good to know. And Mark has the best turn 1 play for his deck, and that's turn 1 Crypt Breaker.
Yeah, it's pretty backbreaking, I'd say.
Looks like Mark might... Okay, so he's going to opt to not transgress, waiting till maybe a turn closer to Gideon, and probably just start going on this zombie... The zombie plan. Discards Amalgam, the best card to discard here.
Yeah. Haunted Dead probably being a close second.
But thank you. Well, let me take a look, but...
Dude, it can't hurt. So, Mark Morrison, we're heading to turn 3, already has 3 power on the board, and a card advantage engine.
And one more zombie, yeah, and he's drawing cards.
Hey, so we have like a Crypt Breaker here, like we're in great position. But
Oh, it looks like Mark's deck maybe is not playing...
the 2 mana...
The 2-mana guy.
Yeah,
That-
Relentless
he went.
Dead?
He went for the.
The
Wharf
Wharf
Infiltrator, that was
yeah.
his choice.
I actually
Okay.
like the Wharf Infiltrator. I think
No,
a lot
it's
better.
cool. It's cool.
I think
like
the
it.
Relentless Dead combo is a bit better with like the Voltaren Pariah, but I think the Wharf Infiltrator, like we said, is its own threat.
Yep.
So it's like awesome.
All right. So Daniel has had no interaction thus far, and just his first play is Read the Bones.
Yeah,
which is fine, but
yeah, if
Mark
we
is
have like a Languish draw,
sure. But Mark is going to get to transgress here. He
yeah.
very smartly saved it till the turn that he needs to cast it. So he's hoping to really only see one sweeper, not to run into double languish. I think Benjamin might have to discard.
Yeah, I guess I'm just a little
No,
worried.
he's got
Oh,
something.
okay, so we're just going on the discard plan then. Oh, discard
he discards the
transgress?
transgress.
Okay.
So I see deadweight. He does have a languish. Maybe Mark has a second transgress. Man,
Yeah.
I would have thought for sure, but okay. Daniel does have to discard a card.
Okay. Yeah, Mark was making sure to get in his ability before we went to clean up.
It looks like there's another transgress here.
Yeah, I think so too. If not, maybe it's a
So,
Deep Fiend.
Are we attacking or drawing? All right, we're drawing a card here. Mark loves to draw cards. We know that much.
Absolutely. This is like Esper, but he gets to play creatures.
Okay, he did have a second transgress.
Yeah.
And I saw at least one languish. Hopefully we're not going to see two if you're on Mark's side. The promo, we got a couple spot removal. There
We
are
got
two languishes.
Yeah. And a Sorin.
So now, I don't even... Man, it's tough. I don't even know if you bother taking the languish.
Yeah, you might just not.
You still might because your rebuilding is still totally wiped by the languish.
Yeah.
I guess I didn't get a great look at what Mark's last two cards are and what he drew off the zombies, but...
I think he's got a Choke Destroyer in hand.
See, I would have almost been tempted to keep the second transgress for this very spot.
Well, if we don't have an untapped source, though...
He might not have had the untapped
we might not be able to transgress. But then again, like...
Okay, so he goes with the Sorin because he knows he can't take out the languishes.
Yeah, maybe he just doesn't care about the language.
Yeah, it was a tapped land, and his hand is left.
Yeah, it's like Lily, Deep Fiend, Jace, I think, is what his hand looks like.
That is sadly not a great way to recover from this because he can only play one spell, it looks like.
Yeah.
And he knows that Ben just has the answer to the Planeswalker.
Yeah, he's just tossing down the languish.
Oh,
so
yeah.
We have another languish in hand still, so I guess that's the only negative to this, is like we rebuild and then there's another languish.
Well, we got Silumgar if he ever lands a big Planeswalker.
Yeah, I think... Oh, we
might just Lily minus
here. Minus hit Crypt Breaker, cast Crypt Breaker again, but he does have multiple removal spells.
Yeah,
in
he
hand.
had Grasp Ruinous Path.
Yeah, so if Ben can get a untapped land here, then he can just untap Grasp Ruinous Path.
Yep. I think it would have been nice if Mark could have hit a Haunted Dead, so at least he could provide some pressure with the Amalgam, but he's yet to find one of those to put in the yard.
Yeah. It's definitely been rough draws.
So this is probably just going to be like a Grasp, a Ruinous Path turn, and Mark is just back to square one.
Yep, we hit the untapped source like we needed.
So Ben's hand's still pretty good here with Mark with an empty board.
Yeah, Mark's got a Jace to follow up, though.
Yeah, I think this Jace might stick.
Ooh, there's the Haunted Dead.
There's the Haunted Dead.
I think
you almost want it in the yard, but you could just slam it here, too.
Yeah, he's at 16. And 3 power is nothing to scoff at?
Yeah, he goes for it. I mean, worst case scenario is it dies, and that's actually fine.
Yeah, worst case scenario is it dies.
Worst case scenario is best case
scenario.
So, yeah.
Like, worst case scenario is Ben uses a regular removal spell on it, so he has Languish later.
Yeah.
Best case scenario.
I don't think he would Languish here.
No.
Yeah, he just passes.
I
think he might have drawn Secure the Waste or something.
Yeah, I almost don't even want to kill the Haunted Dead.
Yeah, it's one of those cards that's like, it's just going to get in for 2 randomly
it's
every
just
turn.
Better in the graveyard than it is on the floor.
Especially with the Amalgam in there, yeah. And now we have the Elder Deep Fiend. This could be a nice turn for Mark to maybe tap Ben out, because his deck is largely sorcery speed. Let's see if he goes for it on the upkeep. Looks like he's going to. Tap him out of both white and 2 black.
Yeah.
Yep, this is a nice turn because Ben's deck is very largely sorcery speed, so now we're getting in for 6 with the ability to get the Haunted Dead and Amalgam back.
Yeah, and it's not Ben can't untap and kill the Deep Fiend with Languish.
Yeah, we have a Languish-proof threat, which is very nice. Yeah, the Elder Deep Fiend's impressed me here.
Just Anguish Unmaking?
Looks like maybe a painful one. Nope, a second
Ruinous
Path. Okay. He had to take 1 to cast that.
Yeah. Which I'm totally, we're pretty good with.
We're trying to race,
taking
yeah.
damage,
I mean, so Ben has now 3 cards, I want to say. Do you know what that one is, the flip that he just drew?
I think Pariah. If it's a... No, it can't be, right?
That one looked like an old one.
The old ones, I think, are Jace's. And
No.
it
had the double side.
Yeah, I think
Maybe that's...
It's got to be, an uncommon card, I think.
I'm not seeing... Maybe it was Voldaren Pariah. I'm not sure. I think the Jace has just the 5.
Oh, because it's an Eldritch Moon one, right? So I think the Eldritch Moon ones have the multiples on them. Right, because the only flip cards we see are Jace and Voldaren Pariah.
Yep.
So yeah, it's got to be.
It's one of those two. Okay, it must be Voldaren Pariah.
Yeah. All right. So, cast Jace, fantastic.
And then get
return Haunted Dead. Twice as nice. Get back Prized Amalgam.
And that's EOT, so that we get the.
Second
main.
Yeah.
But doing it at a time when Ben can't Languish, basically. Yeah. Although actually, he gets priority back, but then you wouldn't get the Amalgam because it's at the end step.
Which I'm okay with because we get the Jace, both the Spirits and the Haunted
Dead. Yeah, that almost
Dead.
seems like that maybe would have been worth it.
So
maybe he didn't realize that interaction because it is kind of you think of an effect like Haunted Dead that you'd be doing end step, but you do have to do it second main.
It's like Mark drew a prized amalgam with his Jace. You're just going to discard a land. That's really interesting. He might just play the...
Yeah, I mean, it's not the worst card to play because then if it dies, you'll get the value later on.
Yeah.
But, all right, Flashback Transgress, I like that. Nice. 2 languishes again. Oh, you can't buy it. But that said, there's no pressure on Ben Ben's side, so Mark can rebuild pretty well and have a Planeswalker.
Yeah, we got 3, 5,
and we're
6,
getting
7.
in for, yeah, 5, 6, 7, down to 4 for Ben Ben. Forced to languish unless
Absolutely. And he's only got a land in hand.
Yep.
I don't know, do we have a man land on the side of Ben Ben? Because that would be good. Languish, activate man land, kill Jace.
It's all Sanctuaries and Caves this time around.
Because that would be awesome for Ben Ben.
Shambling Vent's worst little brother.
Yeah.
Alright, but Mark is still left with the Planeswalker and EOT. He's just, oh, this is going to be nice. With Pitch the Amalgam and the other Jace. Or maybe it was the Pariah. It was the Pariah. Get back enough power, and that's lethal.
Yep.
So Mark navigated that very well to play around the Languish.
Absolutely.
I think that we mentioned that one turn maybe Ben Ben missed, especially because he had 2 Languishes. Okay. Where he could have gotten rid of the 3 spirits, or the 2 spirits in the...
Yeah, this interaction with the
you get priority again.
Yeah,
he might have missed that.
Because it has to be done in the main phase in order to be able to get back the amalgams and attack with them. Mark looks like that might just be his sideboard. Yeah, it's his sideboard. Okay, so he's got the Languishes still on the board.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't think that he would.
Yeah, I saw him looking at cards. It's like, Mark, why do you have Languish in the deck? So, Mark may or may not be okay at Magic. That's our most recent comment. I agree with you.
That's Anthony.
Okay. Mark, he's pretty good.
Yeah, he's probably played this deck for like 5 rounds total, and he's just easily finding all like the perfect interactions.
Yeah, and they changed it recently. Like they added all the Elder Deep Fiends. Yeah.
The Deep Fiend, I think, is going to be really good in this matchup, especially because
Deep Fiend's fantastic.
Everything in the deck is sorcery other than grasps, I think.
Yeah.
And I guess he plays secure still. I don't know if that stays in. It probably does.
I think it's decent.
It's fine, yeah.
Right, because a lot of your creatures end up having like 2 toughness, 1 toughness. So like you be able to make a bunch of blockers with a single card. Mm-hmm. Ooh, that's 0.
No Hallowed Moonlights. That
0
would be
Hallowed
good.
Moonlights in the 75.
Because I don't think
which is weird.
And I think Hallowed Moonlight's interaction with the amalgams is it's not a May. So those get exiled. I don't think you can say that you can't bring it back. I think it just happens.
I'm not sure.
I don't think that one's a May, but I could be wrong on that.
Yeah, but it's fantastic even against like the Haunted Dead.
Sure, yeah.
Right? Like they just go put this ability on stack, you respond with the Hallowed Moonlight, and you get the Haunted Dead off the floor. But
yeah, surprisingly,
and it's also got a great company interaction too, which is weird.
I was gonna say with how good company has been and still prevalent these days, I would have expected these to make it back in. You know, at one point we were seeing it in the main deck.
Yeah, like 2 in the main.
We're seeing 2 in the like at worst it's 2 mana cycle, but with the upside against company, in my experience, the black-white opponent always had it main deck when I go to check. Always, and I just get blown out. But yeah, it looks like that's not going to be an issue for Mark. Though Mark doesn't know that, he'll still maybe try to play around it if he can.
Yeah, I think Mark's good enough of a Magic player to know how to read his opponent and to when to go for it, when to not go for it. So I expect really good things out of Mark, as you know he's shown us in that match.
For sure, he's already 2-0, right?
What was it? Beat 2 Languishes, I think it was. 3 Languishes.
There were 3 Languishes,
and
beat one was
3
cast.
Languishes. Yeah. So, I think that's gonna now. Totally different story if we had a Kalidas somewhere in that equation.
That means that Languish turns into like 4 zombies, and they're just those cards are gone for good.
Yeah, and that radically changes this matchup.
Definitely.
I think if Mark doesn't have a removal spell for the Kalidas, then things change quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how many grasps Mark will want to leave in, because otherwise that card is pretty bad.
I'm leaving in all the grasps.
You leave in all 3 because you're just so afraid of that card?
Kalidas is a huge, huge boon, and the man land itself...
I was going to say, at worst it kills the creature land, so that's not the worst.
And like, it can remove like a 2/2 token, and so we can get Gideon off the floor.
Alright, looks like they're resolving mulligans.
Yeah.
Mark has yet to look at his 7.
Yeah, Mark's pretty good at...
staring Ben, getting the read. He knows all 7 cards in Ben-Ben's hand from just looking at him in the eyes.
Absolutely. Just all the motions that Ben-Ben's made, Mark Morrison's like, this is the hand that you have.
So, looks like Daniel has chosen to mulligan. Mark's looking at a hand.
No, I think we still have
I don't see too many lands.
Maybe he's waiting for Mark's choice?
No, you can't do that. You have to choose first on the play.
No, I know. I think he's made his choice.
Okay, and he was.
But I think he was waiting to shuffle to see what Mark said.
Sure.
Which is odd. It's just definitely a waste of time.
Yeah.
But
stalling, get the judge on him.
I don't know. I guess Benma was doing the same thing to Mark that Mark was doing to him. That was stone facing him.
Sure. Yeah, it looks like Mark kept to 7. It looked like a good mix of lands and spells. I think I saw a Jace in there, and maybe a Voldaren Pariah, which on turn 3 could just come out on the Jace discard.
Oh, that would be fantastic.
That would be pretty sweet. What's it on the front side? 3/3 or 3/5?
3/3.
Okay. And it turns into
like
5/6.
Yeah, turn 3/3 is like,
flyer too.
On curve, I guess. But like when you're discarding it to your Jace
and
tap,
get to draw when it tacks on draw a card to it. Yeah, so that's great. Just slow playing has been called.
Yeah, it's really all it is. I guess it's not that bad, but I'm probably the kind of person who can put all of the cards into my deck and then shuffle while staring at my opponent,
I try not to look at my hands when I shuffle because of the whole, some of the things that have gone on.
No, but like years, so like when Mark's doing his mulligan, like you just take your cards, put them on top, and then start shuffling, and you can look at Mark the whole time.
Yeah, exactly.
So I don't know. I guess it's not that bad. Starting off eerily slow for both players. No transgress at a Ben. Mark, no turn 1 play.
He has a transgress, but I think he likes to save it. He's going to save it for turn 4, I believe.
Yeah, Mark.
Well, actually, it'll be his turn 3. Because
Mark saving it for turn 4 is great, but Ben, I'm not so sure about.
So I think I see a read the bones here. It looks like he's gonna. Okay, deadweight. Interesting. Okay. I guess that card does hit a lot of the problem creatures.
No third land drop.
No third
That's
land.
Very problematic.
Okay, second Jace. Let's see if Mark can hit his third. Nope. So they're both. They're going to be on a little bit of light resources here, but I think that Ben missed again.
I'm favoring the Merfolk Looter.
Yeah, I'm favoring the
most
Merfolk
of the time,
too, especially when the things that we can discard provide a lot of value.
Which we just drew a Haunted Dead, so that's probably fine. Draw another Haunted Dead, discard discard one of the Haunted Deads in our hand. And then if there's a prized amalgam in our hand, which I'm not sure if there is, we've got at least one good discard target in the fact that one of them is a prized amalgam. Mark has Negate in his hand too, which is fantastic to be able to hold up the possibility of bringing back your Haunted Dead while holding up Negate.
Let's see what Ben opts for. It looks like he's got a couple removal spells.
Yeah, I'm feeling like removal spells coming down.
I think I negate this.
Nope,
Mark
disagrees.
I guess he's just going to return the Haunted Dead this turn, I think.
Yeah. We've got at least one good target with another Haunted Dead in our hand.
So he pitches two Haunted Dead, sure.
That's no big deal. We're just going to get a great amount of recursion. So this is a situation where if Ben has the infinite obliteration, that we're okay, but...
Okay.
All right, so now it's great, right? Now we just get the 2 out of the graveyard and then the 1 out of the deck and leave Mark with a single Haunted Dead.
Well, I'm just taking the Read the Bones here for sure.
Oh, yeah. Because, like, the Secure the Waste just blocks and kills Haunted Dead for us to return it again.
Yeah, I don't even think that Ben will be interested in that.
No.
He'll probably just be Ruinous Pathing or just passing the turn because, again, as we mentioned, Ruinous Pathing...
If we draw a land, like, we can slam the Gideon, which is fine.
Yeah, that would be the best... Like, that would be the next best thing for Mark to take. I think he's going to try to go for the upside play of maybe hoping Ben doesn't hit a land for a turn or two and just get super far ahead.
Yeah, I think I would have negated...
The grasp?
The grasp.
Especially because we're missing land drops. If we were hitting our land drops...
The looter would have been great.
If we were hitting them, I like keeping it for something like Gideon or a Gate, but I don't think he hits the land.
No, I can't see. Daniel Ben holding his hand very close.
I'm assuming you slam the Gideon.
Yeah, you just slam the land in the Gideon if you had it, because like Mark's just not doing anything. Passing the turn's weird. So I guess we're going for the Secure the Waste for 2?
Yeah, probably not much better things to do.
Maybe he drew an instant speed removal spell.
Again, with Mark missing land drops, at least he has plenty of resources to be discarding these Haunted Deads. Yeah, I mean, Mark with the negate... Alright, he's going to transgress again.
Transgress.
Alright, now I take the Gideon for sure. Oh, I thought not Seer, but we do have...
Thought not Seer is rough.
I think I still definitely take the Gideon here.
Yeah.
Thought not Seer is annoying, but it's not as annoying as Gideon, I don't think.
I probably agree. We can chump block, and like the Grasp of Darknesses that Mark plays gets rid of Thought not Seer.
See, we would just be 3 cards closer to a land if we had kept the Jace, which is why I like that, but I mean, I think Mark is just playing towards the long game, and yeah, Ben can't hit a land either, so I mean, they're on pretty equal footing here with
See,
Mark
Mark just
providing
knows
pressure.
this, though. That's the
But
thing.
yeah,
Mark knows that Ben Ben's just never going to draw another land. That's
he
why
knows
Mark
that.
was fine.
Yeah,
with
he's got the soul read.
Yeah.
Secure for 2. Just gonna.
chump the Haunted
I think I don't
Dead.
even want to trade. I just want to chump and keep a token. Right? I think that's what's happening. Because you just don't even want to kill the Haunted Dead. Now Mark gets to pass with either discard. Okay, he gets to play a Crypt Breaker and now hold up Negate or bring back a Haunted Dead. So this is great. I mean, I guess
Crypt Breaker's a must-kill threat.
and it's a tap land, I believe, for Ben Ben, so he will not be able to slam. Yeah. He will not be able to slam the Thought Knot Seer, which would be good on this board. Probably take the negate from Mark, but only fitting for the land to come in tapped when that happens. Now we're going to go...
Ruinous Path, probably? Yeah.
And that just does
this
not
gets
feel
negated.
good.
I negate this.
I think he's going... I mean, we know that he's got a Sorin and Thought Knot, and I think a...
Yeah, Sorin Thought Knot, and he used to secure the waste.
Yep, I like the negate here for sure.
Yeah. Because, if we can get another zombie on the floor, we start drawing cards, and then we can outpace Ben Ben.
Yep.
Because we're not only, the aggro deck, but at the same time...
He also has the
drawing more
Volt
cards than he
Emperor, I
is.
believe. If that ever gets out of hand.
I think that's a Crypt Breaker in his hand. Yeah, it's a
another Crypt Breaker. So that's 3 zombies, so we're going to get to draw a card here.
Yeah. And, I like attacking with the Spear because he's going to chump with the Soldier.
Yeah, for
so
sure.
just attack with the Spear, put him to 11, and then
we
allow
can
him
hopefully
to
try to
draw
hit
a
our
card.
land drop here.
Yeah.
Yep, Mark is just going to pass here. He did have a land drop in hand, so he didn't need to...
Oh,
go
even
digging.
better, we can discard a card to the Crypt Breaker, get a zombie, and then tap 3 and draw a card.
Yeah, that's always nice.
I guess if he Thought Knot Seers...
Ben Ben's going for Thought Knot. I think Mark's just going to let him see this.
Yeah.
Don't want to give him any more info by drawing a card first. Oh, no, he's just going to discard both cards, I think. Oh, no, okay, he's going to do that.
Yeah,
it would have been
only
interesting to
discard
actually...
one card.
Well, no, he has a Haunted Dead in the graveyard, doesn't he? Or did he get all of them back?
He's got 2 Haunted Deads in the graveyard.
Yeah, so he could have just discarded both of his cards, but now he gets to draw a card, so this is also fun.
True,
Essentially
to
ends up
get
being
back
same thing.
the Haunted Dead.
Yeah.
But, yeah. I think I like this a little bit better.
Sure, it widens the board. And I think he might have drawn another negate, so now
Yeah.
Languish wouldn't even get him out of it. And we're just going to go on the card advantage plan and probably just peck in with the spirits every turn.
It's rough. It's a long game to which I think Daniel has a good chance of being able to
He has some
draw
ways
out.
yeah, for sure. But 2 cards a turn is definitely... Okay, we drew Obnix.
Oh, we need a land.
I think we need a land.
Yeah.
But he has negate, so that's a really good backup plan. So if
Ben Ben draws a land,
Also,
he goes
a
to slam the Sorin.
Yeah, Languish here also is for Ben Ben.
Ooh,
Oh, Deep Fiend on the
Deep
upkeep.
Fiend.
Great. Didn't see that one in his hand. So we're going to tap him out of white, or tap him out of black, and the Thought Knot, it looks like.
I think we have a Secure the Waste in Ben Ben's hand, so he might respond with the Secure.
Yeah, he's responding. For 4, is it?
I think so. There might be a land off screen that we can't see. I think I see the caves. For 4.
Yep. So this is a spot where Westville Abbey off the top might be something that could get Mark if he doesn't have more Deep Fiends.
Yeah.
But Mark is drawing a lot of cards, so... Yeah, but just the 1 damage a turn. The clock is not very fast right now.
Yeah,
I guess
if
he
we can get a land,
Yeah.
we can,
Then we can
kill the Thought Knot
and draw a
and
card,
then
yeah.
draw another card.
Okay, so I think we're...
Oh, okay.
Is
we're
he
moving,
attacking, or is he just...
No, we're
gonna-
moving back to original board state.
Okay, did he forget to draw his card?
Yeah,
I think
Mark might have done it during upkeep, and
he
we
definitely
might
did
have
up to
forgot
that.
to draw a
Yeah,
card.
I think he forgot to draw the card.
Which is, understandable. A lot of things have happened,
Mm-hmm.
in that turn, and it's very easy to forget stuff like that. Alright, Mark's going to go to his turn.
Yep, so Ben didn't hit a land on that turn. Alright, so he hits the
Alright,
land.
hit the
I don't
land.
know if you just jam the Obnix here, though, because something negate could still be very valuable here.
Fact. We still
Like
have
a
the
Languish
Sorin
would still
looming.
wreck us pretty bad.
Languish is good. We
And
still have the
Sorin is
Sorin looming.
Yep, only 1 away.
Judge call. Ben failed to draw his card after Morrison emerged the Deep Fiend.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what we figured.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the judge had confirmed it was Ben forgot to draw after the upkeep tap. And Mark is going to offer the attack with the Deep Fiend. And it just eats a chump block from Ben. I think he'll just pass back with the mana up, though. He could just jam the Obnix. But I think
So I guess-
Sorin's too big of a liability here.
Yeah. He might.
He's even actually keeping the land in hand as a discard
just a
outlet,
discard to the Crypt Breaker.
Yeah, I don't hate that. I mean,
for a chump block on the Thought-Knot Seer.
Sure.
Or just like start eating the soldiers.
Nice to see they both kind of drew out of their mana screw in the
game.
We have an actual game here for sure.
I think I want to say Mark's ahead. I think at this point,
I think Mark drawing the 2 cards a turn,
big,
and having the negate like
Sorin can kill the 5/6 if that's what Ben's hand is. There's the Westvale Abbey actually.
Okay, I was seeing what the flip cards were because I thought maybe it was an Avacyn, but it was the Westvale.
Yeah, I know he's on the creatureless version of the deck. I think the only creatures are in the sideboard is like
just
one
or something, right?
1 Linvala and 2 Kalitas and 2 Thought-Knots.
I wonder. Oh, is he gonna go for it? Oh man!
Wow.
So Mark gets to draw a card.
Gonna draw a card, which is.
It's not even a 2-turn clock right now. If Mark draws a Deep Fiend, or does he have ways to remove it though? I don't think Mark can actually remove it.
Voldaren Pariah.
Voldaren Pariah is the way we get rid of it. Yep. Or
Ben's about to go to 18. 5, 6, 7.
And then Mark goes to 10.
11, 12,
Though Mark
13,
may
14.
be thinking about a chump block, but I don't think so.
We have 14 points of damage on the backside. Mark Morrison's at 18, so it is a 2-turn clock.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there was probably a missed one trigger on the draw.
Okay, sure, yeah. You're right, that does ping you for 1. So, okay, it is a 2-turn clock. I was thinking it was one off, but...
Yeah,
Mark is just...
in trouble right now. Mark Morrison,
I mean...
going through his sideboard to see what he's got still left in his deck.
Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe he could have sideboarded out some number of the Voldaren Pariah, because in general, it's probably not the greatest card at all times. It's nice to discard it, but yeah, I guess we'll see. Be cool to see him draw that card, but
I think we need to make 2 zombies here.
You like making the zombies draw a card?
Yeah, make 2 zombies draw a card, and then untap. We have 5 zombies on the floor at that point.
And at worst, we can at least try to chump with the spirits.
Wow, just goes right for zombie. I don't think I like that all that much.
No, I think I would want to make the zombies here.
Yeah, because we could get to the point where we can draw 2 cards.
Yeah, it looks like he's got plenty of stuff to discard. That really, like on this board, we have one thing. We have to answer.
Ooh, we've got Haunted Deads in the graveyard. Ooh,
okay.
Maybe that's the plan. Maybe it's just get another card, return 2 Haunted Deads. I think I like that better because they are effectively 2/2 zombies.
Yep.
But they add 3 power to the floor instead of
and some
just
chump
2.
blockers if we need them.
Yeah, and chump blocks the Ormondal.
I feel like though, even if Mark can stabilize here with the chump blocks, he needs to find the Pariah to get rid of the Ormondal.
Yeah, because gaining 9 life per turn is a lot.
Yeah, it's like he still wins by creature damage. He can't just. Don't think that was it. I think he plays with it as the flip card.
Yeah, it's definitely the flip card. It just looked like that was a Ruinous Path, but I don't think I see that in his deck.
I didn't get a good look at it.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
So we've got
16. We got 16
6, 7,
power
8,
on the floor.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I'm counting 15, but I could be one off.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
No, you're right. 16. It's 16. Man, so close for Mark yet so far.
Yeah. We're, 2 points off?
2 points off. And he now has to leave a spirit back, I think. Probably 2. Leave 2 spirit, just because it's not that unlikely that Ben has.
Yeah, Ben also has the Sorin in his hand, which is fantastic.
Sorin, yeah, and he has the 2. I think he has 2 Shambling Vents, so he can't fire both up, but he can fire at least 1 up if he wants. It would be cool if Mark had a way to sacrifice a spirit to negate the life total, but the life gain. But I don't think that he does.
No, I don't think so either.
So we're not gonna go for. Oh no, we are gonna go for the all-out attack. All right, leave all the spirits back, and I think that is 13 then. Yep.
Yeah.
13.
Puts him to 5.
And then back up to 12. 13. 14. I can't math.
Yeah.
Because the thing is a 9/7, right?
Yeah. So this is 13 points, right? That we said coming across is 14, which would put him to 4, which would be 13.
13, and then if he just goes to try to slam Sorin, we have the negate. That's a route to victory.
Yeah.
I think that's what Mark's playing towards.
Yeah, I like the.
I think Mark has a negate and 1 other card. It's the card that you said looked like Ruinous Path. Maybe.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Maybe it's a Liliana. I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe. I like this attack quite a bit because what could happen is if he has alright, so it's Crypt Breaker. So if
Another
he
Crypt Breaker,
has like any kind of removal spell, then Mark has the ability to counter it. So I think we could have left one spirit back. There's a small chance that we could have done that, and if Ben goes like land, attempt to cast Sorin, we totally got him.
All right, we're going for the attack. So this is, wow, he double blocks. You see any reason for the double block? It doesn't have trample.
No, it doesn't. If it had trample, then like
We're already
pretty much
Did he think
dead.
it had trample? Maybe.
Maybe. I'm not.
I mean,
sure.
I haven't looked at it. Definitely doesn't have trample, right?
No,
I haven't looked at the card in a
it's
while.
Flying lifelink,
lifelink,
indestructible haste.
Okay. Yeah, then I don't get it.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Or maybe Mark just was not had misread the card or something.
Well, that's another thing Ben can actually do. If Ben doesn't do anything here, he can actually activate one of his shambling vents and block. Because a lot of the creatures that Mark have are on the ground.
Yep, they're all on the ground other than the one spirit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm hoping that miss block doesn't come back to bite him. But I think that it was just maybe he misread the card.
Yeah, I think too. Like that miss block's gonna lead to if Ben gets a removal spell for the last spirit.
Exactly.
Like
Now we only have one
game
blocker.
over.
But we can only activate one vent here with the. I think that Mark is like realizing that he thought it had trample. I think that maybe is what he's talking about here.
Yeah, I think that's what he's talking
he's
to
got
his
like
opponent about.
the smirk, like I just messed up.
Yeah.
And Mark he's the kind of he's like a talkative player. He'll point out his own mistakes when it isn't beneficial for your opponent to know. Like
Wait,
I think
why is Mark at 2?
Wait, it doesn't have trample, right?
No, it does not have trample.
Yeah, that's what's happening right now. He thought Orbital had trample.
Yeah.
Okay, he thought it had trample.
Yep.
I don't think they're gonna back it up, but I think they'll just.
I think
the life
the
total.
judge thinks it has trample too. So we have 2 on the life total for Mark right now.
Yeah. Oh no, right.
Yeah, there shouldn't have been a life total change.
Yeah, well, Ben gained the life, and yeah. All right, so how much is this attack for?
5, 6, 7,
4,
8, 9,
5,
10,
6,
11,
7, 12. So it's not lethal. Holding back 3 Crypt Breakers. He must have a flyer in the yard, right? If he's attacking with the spirit. Maybe another Haunted Dead. It's hard for us to see the graveyard.
He definitely has another Haunted Dead in the graveyard.
So we're activating a vent. Just eat a Haunted Dead, probably.
We're going to draw a card, go to 7. Grasp Wolf Darkness 1 time.
Okay, it's just a land. So he's got land, negate, and an unknown.
Yeah. Don't block a zombie? No, that's actually correct.
Yeah, because you almost don't want to put the Haunted Dead in the yard.
You don't.
So he goes up to 15 and then down.
Yeah, it's just infinite chump blockers, I think, for the Ormondal. If you allow the Haunted Dead to go to the graveyard. And that's why Mark attacked with those and left everything else back.
Yeah, that zombie, or that spirit block, I think is going to come back to bite him.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It's negate, a land, and an unknown, but the other card must not be that good because he's going to have to discard it, I think.
Oh, it's Call of the Bloodline?
Is it? I'm surprised he brought that in here. I think that matchup is almost just for like blue-red and maybe white weenie.
I guess.
I think that Mark's hoping that Ben hits a land and tries to slam the Sorin. That would be his route to victory because he gets to negate it.
Because then he gets his opponent taps out.
Yes. All right, we're going for the attack first. We're going to Haunt the Dead.
Yeah.
It is called the Bloodline. You were right. That's what it looked like.
I guess it's just in there for like pure value sense.
All right, so Marco's a little bit risky there. That if there was a grasp, that was game. But
Ben goes to 14 off of this attack. Just gonna pass it back. So yeah, I dislike that. I think this favors Ben so much because of the fact that Mark Morrison has most of his Haunted Deads, I think, out already.
Yep. Wonder what Mark was looking for there. It seemed like he had a drawn mind that maybe would have gotten him out of it. The Voldaren, I guess.
The Voldaren probably would be fantastic. Grasp of Darkness would be fine because
it could get the land.
It gets the land and it sets Sorin back an entire turn. I think
this is 11.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah.
So this is. I mean, Ben could just take it.
Yeah.
Because it would just put a Haunted Dead into the yard. So.
Yeah, right. Like his only blocks are like putting a Haunted Dead in the yard. But like, I think that's actually... So Ben doesn't know this, but that's actually kind of great because Mark does discard 2 cards.
Yeah.
He loses the negate for the Sorin.
Yep. Because Mark is down to just 2 cards now, right? But he can draw 1 off the Crypt Breakers.
Yeah, so he could get up to a 3rd card. So I guess he is drawing 2 cards.
Alright, so Ben
per
had
turn.
no play that turn. So at this point, his hand is relatively unknown to us. We just know about the Sorin, I believe.
Yeah, I think Ben was prepping for Shambling Vent blocks more than he was
and he realized
holding up any spells.
That the attack was just not great.
He's just not drawing removal or land right now.
So this brings Ben back to 12. Now if Mark draws a removal spell or something like a Deep Fiend, maybe, I think we could win here.
Yeah.
But Mark is going to need to find another flyer. I don't believe he has another Haunted
There's a
Dead.
Liliana.
What do we got in the yard in terms of creatures? I see a bunch of Jaces. I think I do see a flip card. I think that might be the Voldaren.
Yeah, I think
but we don't have the mana to
to play
cast it
both
this
of
turn,
those spells.
He needs to draw it, and he can discard to the Crypt Breaker. Would be a nice play. Just a Jace.
Yeah.
I think Mark might need to draw a card here.
Yeah, Mark showing his distaste for that particular draw. Even if it was a Voldaren Pariah, I don't even know if we have enough mana just to cast that regularly anyway.
He has a land in hand that he's been sandbagging to discard.
Yeah.
So he does have 5.
I think
It's
Mark's...
Lily. Yeah, I think Mark's realizing now that maybe the Spirit could have been the
Yeah,
that would have at least given us one more
him.
turn here.
Yeah,
too,
the
if
Spirit play
nothing else.
lost him this game, I think.
I mean, I think he's got a draw now. A main phase with the Crypt Breakers.
Yeah, I think he realizes that as well.
Yep.
Ooh, a Haunted Dead.
Well, I like this because now he has the option with the other one if he draws the Voldaren Pariah to discard it.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's going to attack for 4, and I think just...
He's going to draw another land.
It's an amalgam, but I
Yeah,
don't
it's
think
not
there's a
gonna cut
Haunted
it.
Dead in the yard.
No, it's not going to cut
No
it.
flyers.
He's got 3 of them on the floor already.
Yep. Yeah, a great hand, but just not contending at all with the Ormondal.
Yeah, the
Spirit
double
would've given
block
us
on the
one.
Spirit
Yep.
lost us this match, I believe.
At least it lost him a turn that could have been the changing turn.
Yeah.
He would get 2 more draw steps with the Crypt Breakers up to 3. Now we're just going to Lily, hope to hit the 4th one, it looks like. Didn't hit it. Shake of the head leads me to believe. Yeah, he's going to get back the Pariah, but it's just too little too late here.
Yeah.
If he had 1 more minute, it's funny, if Mark had not been sandbagging the lands, he would have had enough to maybe do something else this turn. But
Yeah.
yeah, I think Benman probably just right-click attack all here. Yep. Yeah, well played by Mark up until that. The one Spirit play that I think
Yeah.
he'll be kicking himself about.
Yeah, it definitely loses us a turn.
I would have liked to see him peel the next card and see if that was the Pariah. Just because that was the 1 draw step, maybe. But
Yeah. Again, it lost us a turn on that. 1 more attack, I think Mark gets through in that game.
Yeah, yep.
And then, especially with all the cards you drew in that 1 turn, like, we had the negate, we hit Jace, we hit,
I
we
see
got
for
the
sure why he
Pariah
thought
out of the graveyard
I
as
see
well.
for sure why he thought it had trample.
Absolutely.
And there's just so many keywords in all these like big legendary flip cards these days. Like I was actually mistaken. Like I was like, oh, maybe it does have trample. Maybe I'm misremembering.
No,
So-
it's when you think of big dumb creatures like that, you assume trample
Yeah.
is a keyword on
Yeah.
them.
So
and
that
it's
was
not
definitely what he
always.
played towards, and then he realized it the next turn.
Yep.
So yeah, but I mean, it was at least a very good match, entertaining.
Mark.
That
Mark
matchup seems
tried.
like it's yeah.
He was in another thing to think about too is if Liliana was a -2/-2 effect.
Yeah.
He could have hit his own
His
Haunted
own-
Dead.
I was thinking that.
Put
same
it into
thing.
the graveyard and then get it back to the floor.
Yep.
But I don't know.
Close games, yeah, but Benman moves on to 3-0. Mark
Yep.
still got a fighting chance there.
No, I think Mark's probably gonna do well in this tournament.
I think that now he's gonna tighten up because
Yeah.
I'm sure he's kicking himself about that. But
Absolutely.
yeah, I mean, learning moment. It sucks to have that come up in a big tournament, but
Yeah.
like we said, he doesn't actually play that often anymore. Just typically these bigger tournaments.
Yeah, he just shows up every once in a while.
Yeah,
Does
and it
really,
just-
really well, and then never see him again.
Yeah, like that's maybe his minor inexperience
Yeah.
with these cards is what just cost him there.
Yeah, we had a lot of outs in that match too. However,
He had a lot of draw steps too with
we
double.
have any one of the other 3 Deep Fiends that we could have hit off of.
Yep, that would buy us ton of time. And
Yeah, because we could have played it with 2 lands.
And it would have put Haunted Deads in the yard to just start that engine up again.
Well, I think we may have gotten too low on mana if we hit hit it off of, let's say, Liliana.
Sure.
But like all we needed was 2 mana because you just hit the first Deep Fiend and just cast it for double blue.
Yep.
Dark Salvation would have been an interesting draw.
Yeah, I think that might have been a card that maybe comes out because there's not much to remove.
Yeah.
It's just a token producer,
but
I'm not sure. He might have
if we have it. Right, how many zombies do we have? We have 3 Haunted Deads.
He
and
had
3 Crypt Breakers.
That would have been 7. And you could -7. That's how that works, right? -X, -X.
Yeah, -X
You
gets
make
around
one zombie,
indestructible.
and then you could have killed that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, interesting to see this black-white deck coming up again.
Yeah. No,
I didn't
Black
think,
White deck was really good.
Yeah, I mean the Oath of Liliana. I thought it was a little bit of a kind of too cute for me, but when you go Oath of Liliana, kill their 1 creature into Gideon, make 2 2/2s, it's pretty strong.
No, I think it's a lot stronger than people give it credit for.
For sure.
It's definitely second best Oath, I'd say.
What do you like best, Oath of Nissa?
Yeah.
Sure. Green Ponder?
Yeah. Zach will never let me live down the fact that I don't like it in his Abzan control deck, but I said it, shots fired.
I saw the deck that Pascal, Maynard, and a few of those guys played at the last GP. It had the Oath of Nissa package, I believe.
Yep. It did.
And I played that deck a little bit. It's nice, it's smooth as it draws out, finds you.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think the Oath of Nissa itself helps.
And it has
your clunkier.
And it has the minor upside of it helping Delirium when you play the second one.
Yep.
So that was always cool, but can be just a little bit clunky.
Yeah, but again, I think it makes your clunkier draws less clunky, and I think it becomes much better because of it. But yeah, the black-blue deck list.
Was somebody asking about it?
Yeah, someone in the chat's asking about the black-blue deck lists. We'll have the deck lists up.
Yeah, if he top 8s or something. Yeah. But if you want a similar deck list, if you go to the Star City Games New York Regional, the top 8 player Connor Bryant had a very similar list.
Yep. He just subbed out other random cards and added more Elder Deep Fiends to his deck.
Somebody has 5?
Yeah.
I guess he's already at 0 points. Yeah. Alright. Who do we like here? I know this name sounds familiar. Ben Feingersh.
Yep. Ben's a good local guy.
Yeah, I think he's been on the Pro Tour quite a few times. We got
Jack. Was Jack one of the ones we had? No, right? All right, let's just do that.
Sure.
Ben Feingersh is a good Magic player. Crushed me in a tournament a while ago.
Never actually played him, since I never find myself actually making it to paper tournaments, but I've definitely seen him around.
Yeah.
I think he's from this area, Northeast. I mean.
Yeah, I think maybe
Boston
like Long
area,
Island area,
sure.
Maybe a bit further west, I think, than us. No, east. Right, Boston's like kind of east.
That was already the pairing, so that round went pretty long.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
No, yeah, I think one of our that game actually went really long. I think game 1 went pretty long as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not sure what either of these players are playing. I'm not all that close with Ben. I just kind of know the guy.
I think he's been on Bant Company strategies, but obviously people are known to switch up and this kind of a metagame.
Especially for a tournament like this.
Yeah, sure.
2 mainstays, I think, is just play what you know or play what's overly powerful, I think.
Sure.
So if either one of those things is good, then definitely stick with it and run with it.
Yep.
I personally would probably go with the power level. I would probably.
If you were playing today, what would you be playing? Would you be playing that deck? Merge?
The Jim Davis deck, the original initiation of the deck.
I'd be on Band Company, but
like how long have you been playing Company?
Since last standard.
Yeah, so if you've been playing it for that long, then I would assume that you'd probably do fairly well with the deck.
Yep. So we got Ben Feingersh on a pretty standard-looking Company deck. With not humans, he's got the Selfless Spirits and the Advocates and and Archangel Avacyn and stuff. So what do we got over on the other side?
We got Temerge.
I think this matchup heavily favors the player on Temerge. But again, I think that it comes down to if Ben can curve out perfectly.
Temerge are a little weird. Like 3 Primal Druids.
That is kind of weird.
3 Pilgrim's Eyes, which is probably fine, but I think the 3 Primal Druids weird.
Surprisingly, only see 1 Griff. You usually see if that is a 4 of.
Yeah, or like 3. Like 3, I think is pretty good on that card.
Is he playing
and then 2 Vessel of Nascency?
Weird. Is he playing the Nissa's Pilgrimage version or no? that's sort of to start to make a way into it. No,
it seems like it's all the spells, just 4 grapples, 4 gathers, 2 vessels, 3
Okay,
traverse.
yeah, a lot of the new versions have been cutting down on gather and actually playing Nissa's Renewal to just try to do your game plan a little bit faster, hit your land drops.
Okay.
But yeah, it looks like Jack is on a very similar deck to like.
Yeah, pretty stock
Yeah,
to Merciless,
yeah.
just a few tweaked numbers, I'd say.
But yeah, I mean, I think I have to give the nod to Jack being the favorite here. But
Yeah.
again, if Ben can curve out and have some timely Selfless Spirits when the
Kozilek's
Kozilek's returns
yeah.
pop off, then
Do we have Archangel Avacyn?
he's
over
got
there?
2.
Okay, so yeah, that's really good against the Kozilek's returns as well.
Yeah, but other than that, a very standard list over here from Ben. He has the Days Undoing in his sideboard. That is interesting.
Awesome.
I had not seen that out of a Bant deck.
I think it's really good.
I think that may come in here. Because
Yeah, absolutely.
against these Delirium and
Yeah,
Emerge
because
strategies.
I think to be able to shuffle all the cards into the graveyard to just stop Emrakul's
For
and
sure.
like because you can see
it
it's
stops
like
their grapple and stuff.
yeah, all the gathers grapple with the pass. Like
Yeah.
you just have a bunch of graveyard interaction spells and you should shut down the graveyard
Yeah.
basically. And you just get to draw fresh 7.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So you just get to play threats, maybe company, and then untap, attack, play Days Undoing.
Yep.
I'm pretty excited. I think this is the match. I don't know, outside of, I think, the Owen LSV match, I don't think we've seen, like...
Haven't seen this in like a high-profile match too
Yeah.
often, I don't think, no.
No, this should be pretty interesting to watch.
I'm sure it happened a little bit at the SCGNV, but I didn't actually get to catch most of the standard
Yeah.
portion, and the top 8 was modern.
Yeah, I watched some big matches on that.
Yep.
Brad Nelson beating Jund decks with Death Shadow just didn't please me all that much.
You know, I've played a little bit of Death Shadow. I hate playing against Jund, so he must have...
Because your
either-
removal spells are just
You
really
have so
good.
many removal spells,
You have
yeah.
good removal spells that say
Hard removal.
you pumped your creature.
And it's not like they play
Congratulations.
Apostle's Blessing or anything or Vine,
Yeah.
so it's like your removal is your removal, and it's... Yeah.
Like, I could understand getting around bolts, right? Like, if you mutagenic growth your Swift Spear, sure. You did
But
it.
your Terminates,
You know what I mean?
your Abrupt Decays,
Yeah.
your Maelstrom Pulse even.
Even your Liliana's
I was going to say,
pretty-
because they only have 1 or 2 creatures at a time usually.
And, like, they're both equal threats unless one's a Death Shadow.
Yep.
And they're at a low life total.
Alright, so it looks like their players are opening up with their 7s.
I see
I think
an
Ben has
Archangel
a
Avacyn.
reasonable hand.
Yeah. I see the Archangel Avacyn, I see the Sylvan Advocate, bunch of lands. You know, probably a very reasonable keep hand. Maybe a little slow. It might just be a bunch of... Oh, he drew a Reflector Mage. It looked like it was just going to be a bunch of do-nothing spells. Or lands, mostly. And then, you know, turn 5 Archangel Avacyn. Gather the Pack, showing a bunch of awesome spells. We probably take the Elder Deep Fiend here. Maybe the Druid. It depends on like what our lands look like. It does look like Jack's hand's a little land light, so the Primal Druid's probably very good. Pass back to Ben. Hopefully we can get an untapped land into a Sylvan Advocate here. Yep, we've got the plains. Sylvan Advocate comes down. Very good early creature, but not good enough to get through the Druid, sadly. So this 0/3 creature is going to be able to chump block very well against the Advocate, but the Reflector Mage hopefully comes down, throws this back into the hand, and we can get through for 2. Jack also operating on just 2 out of his 3 colors of mana right now. Trying to figure out how to cast his Grapple with the Past. Jace is a fantastic hit. Island's another fantastic hit. We're short on lands. We could use a few more of those. It looks like Ishkana, a couple of Kozilek's returns, and other green cards in hand still for Jack. Alright, so we took the island, play the island. Nothing else to do because the Druid cannot be cast because of Reflector Mage. Take 4, go to 14. And then if Ben has company, this is a great place for it. Alright, so no company then. Gonna leave with a Dustwatch Recruiter. Have up white, blue, green mana for Dramoka's commands or any other spells that we need to cast. 3 mana. Pilgrim's Eye. Alright, Pilgrim's Eye is probably gonna find us our mountain that we've been missing.
I think that's the old school Pilgrim's Eye.
It looks like it. and then land the
Primal
Druid as well.
Some
Okay.
nice creatures to sacrifice to the emerge guys.
Sacrifice to the Emerge guys. They chump block extremely well on this
Oh,
board
yeah.
state. At least the Primal Druid does. Pilgrims I having flying, I think, is fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, chip in for a little bit.
Ben, however, has his 5th land now, and he's got Archangel Avacyn. So even if Jack does have the Elder Deep Fiend to be able to flash back the Kozilek's returns in his graveyard, it's not going to be enough to get rid of Ben's board. Ooh, interesting. So I think this telegraphs the fact that Jack doesn't have an Emerge creature in his hand.
Yep.
But I think getting the artifact in the graveyard is great because I think Jack has Ishkana in his hand. So he's going to be able to untap on turn 5 and play the Ishkana. Jack tanking a little bit.
Yeah, this deck is incredibly hard to play. I tried it.
Yeah.
I failed. I just put it down after... There's just so many lines and so many complicated turns.
Yeah. Ben,
He does have an Ishkana, which is great in this matchup, but I don't think he has Delirium yet.
he might. I know he
just got the Pilgrim's Eye in there, so that's 2 types right there.
Yeah, and he started with a Gather the Pack.
Okay, so he probably does. The graveyard was not very fan out. Looks like we'll get more.
And we have a grapple with the pass. We have instant as well.
Okay,
so we have artifact,
land.
creature, instant, sorcery
so
at
we
the
do have
very
Delirium.
minimum.
Yep.
Yeah. I think we have 5 types in the graveyard, it looks like.
Maybe in these matchups, we can ask the judge to like have them maybe put the graveyards here.
Yeah. Just to try to get a better grasp of what's going on. I think... Gosh, Jack has 2 Kozilek's Return in his hand? He could just go double Kozilek's Return.
Hardcast him, yeah. He has at least the one there, yeah. And that would also get him a land with his Primal Druid dying.
Yeah.
Which is not the worst.
But then again, we have to play around.
He has to play around the... Yeah, I mean, 5 mana up
Archangel
here.
Avacyn, yeah.
Or even the second... Like, when they go to cast a second, we just quill it.
Ooh, interesting.
We're upkeeping something.
Ooh, upkeep on the Kozilek's Return.
Okay. I mean, I let this first one resolve, no problem. It doesn't do anything. See, he does have a queller for the second one.
We could have a Dromoka's Command.
Yep.
Because
that
at this
stops
point,
the front
Dromoka's
side.
Command stops it.
Nice, yeah. They're going to play out the graveyard a little bit more easily for us to see.
Alright, first one resolves, second one goes on the stack.
God, this is not going to work, I don't think.
We either get
Did
Spell
he have?
Queller-
He has the Archangel Avacyn?
Yeah, he had it since the opening hand.
Okay, I think I actually just Dromoka's Command this one.
I don't know if we have command.
Oh, okay. I thought you mentioned
But-
seeing it. Okay, if not, then you definitely queller this. I think.
I think Queller's much better. Well, maybe not. I think the
No, he's
fact
just
that
gonna
it's-
use all his mana, I think, and just play the
yeah,
Archangel.
I think the fact that it's getting done. Ooh, okay. Never mind. No. So this is really good by Jack. So what's happening right now is we can cast Spell Queller for 1 cheaper because of the Kraken Lord.
Yep.
The Kraken Horde Howler. Right? We can cast Archangel Avacyn for 1 cheaper as well.
Yep.
So if Ben has a land,
Yes.
he can hold up for the Spell Queller, which I don't like.
Yes.
I like the Spell Queller much better than I like the Kozilek's Return
It
here.
needs to be a white land, but you're right. That is actually very true.
Yeah.
He has
So,
a blue land in hand. It looks like.
if we Spell Quellered the second one rather than throwing down the Archangel,
Mm-hmm.
if we hit the land, then we can play our land and hold up Archangel Avacyn for any of the second
It was a
second
plains.
half
It
of
was a plains.
the Kozilek's
But
Return.
you're very right. Now, if there's an emerge creature, he has 3 triggers.
Yeah, we
and
just
we'll
lose everything.
But that is the kicker now on the Advocate, but which eats a quick chump block from the
Yeah.
Primal Druid. So yeah, is it 3 Ishkanas in Jack's hand?
I have no idea. I know there's at least 2.
I think it was 2 to 3.
There's 2. It
And
may
a
be
Pilgrim's Eye
Druid
now.
and a 2. Maybe Druid, 2 Ishkanas, and a Pilgrim's Eye.
So here comes the eye,
It's going to get us a land.
classily signed.
Making sure to ask about Spell Queller.
Yep, and here comes the kicked
Ishkana.
Ishkana, so that's a bunch of flying blockers.
Still not that great.
Yeah, I mean, the 4/5 Advocate is nice here.
Yeah.
The Advocate, or the Avacyn can't really attack here, though, otherwise it just trades with 1 token
Yeah.
and the main Ishkana, which would actually be in Jack's favor because he has the second one in hand.
Yep. I'm definitely trading away as many of the tokens
Yeah,
as I can. Even maybe the Ishkana.
The Ishkana with Kicker is really tough for the Bant Company deck to deal with, I've found.
Yeah.
He's not main decking Deck and Stone, and doesn't have a Deep Fiend. This would be a spot where Deep Fiend would just be game almost, because you can just tap down his blockers, which is why I liked it, but yeah, he doesn't have... He has access to 1 in the sideboard.
We do have a man land on the floor.
Yeah, and that is a 5/5.
So it would be straight 5 for 5, so there wouldn't be any good trades on Jack's side other than whatever Ishkana blocks.
Yeah.
Right, like Ishkana could block Recruiter or Reflector Mage and get that off the floor. But Ben's attacks are pretty solid. And like you said, it's a 5/5 hexproof, so nothing's getting in front of the Lumbering Falls or the Sylvan Advocate all that well. And not all of your threats are lethal, but 2 damage when you're at 3 life is still a lot.
Yeah, no, I mean, it turns off the pain lands, and this mana... I guess at this point he's got it pretty much on, but... Yeah, surprising he doesn't have any of the pain lands, but...
Yeah.
I've found a lot of the times I was taking 2 to cast my my blue spells because of a lot of the Yav coasts and whatnot.
Yeah, so we're going to fire up, go with 5 creatures.
Yep. Yeah, I like this. This is a good attack. Because now we can't really...
I don't like that Ishkana block at all. Oh, we trying to...
Well, that would just be lethal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
You got it. So he goes to 1, and we're going to trade with the Ishkana for the Avacyn.
We'll trade the Spider. Ishkana's got 5 toughness.
You're right. Trade for the Spider.
Unless we have a Dramokus command. But I feel like we pre-combat the Dramokus command, though.
Yes, for
Because
sure.
we just get Ishkana off the floor, then he's just got no good blocks at all.
Yep. So the Duskwatch Recruiter did flip back, though, so now we're not actually representing the Queller unless he has another land drop.
Yeah.
Though at this point...
I think he might have already made his land drop.
At this point, we're not that afraid of spells that can't be quelled. We're afraid of just the emerge creatures.
Yeah. Well, actually, no, we can spell Queller again. It flipped because no spells were cast.
Yep. Alright, so here comes another Ishkana just to make 3 spiders, I think.
Yeah, I think we'd leave up the Cinderglade.
Might as well.
Yeah.
There's no reason to just leave Forest over Cinderglade. Yeah, this would be impressive if Ben can beat double-kicked Ishkana, but it's looking like he's in a position to do so.
Jack's at 1 life.
Yeah, he's at 1. Just
So,
sneak that 1 point through.
If there's any way we can get the other Archangel on the floor and flip it,
Yep.
then we're in a pretty good spot.
Maybe gut shot off the top.
Gut shot would be great here. Don't even have to have red mana to cast it.
Alright, so we're just going with Jace, and I don't think he can just pass here. I think he has another Ishkana, and I didn't see the last
Yeah, no,
card.
he's definitely got another Ishkana in hand. I don't know about the 3rd card.
You attack, sure, and then I think that Ben will just block.
Yeah.
But
I don't know if Ben should let the Jace resolve like that.
you think maybe he would have wanted to Spellcaller it?
Possibly.
Yeah. Alright, he blocks. Good block. Says make him have it.
Yeah.
And yeah,
It's
I think it's
Druid.
Primal Druid in
Yeah.
this one. So he's got 4 blockers to 4 attackers. So it's the same deal where nothing can... And there were 2 spells cast, though. EOT Ben is going to flash in this and just present now 5 attackers.
Yeah.
Yep. I think this should do it.
Yeah, I agree.
He just has to fire up the Lumbering Falls and every creature is lethal. Oh no, but he still will have enough blockers, won't he?
Yeah, it's
It'll be 5 to 5. Yep.
But again, we're back to the conundrum of not that many blocks.
So
are that
now you're
good
right,
for
though.
Jack.
If he had countered the Jace, that would be down 1 blocker.
Yep, but like that sets him up in a position where it could be an Elder Deep Fiend.
Sure.
And then that would be really bad.
That would be a blowout. Yep.
Whereas like
we're going looking for like a Reflector Mage to maybe...
If it's an Elder Deep Fiend to flash back the Kozilek's return, you can put in the Spell Queller at instant speed at the end step and to be able to attack and kill him.
Alright, so Ben I don't think is going to go for the attack here because he... Oh no, he has a land drop to make. But he did find another another Queller, rather, off of the Duskwatch recruiting mechanism, whatever.
Yeah.
So he hits the land. Now I don't think you actually do fire up the Lumbering Falls. What do you think? Maybe?
So the 5v5 I think favors Ben because most of the trades
he's going for it.
happen in your favor.
Yep.
The only trade that doesn't happen in your favor is whatever Ishkana blocks.
Yep.
Whatever non-Sylvan Advocate that Ishkana blocks.
Yeah, I guess this just forces them to top deck again, and we get rid of the Jace.
Yeah.
So yeah,
the
this
Spell
is a
Queller
good
is
attack.
a fine block. We just have to chump block everything else.
Yep.
Right, and it gets the Jace off the floor as well, which is important.
Yep, so he's left with just the Bearish Kana to our 4 attacking creatures.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jack's got to think, but I don't think there's any better blocks than this. He can't keep Jace alive, and that's, I think, what he's trying to determine.
No, yeah, he's at 1.
Yep.
There's no other. You just have to block everything.
Yep. I guess he's just deciding which one's better to kill. He's going to kill the recruiter.
I think that's fine. We still have Ishkana to block.
True.
We could draw any one of our merge creatures.
That's the draw that we're drawing to right now.
Emrakul it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
I think he'll, by this, I mean, I can't get a good count on the graveyard, but I would think that.
Because we got artifact, creature, instant sorcery, land. It's 5. So Emrakul costs 8.
I think a merge creature here would actually be swing the game heavily in Jack's favor, even though he's at 1, because it wipes the entire board.
Yeah.
And you can just still block the creature land. Just the land, though. I think that'll be game then.
Yeah, he's definitely going to play it out.
Sure. Once you get to the later rounds here, there's no reason to not make your opponent go for it.
Yep.
Maybe make Ben overthink himself, but I think he'll probably just fire up the land again and attack. He might not even need to. He'll just attack with a 3. With a Spell Queller in hand. Yep.
Yeah.
All right, but yeah, you know, he put the doubt into Ben's head there and made him think about it. But
yep,
when you're at 1, it's hard to overthink the attack with everybody.
I think personally, I think that's why I dislike these team merge decks. Is because sometimes you're just all
get that
air.
Draw.
You're kind of like a ramp deck.
Yep.
Where you're like sometimes you're just all air and no actual action.
I found that happening some amount
Granted,
of time
like
too.
Ishkana by itself is an insane amount of action.
Yeah, and your grapples turn your graveyard and your gathers, so it makes your late game drawing a draft common into the best draw in your deck. But I was having those draws too. Like even through 2 Ishkana, surprisingly, like Ben had just had enough leverage to force suboptimal blocks. If that happens when the board isn't so in Ben's favor, the Ishkana is very hard to beat. But Ben is playing an Odin-sized command in the main and gets to bring in a couple of nice ones. He's going to have probably Clash of Wills. The Elder Deep Fiend, I think he may bring in, and probably the Tamios. We saw Tamio do some good work in the LSV matchup.
Yeah, Tamio tapping down blockers is great. Drawing extra cards is great. Mm-hmm. Again, me and my friends, this is what we talk about when we talk about Tamio.
Yeah.
It's the fact that she's in the colors that have 2 of the best creatures in the format, in Sylvan Advocate and Avacyn, and they both have Vigilance, so they can both attack and block, and you can draw 4 cards instead of 2.
That's super nice.
So,
plus, the tap down is not always irrelevant too. Just tap
down.
The
chilling your opponent's creatures is great. Like a lot of the stuff that
Tamio
Jack's gonna bring is gonna be like Ishkana is the stuff that block really, really well. Yep. So if any point in time in there where Ben hit a Tamio and just was like tap down Ishkana, tap down something else.
That's where I think the Deep Fiend. I think he'll bring that in, and it'll be really nice to tap down all 4 of the blockers that come with an Ishkana. And a lot of times, you know, I think LSV was trying Subjugator Angel. Mm-hmm. But I like the Deep Fiend can come out for 4 a lot of the times.
Yeah, and you're just like getting rid of cards that you don't really care about,
it's
like
5/6.
Random Reflector Mages and stuff.
Yeah, Reflector Mage is definitely the most enticing to sack, but you know, in a pickle you can always just sack a Queller that doesn't have a good spell under it.
We don't have. It
doesn't have any like garbage creatures.
No, the Displacer. If we have Displacer, then like I don't ever want to get rid of my Reflector Mages.
Definitely.
But without Displacer in the deck, the Reflector Mage comes down, does its thing.
Does its job,
we're good. You know, you're just a 2/3 at this point. Mm-hmm. So, I'm pretty excited to see what both of these guys bring to the table.
Yeah, how does the sideboard change?
I think have Summary's Dismissal. No,
he does not. I think he'll bring in the Clash though.
Yeah. We have a 3rd Ishkana.
That comes in.
3 Reality Smashers.
I actually think those might come in too because it's not very well suited. I mean, it depends on
the Ben deck. Just doesn't battle with a Reality Smasher.
It doesn't.
Very
no.
well.
I mean, it has Reflector Mage. That's about it.
Yeah. We have a Summary Dismissal. We have News Constrictor. I think is great.
I think that
Pulse of Marasa and Thought-Knot Seers. I like the Thought-Knot Seers.
I think the bigger creatures the bigger Eldrazi.
I think Reality Smasher, Thought-Knot Seer, Pulse of Marasa, News Constrictor, really good in this match. I'm probably just the other copy of Ishkana. Mm-hmm. I think like. I'm not sure what you take out. That's the thing I always hated about sideboarding with decks like this, because you're kind of like a combo engine deck.
Yeah, hard to sideboard too heavily with these
taking
decks.
Pieces out are really tough, because then like you just have less pieces to draw more pieces. And that's what most of your things do. Is like you just draw more things out of your deck. So I think it's tough. I think Ben showing the power of 2, 3, 4,
Ben Company
5.
curve.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, he even had the Avacyn.
Yeah. It was super quintessential because of the double
that ended up
conflicts
almost being a
turn.
2 for 1 because a 2 for 0 actually.
Yeah.
like there's value of them being in the yard, but we never found a big creature
Yeah,
to flash them back.
Jack
so.
did get to sack the druid and
Yeah.
get his basic out of that as well.
Sure.
So
I think that if a big Eldrazi ever gets hit that game, Jack probably wins, but, you know, he just didn't find one, so.
yeah. I think. Do we have 8 cards in hand?
Oh, geez, did he do that?
I think so. I don't know.
No,
if
I think he might still be shuffling.
Just call.
Yeah. Okay. It just looks like a lot of.
If it's
it looks
8
like a lot of cards,
That looks like a lot of cards.
right?
Is that a forced mulligan to 6, or does Ben take the 2 best? Isn't there like some rule now if you draw an extra
Yeah.
card, you get a Thoughtseize almost?
Yeah, your Ben basically Thoughtseizes you.
But how is it if you draw too many as the opener?
I'm not sure.
I think it might be a forced mull to 6.
Ben
That
might
would be
might Thoughtseize 2 cards back into the deck.
It's looking like a Hymn to Turok coming up or something with him shuffling the cards like this, so I'm not sure. We're waiting on a judge
No,
call here.
you actually get to pick the 2 cards.
No, I know. I'm saying
Which
like
is which makes it doubly insane. So if it's just like 2 lands and a reasonable keep, Ben should be like, get rid of the 2 lands.
You're right. It's not even actual thought. You can take lands.
Yeah, you just take whatever out of the hand, and
That's an interesting rule. I mean, I guess it's
I
better
think
than
it's
auto
super-
game loss. It's better than auto game loss, but it's
absolutely.
Still tough. Yeah.
But like, I think it's still super polarized to your opponent.
Yes, for sure.
Whereas like, I don't know. I think it's just really tough. Maybe if it was actual Thoughtseize,
That you can't take a land.
yeah, it would be great.
Yeah,
it's
he
8
drew
cards.
8 cards.
Yep.
So I think it's a forced mull to 6, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't know if we go regularly to 6 or if Ben gets the Thoughtseize
Yeah,
cards.
we'll see.
I think he might, and I think that's what we're waiting on right now. Ben looks like he's pretty rip-roaring ready to point some cards out.
All right, he's ready. Luckily, we caught that before the game started. It's much harder to back that up and fix everything once the game has started.
Absolutely.
I think my quickest game ever before the new rule, the Thoughtseize effect or whatever.
Yeah.
I was on the draw, and my opponent went turn 1 and drew a card, and they immediately lost.
Oh my gosh. So Mark Morrison in the tournament, right?
Yeah.
Playing like black-blue control. His
Okay.
opponent is on mono-red, and Mark is on a mulligan to 5
Okay.
on the draw.
Sure.
In his worst matchup.
Yep.
And his mono-red opponent goes, on the play, draw a card for turn.
Yep.
And Mark's like,
Game.
I win? Just
Yep.
like the most unwinnable game you could ever have with black-blue control.
Okay, so it's random
Oh,
too.
so it is. It's
It's
him to turn.
random too. It's him.
Just get him
I would
to
not have
Turok.
thought that would be-
Watch them be lands. We
wait.
didn't get to see them. But
So
like,
is it now he mulls to 5, I think? Because the 2 cards I think that he needed
be
the
a
hand
6,
to
so he
function,
has to mull to
and now I
5.
think he has to mull to 5.
that's wow.
I think
that's
that's
a
how
really
this is about to
terrible
work.
way to win a match.
Yeah, but
But-
that was just a careless mistake. Like,
Yeah.
it's better than losing the game,
Regardless, it's a match win. You know what I mean? Like in a tournament like this, I'm taking
but-
any
in
match
round
wins
4,
I
you're
can
taking
get.
it when you're 4
Yeah,
out. Going
right.
to throw 4 out. When he may be able to go 6-0 double draw, if he,
Yeah.
I would think. So yeah, I think the way this works out is Jack will have to mull to 5 now.
Yeah, we'll see how it comes out.
I was
after it's
surprised
all
it turns
said
into
and
him to
done.
Turok. I did not think that would be the resolution.
Yeah, I think it would be like double Thoughtseize.
Jack drew to 8, his opening hand. HJ is in ruling. Jack takes out 2 cards at random. Jack is now taking the mulligan to 5.
Okay, yeah.
5. Okay. Yeah, confirmed mulligan to 5. So yeah, the hymn to Turok effectively acted as the mulligan to 6.
Yeah, if Jack had liked the hand after the hymn,
Yeah.
he could have kept the 6 there.
Yeah, we probably would have been okay at that point,
Yeah.
but I think a mulligan to 5.
It's
is-
really tough in this
yeah.
matchup because you have so many dead air cards like Primal Druid and
Yeah, they just
and-
don't do
yeah,
all
they
that
don't do
much.
anything unless you have all the engine going.
Yeah.
So. That said, if he just can mill Kozilek's return, have an early
Yeah,
beacon or
if we
something
get
that-
like early nut draw,
Yep.
like turn 2, gather the pack into, Jace that doesn't
Sure.
die. I don't know. There's a lot of things that need to go really, really correctly for Jack. That
Yeah, if Ben, and I think Ben snapped his 7 off, so if he has even a remote
now
lead.
Ben, it looks like Ben's drawing his hand too. Yeah, no, Ben went to 6.
Ben went to 6, okay.
So that's a little helpful.
That-
Jack's
or at
hand
least
looked
done a little bit more
okay.
than even
I
playing
see
through it.
Traverse, Cinderglade, Vessel of Nascency, I think. Oh, jeez. I think Ben...
Did Ben draw too many now?
I don't know.
Did they forget to
It looks
scry
like
maybe?
6 cards, maybe, forgetting to scry.
Maybe they forgot to scry. I've done
I
it.
think
It's
Ben
hard.
may have tried to play a land early off. I think is maybe what happened. That looks like a deep fiend from Ben.
Okay, he did bring him in?
Yeah. Alright, so traverse, get a island. Play the island, pass the turn. Hope we draw a forest off the top. Because if we draw a forest off the top, we can play and crack Vessel.
Yep.
And then, if not, we have the ability to play turn 2 Jace, or turn 3 Jace, because this is our turn 2. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, we get to play the basic this turn.
Okay, cool. Yep.
Yeah, and then run out the Vessel. Vessel cracks, hopefully finds us a blue source, so we can play Jace.
Mm-hmm.
We have Ishkana in our hand as well, which is a great card, I think.
Oh, Ishkana's great in this matchup. Absolutely great. Especially, I mean, he's got a bunch of ways. Oh, he plays the Sanctum of Ugin. Cool. So that must be a Nissa.
Oh, it's a Nissa. Okay.
Nice, and that gets him.
All right, yeah,
land.
that's much better.
Yeah, that's just a better Pilgrim's Eye.
Absolutely. I think it's pretty solid.
Yeah, I think Jack might actually be able to pull this one out if Ben doesn't have a great follow-up here.
Yeah, so we have, sorcery in the graveyard, so if Vessel hits decently well, then we can get enough card types to get a Delirious.
Yeah, I think that
Ishkana
it'll be
on the
very
floor.
likely for it to be.
Yeah, and the Nissa hit us a basic land, too, so we have at least our 4th land drop.
Mm-hmm.
So Vessel's job is probably to hit our 5th land.
Yep, for
There's
sure.
a grapple with the pass.
I think he might even have another Nissa. He has a flip card. It might very well be Jace, but
Yeah, it could be Jace. It could be another Nissa.
So I think we're just. Oh, nice, and it even hits the.
Yeah,
the Kozilek's
that
return.
one's a Jace.
That one's a Jace. Yep. And I think he'll just take Ishkana here, but 'cause
Yeah,
he doesn't have
this-
blue mana. No access
Yeah, the
to blue.
second Ishkana is great.
Yep.
And that's creature, sorcery, instant, enchantment. So he's
Yep,
got
he's got
Delirium.
Delirium.
Now.
Yep.
Plays the basic that we know off of Nissa.
And a good no attack there.
Yeah, and we got to grapple with the past as well.
And in response, a nice play again to make sure he's not getting his grapple quelled.
Yeah.
So after Ben decides to flash in the 2/3, he just plays it.
Yep. We're gonna play the grapple, get the grapple done.
A little bit off camera.
Pilgrim's Eye, Druid, and one other card.
Yeah, I see the
couldn't
Pilgrim's
see.
Eye and the Druid. No actual land though, right? Just
Yeah,
things
which
that
is
get
terrible.
lands.
Like
basic
the
lands are
Vessel
best.
and the
Yeah.
grapple missed on lands. We're gonna take the Pilgrim's Eye. Is what we're gonna
Sure.
do. I like that. I think it's the best card of the cards in the graveyard to take at this point
Yep.
because it's gonna find us not only a land but a blue source because we are a 3-color deck.
Yeah.
Coincidentally, we are just nowhere near casting Elder Deep Fiend ever.
No, never. I mean, he could cast it now, but I don't think he wants to.
Yeah.
The Queller, he wants to hit for a couple.
Oh, I
damage.
meant Jack actually.
Oh, Jack is totally
Yeah,
far
Jack's
off from
just
it. Yeah.
never casting Elder Deep
All right,
Fiend.
we are going to Deep Fiend here in the upkeep. I actually like this.
Yep. It actually might be great for Jack because it gives us another turn.
And he missed on lands though.
Yeah, we drew the Deep Fiend ourselves.
Not looking great here with this
No.
sweet mana, but yeah, all right. So Ben is trying to go on the beatdown plan here.
Yeah, I mean 5/6 is beat down real
Oh
well.
yeah. Looks like he's got a lot of lands in hand though. I
Yeah, I
don't
see
actually
3.
see another spell.
I see at least 3 lands in hand.
There's the land, and he shuffled something to the front. It might, yeah, it's a Days Undoing.
Wow.
Yo, I think he should go for that here. Nope, he's gonna pass here though. With his hand being so bad, I could see just trying to roll the dice, but he may very well have an Avacyn here or
We
something.
hit our 5th land, which is great too.
Yeah, it would have been nice to get rid of. Yeah, so here comes the. He
Here's
could have
Sky.
Ultra Test Command. That would be a really solid one here. But
Oh, that'd be fantastic.
it looked like Ben might have just had 3 lands Days Undoing.
Yeah, I think I might have fired off the Days Undoing if
Yeah,
that's what it
if
looked
that's
like.
what his hand is, maybe that was a good spot for it. Because you know that Jack has at least Ishkana, so like.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ben just had nothing that turn. His hand is just lands and Days Undoing, it looks like. I think he drew the second Days Undoing.
Wow.
Or Jace. It's another blue card.
That's a Clash of Wills.
Oh, it's Clash, okay.
Which is actually kind of great.
Yeah, it's okay. At this point, Jack's starting to hit his lands and now just has plenty of time, though.
Yeah. We found our first blue source as well.
Yep.
And I think we have a Deep Fiend in hand, so if Jack can find a second blue source and we can start...
Yeah, the Pilgrim's Eye will likely get that next turn.
The,
Yep, here comes
we
the
can
Days
start
Undoing.
throwing Ishkanas away.
So a card I had never seen played, we've already seen on camera twice today.
Yeah.
I mean, Jack did have an okay graveyard here, so this is going to turn off Delirium and draw them each 7 fresh cards. But Jack's board is definitely favored here.
The Ishkana having already fully resolved.
Yeah, it'd be nice if Ben had 4 mana up to pass with, so he could maybe draw into a company on his to play on Jack's turn. But yeah, this might be a tough one for Ben.
We have a possibility of hitting like Spell Colors and like the Clash of Wills that we saw.
Redraw the Clash.
But not a great spot.
Yeah, just the spiders that come along with Ishkana. When I first read that card, I knew it was good, but I underestimated it. I didn't realize it'd be such a huge player in Standard, and it really has been.
I mean, I knew it was going to be a really good Magic card.
Sure.
Just because I thought it was Drain Gain at the same time.
That would be great.
Yeah. Like, that's
already
just, like,
enough,
sold, right?
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, if it's Drain Gain, like, you know, I'm buying the copies.
Yeah, for sure.
But, like, I just wasn't trying to play Standard at first. Mm-hmm. So we did draw the Clash of Wills from Ben.
The redraw, okay, cool.
The thing I think that I lost the most on was Emrakul. I didn't think Emrakul was that good.
I got him early on MTGO, but I didn't buy them in paper. So yeah, that was one that it was kind of on my radar. I cracked
one in one of my sealed pools for the pre-releases, so I got super lucky grabbing one of those.
Yep, Liliana too. She almost doubled in price.
Oh my gosh, dude!
I didn't end up getting those.
That makes me really sad because, like, as a black mid-range player, like.
Yeah, you want that card.
That's the card that goes in every deck I would build, and I just can't play it.
Yeah, she's even been making her way into Modern a little bit. I've seen it in.
Yeah, she's been in like the Grimflayer Jund decks with
like
the Lingering Souls.
Yeah.
I like her the most in Grixis.
Yeah, she's cool there.
Like,
I actually saw
with Snapcaster Mage, Tazgur, and Gurmag Angler. Like,
I actually saw a Grixis deck splashing white for Nahiri that had both of them, and they stomped me.
Wow, that's insane.
Absolutely stomped me.
Jack running out Jace and 2 Primal Druids.
Ben has a Deck and Stone, but
Deck and Stone.
It can get rid of the spiders, but like the fact that Deep Fiend doesn't have evasion, they just have. Jack has so many great chump blockers here.
The Primal Druids are just great. Primal Druid might be the correct Deck and Stone target.
Possibly.
Right? Like, we just don't know. Like, Ishkana is not great because then every follow-up Ishkana from that point on is just infinitely better. Mm-hmm. Because then we just get a million spider tokens and still have Ishkana. And we can draw a card.
Well, right now there's nothing in the graveyard, so we are kind of far off Delirium from the shuffle.
Okay,
but,
yeah. So the shuffle reset graveyards, which is fantastic.
And we're getting real close to Nissa flipping, I think, next turn.
Yeah.
No, actually, it might be I guess he gets to play his land this turn. Okay. So now we got a Planeswalker to deal with. Ben does have an Avacyn.
Yep.
But, with Ishkana again in the face of that, Avacyn does not look all that impressive.
Yeah, we need a way to flip the
get rid of the
Avacyn.
spiders and then Deck and Stone the real one or something.
Yeah. Flipping gets the Primal Druids to hit 2 lands, but like Jack's got a bunch of lands in hand.
But yeah, I mean, Ben's hand looks really good. He has Tamiyo, he has Deck and Stone.
Yeah.
It's just whether or not he can buy the time before Jack just takes over the game with Emrakuls and Elder Deep Fiends, and he'd just find to Deep Fiend off of that grasp.
Yeah, Archangel Avacyn, as phenomenal as she is, not very good right here.
Nope, not looking too good.
Just gets chump blocked by a bunch of things. It's fine. It's a great threat. Definitely play it whenever I can. But, again, without like a Selfless Spirit. I see Tamiyo in Ben's hand as well.
Yep.
Ben's got a lot of fantastic cards in his hand.
I think he drew Another Day's Undoing, actually, too. Maybe that's the Clash, though, but...
He's definitely got the Clash in hand.
Yeah. Okay, so he passed back. He must have another company or something here.
He's got to have something, because just play nothing when you have Tamiyo.
Yeah.
And I think Tireless Tracker, I think I saw in his hand as well.
Yeah, now we're contending with 2 flip Planeswalkers.
Is that Ojutai's Command at the front?
It might be. I mean, that card is definitely... Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, it's Ojutai's Command. I think I see a flip Planeswalker in his hand as well. It's probably Jace.
Yep.
I don't know if he plays Jace.
He plays 2 Nissas and 1 Jace.
He's got 2 Jaces main board.
Okay, 2 Jaces and 2 Nissas.
Yeah. So he's probably left the Jaces in. It's a great source of card advantage. It helps grind out this deck.
Yeah, if you can flash back a company, it's great.
Yeah. It helps you find like the niche cards like the Clash of Wills that you ordered in, like Summary Dismissal if you have any of those. Jace's gonna flashback a spell.
No, he's gonna grapple.
Yeah, grapple and then probably flashback grapple.
Yeah. Alright, well there's the Emrakul. That might end up being it.
And a Deep Fiend too.
Yeah, and he already has a Deep Fiend in hand too. So there's the Emrakul.
Yeah.
A mitt full of cards there. There's not a Ghostlight Return in the yard yet, but he's got a lot of looks at it.
Nah, but we have the ability to probably flashback.
Plus, I mean, now he's got such a nice board that he can just suicide the creatures in.
Yeah.
Though he can't cast the Emrakul this turn, I don't believe.
No, he's tapped 2 mana already.
Yep.
Might not even be able to cast it in the following turns either. We only have what, like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana? Yeah, we only have 7. All right, so this is gonna get us another one.
Counter
draw.
Pilgrim's Eye.
I snap counter the Pilgrim's Eye.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. He knows about a Deep Fiend, so.
Yeah. We're gonna at least be able to counter the Emerald. I think that was Selfless Spirit.
Yep, I think it was.
We're gonna be able to at least counter the Emrakul with the Clash of Wills.
Yeah.
So we're still gonna end up losing a bunch of our permanents, I think. I don't think we can even play anything else, can we?
Not really, I don't think.
So, Avacyn flips. You got the
he might have
damage.
to play the Deccan Stone here.
Yeah.
So that it can't be used if the Emrakul ever resolves. But no, maybe not.
I think Ben's banking on the fact that he's got enough mana to be able to counter the Emrakul when it tries to come down.
Yep.
Alright, Archangel Avacyn
right
trigger.
Yep.
What do you target with 3 damage? Dome, Nissa, or Jace?
Definitely not Dome. Oh, and we're going to go for Days Undoing. And that gets rid of the Emrakul.
Oh,
and
true.
the Deep Fiend. Can he... 1, 2, 3... He could emerge out a Deep Fiend if he wanted, sacking the Ishkana.
Yeah.
The 3 damage right now, though, I think with the graveyard now gone, definitely Nissa.
Yep.
Because Jace going up, we're not too afraid of.
Yeah, Jace can't really flashback anything at this point. Granted, we're
He's
going to have a
drawing
fresh
7,
7 cards.
I think Jack 7 right now is really good, though. I'd say I'd rather have him have a fresh 7 than Emrakul, Avacyn, Ishkana, 2 lands or something.
Yeah, I would trade my 7 for this, 4 cards?
I think he has 5 or 6 in hand, but yeah, they're all good ones.
Fresh 7 could just be, gather the pack, scrapple with the past, and like another copy of Jace.
Yeah, so we're going to be left with Jack with 2 Planeswalkers and the Ishkana. Up 2 lands, though, with the Primal Druids dying.
Yeah. I think it's a decent place to be.
Yeah, I think that Jack is actually still ahead, but it depends on what we draw off of these Days and Doings here.
Yeah, I think the negative for Jack is that the Druids don't get your lands before you draw the fresh 7.
Yes. Yep, gotta draw the 7 right now.
Yeah,
well, that's both the Days and Doings, so we won't be seeing any more of those.
Yeah, and then on the upkeep,
yep, Avacyn will flip and get rid of all the spiders.
Avacyn, get rid of all the spiders, the 2 Druids. Dome Nissa down to 2. Nissa would go up to 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's still tough to contend.
We can start attacking with the Archangel
6/5, yeah, sure.
Yeah, because then the Ishkana can't really trade with it at that point.
And the even the Deep Fiend, depending on what the follow-up is, is a fine attacker. And even 4/5 Advocate, I don't think we leave Jamoka's Command in, but I've seen crazier things.
Yeah.
Good old Wheel of Fortune. Alright, so do you remember the triggers? Did you catch a glimpse of his hand?
We got a Kozilek's Return in hand.
Okay.
This is not that good, though.
Right, on this board it's not, but getting into the yard is important.
Yeah, it would kill the Sylvan Advocate and the Ishkana.
3 damage, you're right. Yeah, they have 3 on them already.
I don't know.
Yeah, but that could be an okay play because I don't think that Jack is too worried about having the 3/5 that can't even profitably block.
Yeah.
The 6/5.
Maybe.
So he might just fire that off to kill. Maybe not though, because it doesn't kill the Deep Fiend. For some reason I thought it would kill both of Ben's other creatures.
Actually. If we're feeling frisky,
Play it and flash it back.
we could slam Ishkana.
Sure. Attack in, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, and try to bait the... Yeah, sure.
Yeah, because if Ben, like,
Ben
yes,
might just
sir, is
stop-
the
yeah,
block.
sure.
Like, he's got 2 fantastic blocks in this situation.
Yeah, wow, if he blocks with the Avacyn, that could just be a huge blowout with the Kozilek's return.
Yeah, because he can't block with the Advocates. The Advocate's not enough.
I guess I didn't notice, though, Jack is down to 9. It looks like Ben went face with the 3. I think that he thinks that's the path to victory.
Yeah, no, both of the Planeswalkers are still
It looks
at
like...
their,
Yeah, and it looks
their
like Jack's
numbers.
7 was very bad.
Yeah.
I think it was a lot of lands in the Kozilek's return.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
I think there was there's
2?
a bunch of Kozilek's returns and a Dispel. Is that what you're seeing? I think I see 2 Kozilek's and a Dispel.
okay. Wait, yeah, if there's 2 Kozilek's return,
That
I'm
could just
slamming with Ishkana.
Yes, I would attack first because there's no downside to attacking.
Yeah.
He maybe thought that takes the damage. She doesn't deal it to herself though.
No.
So he should have attacked first for sure.
Yeah.
Now he can fire off the second one and kill the. Okay, so he's gonna just go for a non-delirious spider. I see a path for Ben to win this game now.
I don't know. I think you just put the spider back on the floor.
Oh, that's not him casting one.
No, I think it's
Okay,
his
does
spider.
he-
All right, I think
oh.
he's rewinding, maybe.
In tournaments, they usually aren't gonna let that happen. You know, I think he made the mistake.
Oh,
cast
so it looks like he's working it over with the judge right now.
Sure. I mean, I think his miscommunication was he thought Avacyn dealt it to herself.
Maybe.
Because that would kill the Avacyn in
Yeah.
his mind. But, yeah, otherwise, an attack first is just, there's no downside. Either way, your Ishkana's dying.
Yeah.
And it's
And-
at minimum
and, like-
3 free damage, or at best,
Yeah,
you kill their
and
best creature.
and the Deep Fiend and the Advocate are definitely dying. So if Ben blocks with the Archangel Avacyn the Purifier, like pure value, you just
well,
get
no, the
all
Deep
of his
Fiend needs to
creatures.
take 1 more damage somehow.
Well, he's
It's a
got 2.
5/6.
He's got the
Oh, he's
2
got the
returns.
second one, you're right, you're
yeah,
right.
so like the 2 returns would be able to wipe up everything else.
Yes.
And,
So the
like-
attack's totally free.
Yeah.
Unless they... But it looks like his hand is garbage other than that, right? I think
think
he has
there's
an
a Deep
Emrakul.
Fiend.
I
There's
think
a
he has
Deep
an
Fiend in the
Emrakul.
front.
Or is that Deep Fiend?
That's Deep Fiend.
Okay.
But like
So it's not
that's
total garbage.
basically an Emrakul because he's got the Sanctum of Ugin on the floor.
You're right. And 1 in hand. Alright, so I think they've maybe figured out that those creatures are going to die.
I
With
think-
Kozilek's on the stack, it looks
Yeah.
like he's now...
But like that's
So that won't flash back, though. It looks like he's doing it
No.
with it on the stack.
Yeah.
Maybe. I'm almost sort of surprised they let this rewind happen if that's what's happening, but... I think that's what happened, right? He
Yeah.
just emerged it out with it on the stack. Okay. And then tapped the creatures. He has a second Kozilek return, right? I'm surprised he doesn't want to kill the Deep Fiend here.
Yeah, I'm not
Or
sure.
maybe he is going to. The sequencing is just a little muddy here.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, I think I
super
would have for sure
excited.
killed the Deep Fiend there.
I guess he can still kill the Deep Fiend.
I mean, we're getting in for
with,
6
like,
right now.
block with
Jack's at
Shia.
7. If we have any pump here, that's just game. We
Yeah, I
got
don't think we do though.
no pump.
Dromoka's command would be like the only pump spell.
We're gonna go
Kind
for
of
Nissa,
deck.
flip, and look at the top card, I think.
Or maybe yeah.
Yep. Though now they might, Jack may cast the Kozilek's return in response to the trigger.
Yeah, he might. I think
That
it would be fine.
Said, yeah, I guess that's fine.
Leaving up a blue for like company.
For Dispel, yeah, he's got Dispel.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think we're gonna kill Nissa here. Oh. Yeah, he said he stopped him. I think Ben may be a little surprised to see the second Kozilek's return come out here, but
Yeah, I
it
think
was
Ben's,
a pretty solid. I mean,
Oh,
stopping Nissa. We've got an Ojutas command too. I think Ben's hand is very good.
Yeah, Archangel Avacyn was hit by the Jace Plus too. So she's
Okay,
actually
okay,
a
so
4
it's
power creature.
okay.
Which is able to take Nissa off the table, which is pretty good.
No, I think we're going face here.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
think
it's still
that-
it's a
look,
2-turn
I
clock.
mean, Ben doesn't know Jack's hand is not that good, but with
Yeah.
the way the last turn was played, he has to suspect there's not that much going on.
Yeah.
And that was never cool.
Yeah,
that was never cool.
That was a phenomenal draw.
Well, okay, so at least Ben can counter it.
Dispel.
Oh, they've got you're right. Yep. Because I see Ojutas command, but the Dispel, that's a backbreaker, and now he'll just get to chain all the Eldrazi.
Well, actually,
I'm not sure if he's going to be able to, how much he's going to have to tap, so it's going
yeah,
to come
because
down
the
to
graveyard was reset multiple times.
that. Yeah, I think the graveyard's right around 3 to 4 types. I see creature, instant, and I can't actually see the other 2 cards.
It's just Primal Druid, Kozilek's Return.
And those other... I think it's sorcery, maybe.
Yeah, it looks like a sorcery.
So I think it's 3 types. So Emrakul costs 10. And we've got...
I think exactly 10.
Is it exactly 10?
I mean, the way it looks...
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So maybe there's another type that we missed. So it must cost 9. Gets to leave up Dispel. Oh, I guess it only costs 8. Okay, there must be more types. There may be a Pilgrim's Eye that died at some point. So yeah, this is a beating. Ben's probably going to try to Ojutetsu command it and bring back Sylvan Advocate, but it's just going to be met with a Dispel. Yeah. And I can't imagine that he brought his own Dispels in. Boom, that's a blowout. Yeah, you see the look on his face. He was not expecting that one.
No. I mean...
That's the same look I would give. Like, wow.
I would expect Dispels out of Jack.
Sure, but like there it's just like...
Oh, backbreaking.
With the perfect amount of mana, yeah, it's backbreaking for sure. And now he gets 2 triggers on the Sanctums and probably just cracks one of them.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, from a spot that Jack looked like he almost... A lot of lands for both of these players. Looks like we're just going to fail to find, get some info on how the sideboard happened. We'll get some info too.
There's a Clash of Wills.
Some clashes. He brought the Tamios in, the Deccan Stones. Looks like he cut the Dromoka's commands. And...
Yeah, Ben's just going to concede.
Yeah, I would concede. I would have probably conceded before that.
Yeah, I agree.
So you don't get the sideboard tech, but...
I think Ben may have just underestimated his opponent's potential to win at that point.
Sure.
So Ben maybe thought he had an out or 2 left and didn't really. The Emrakul resolve and just
that was a beating.
Backbreaking.
I actually think that he could have, if that wasn't Emrakul off the top, he had a pretty good chance.
Oh, absolutely. Like Deep Fiend's fine, Wrath's the board, but it's just not Emrakul.
Yeah.
Emrakul just eats both of the creatures on the floor.
Yep. And just wrecks.
Tough spot. Absolutely tough spot. Ben also, Jack had the opportunity to cast the Recruiter in Ben's hand and spell queller it.
Sure.
So, granted, if Jack were to ever Wrath the floor, that's not a good place to be. Yeah. And it's also maybe just correct for Jack to run out both of the creatures.
Mm-hmm.
Because then any future Kozilek's returns are just great.
I don't think anything's going to change now that Ben had seen the Dispel, but it'll be on his radar now, if nothing else.
Yeah, I think he'll definitely be expecting it more.
I don't think he was expecting it there at all.
Yeah, you probably... I don't know if it's a card you ever really play around.
It's hard to play around the 1-mana spell.
1-mana Dispel that is very corner case, I think, in a lot of situations.
Yes, because it's really only countering 4 to 6 spells out of Ben's deck, but they're 6 of the better spells. So
yeah, they really are.
It actually, it's fine having that, especially in a deck that has looters.
Yeah.
You can get rid of the Dispel if it's really not doing anything.
Yep.
But yeah, I don't think sideboard will change too much.
Jack's taking a mulligan.
Okay, again, I think it'll be a close match.
Yeah, Ben
that
looks
was
like
with his mold of 5, wasn't it? That was the
that was the mold of 5.
Yep.
I think it would have gone infinitely better for Jack if original setup was stayed in place. We didn't get Days and Doings twice.
Yep. That other hand
full graveyards for the most part.
And a great hand at the time, but
yeah,
was able to have a timely Emrakul top deck, and
with
2 Sanctums, you're just chain them. So.
Again, fantastic top deck.
Yep.
I don't know what else. All right, looks like we're getting back into the match. Ben on the play, leads off with a Forest. Jack's going to take a pain from his Yavi Mayakos, as you can see here.
We gotta get the Madden technology. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I think it would be overly fantastic.
So did we say Jack took a mold of 6? I didn't get to really
Yes, Jack took a mold of 6 on
Okay.
this. Much better on the draw than on the play, for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's pretty terrible that we find this sweet anti-graveyard tech right before it rotates.
Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people had mentioned maybe we'll get a little bit of graveyard hate in the next sets. There's really not much right now. I think Tormod's Crypt was the only thing beforehand, and that was M15. So I even think that our best thing is...
did we have Scavengers still then?
No, he was M14 to M15.
Yeah. I think we had something else.
But yeah, I mean, I'm not saying we need something like Rest in Peace, but there should be something, some kind of interaction. Because
Absolutely.
right now, 4 mana Learn from the past is A, it's rotating, and B, it's just it's really, really slow. But yeah, it looks like Ben is just on the beatdowns here with countering some early spells and just trying to get in that early damage. And
Is that the Primal Druid countered with a Spell Queller?
yep, and now we got the 5 mana up, could be anything, even a boat.
I like boats. Boat's a great option.
Jack's gonna go for a Gather here. And it is Masteried, but it only gets 1 creature regardless.
Yeah. Deep Fiend, probably one of the better creatures to grab in a situation like this.
Alright, here comes a Jace. Oh, and a Queller on the Jace. This could just be a runaway game.
Yeah, I think Ben's probably got this one.
Yeah, and Ben has it looks like an Elder Deep Fiend in hand.
Yeah, this is a 6 damage attack right
This
here.
was just the Bant draw, doing Bant things, and they didn't
Alright.
even have a company. I think he's got... No, he didn't have the upkeep Deep Fiend. I thought he did, but...
Even if he did, Jack... Oh, I know he doesn't have any creatures to sacrifice to his own Deep Fiend.
Yeah.
But he's got Deep Fiend in hand.
He
He's got
does,
return
but-
in the graveyard.
Yeah, that would be backbreaking, but I don't think he has a way to...
Jack,
Alright, well...
see,
3
these,
lethal creatures.
Yeah, these are the things that Owen wasn't talking about when he was
Yep.
talking about his slow roll thing.
Yeah, when Bant does... That was just the Queller, eat your early spells, and I played a little bit of this Team Emerge deck. If you kill or Reflector Mage these early creatures or just counter them,
Yeah.
it just turns the deck into such a clunky, like, just pile of cards. Because Jack's hand was good, but just couldn't cast any spells.
Yeah, and the spells he did cast just got removed.
Yeah, so good games all around. That last game was a little unexciting, but good match overall. It actually did not go as I thought. I thought that Jack would win, but
Yeah,
you know, when
again,
Ben
I
has
think
that
Jack's
early,
favored.
when
But
Ben
again,
has those draws,
yeah,
it's just,
it wasn't even like Ben's best draw. It was still like 3-drop, 3-drop,
just
3-drop.
very tempo, very
But
tempo.
yeah, like I said, it's just super tempo swingy, and again, very ramp-like, where it was just like Jack just tried to cast a bunch of ramp and draw spells, and just they got
Yep.
countered, and then he couldn't cast his 8-drops because he just didn't have any way to get him on the floor.
Exactly, and wasn't able to fill the graveyard very well. But
Yeah,
Ben moves on to 4-0. Jack's still definitely in contention at 3-1.
that makes me a little sad. I didn't want company to do well. I picked
Hey,
under 3-5.
Yeah, we still got that. Let us know what you guys are thinking. We had a early proposition. Over 3.5 copies of Bant Company in the top 8. I
Yeah.
picked the over. He's on the under.
I think most people in the chat picked on the over as well.
So we'll see.
But yeah, I'm pretty curious as to what people think about the over-under on that.
We haven't really gotten a gauge. We haven't been able to check out the floor, so we don't
Yeah.
exactly know the metagame, what it's looking like. The
Yeah,
top
we've been
table
pretty
spot.
tied down with matches, I think, the entire time. So
Yeah, a lot of these.
it's great for coverage.
This
you know.
standard tends to go to time a lot.
Yeah.
I personally,
Bant Company mirrors are atrocious.
pretty bad. These teamer deck can get into pretty grindy and
Yeah, I
black
think
green.
the mirror in this probably really bad.
Yeah, a lot of mirrors these days just go
Like
into.
resolve Emrakul, your opponent resolves Emrakul,
Yeah, and then it's just a whole mishmash.
God, that's terrible, right?
It's pretty bad.
The first guy to resolve Emrakul is actually gonna lose.
I was gonna say usually the second Emrakul is better.
Yeah, you just can't cast
Yes,
your Emrakul, which is
exactly.
your end game card. So you're just kind of sitting there doing nothing for turn after turn after turn.
Yeah.
Terrible.
But
You're
yeah,
just not gonna play Emrakul then.
yeah.
Next level, everyone, and board it out.
I'm hoping that we get some more aggro decks the next standard because
Yeah.
I don't like these go big 13 mana spell, crash your 13s.
I'm
your turn.
fine with them,
Ugh, I hate it.
but like I want some balance to it.
Sure.
Whereas like we just
Let's get some.
we just need a
Goblin
Tom
Rabble
Ross
Masters again.
like
Yes, let's get some
boss
Sly.
Sly,
Yes, I'm into
just
that.
kill you on turn 3 decks,
Yep.
and then like have someone hate them out so they're unplayable, and
Sure.
then have the 13/13 come back, and then have the boss.
The
Sly
whole
come back.
cyclical. I like.
Yeah.
For sure. This metagame hasn't been too cyclical. I don't think.
The cycles are like what degenerate like late game 13/13 deck do you want to play?
Yeah.
So I don't know. Not a fan.
It's cool, but just another
Yeah.
month, you guys.
Again.
Have to wait for company.
I want because I played the boss Sly deck.
I
played
the red
it-
one or the white one.
The red one.
Okay, I played like with a Crow and Crusader and
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah.
So like
He tore through that invitational. It was just like turn 3, turn 4, 3-0 everybody.
I
It was
played
over in
the
like
deck.
2 hours.
I played the deck and
Mhm.
like I played against like the Abzan deck with like Blood Barons and Coursers
Yeah,
and
sure.
like all sweetness, and I'm just like
Go right.
dudes pump spells and my opponent died. And
I feel like that deck even had like the
insane.
target creature can't block with kicker, right?
yeah.
Yeah, that was just.
Deck's insane. I had the like
What did I play, like 16
seismic
or-
stomp in
Yeah,
the
seismic,
sideboard.
yeah.
Oh, like, I lost 2 matches the entire time.
Yep.
And that deck was also the same exact person.
And that deck was also only $30 to $40. So
Yeah.
it's a great way to just like get into the game too.
I lost to the same person once in the Swiss, once in the finals of the top 8.
Okay.
All right. It was green-white. Just
With,
like
the
voices and fleece main lines and locks on us. You just never win that matchup. You just have to like play a couple of dudes and then roast everything they play forever. You just couldn't.
Tough matchup for sure.
It was just too much. So, but I loved that deck. The deck got under so many people trying to do so many big, awesome things.
Yeah, it was actually good
And,
against
like,
the mono black deck too.
Yeah, I'm a guy who likes to go and do big, awesome things.
Sure.
Like I'm a Jund kind of guy, so like I'll play the Thragtusk Hunt Master decks.
Sure.
You know, I'll play the black green Delirium deck in standard, or
Abzan
like black
deck,
white
last
control.
standard, I like
yeah,
that.
like Abzan control in this standard. I like all those decks. I just can't afford Liliana right now. I can't afford the modern Liliana, let alone the standard one.
Yep,
So
I hear you.
That's terrible.
Magic player problems.
Yeah,
Daddy's 3-1.
Daddy is 3-1 according to.
All right, Kevin Jones on the comeback. Maybe
Yeah.
we'll get him on camera one of these days. He's probably on bad company.
3-1's fine to put on company. Yeah,
Unless
he's
we
fine.
see a sweet matchup at top.
Yeah. We'll probably try to put the daddy on camera if we can get some time.
Yeah, maybe he can speed through, get us through to a second match in time too.
Maybe. Daddy's pretty good at
Yeah.
company.
He's a very deliberate player though. He likes
Yeah.
to think his turns out.
Absolutely. Always good to have in the booth, you know.
Oh, definitely. But it looks like maybe
It's kind
he's
of like
not making a
it's
run.
kind of like our local LSV,
yeah,
right?
somewhat.
It's always good to see him do well. If he doesn't do well, he gets to join us and be, you know, ridiculous on camera
Definitely.
over here. So, you know, great guy though. I love hanging out and just chatting with Kevin Jones.
Yeah. He actually, when I first started playing, he played at the store I learned at, and he definitely gave me some lessons. We'll call it that.
Daddy.
Yeah.
Daddy's taking Max Mitchell
Yeah.
out behind the shed.
Yeah. That's what happened. I don't want to talk about it.
no,
I had
I-
years of therapy to deal with it.
The first time I played against Kevin, it wasn't even an official match. I was just like messing at a tournament they had here, and I built like a brew aggro deck. There was like a Jund aggro deck in the format before this, before the format I played in.
Sure.
And like I was like, why don't I just build it in this format? Like there's like all these other Jund decks, and I was like, why can't I build the Jund aggro deck?
Okay.
So I played like the Rakdos Cackler, Experiment 1, Burning Tree Emissary, Mod Flunkies,
That is going to be
Jund aggro deck with like
Yep.
topped out with like Gorklan Rampagers and Exava.
Oh, wow. I like that card with Unleash.
Yeah, and I had Scavenging Oozes in the deck, so
Yep.
like I could just be like Exava attacking for 4, untap, Scavenging Ooze, eat something, give it a +1/+1
and get
counter,
it
and now it has
yeah,
haste.
That's sweet.
So and I had like great removal. I had like Dreadbores,
Yeah,
Ultimate
the
Prices,
removal was really good in that standard.
and like Lightning Strikes maybe. Don't remember what the removal, but the removal was fantastic.
the removal was better in that standard.
And
Yes,
like,
now.
I'm just like, go real wide and then kill your Pelucranos
Yep.
and attack. And I ended up losing to a Pelucranos deck, which puts me on tilt because like I'm supposed to have a good matchup against Pelucranos, but like a lot of my early turns ended up being like Burning Tree and Amizium Mortars, your Elvish Mystic.
Mhm.
So like that's kind of feel bads.
Yeah.
And then like just try to get through as much damage as I could. I couldn't really grind through them. I played against Kevin. Kevin was on mono blue at the time, and
Yep.
they got the freaking Tidebinder Mage, which just
Oh,
like beats
just
every creature in
main
my
deck,
deck.
It's just a main deck sideboard card.
Yeah, and like I just couldn't ever beat through the stupid thing, and like even with sideboard cards, I just couldn't
Yep.
beat that.
Yeah, I was a mono blue mage at that time.
I think I played it once, and I think it was pretty awesome.
It was a good deck.
But like, I think
That standard was kind of abysmal though.
yeah, I played Brave Naya at a tournament once.
Okay, cool.
And,
Brave
like,
the Elements, is that what the
Yeah,
Brave means? Okay.
yeah, Brave the Elements,
There were a lot
and
of-
every creature in the deck was actually white. It's kind of like Zoo,
Sure.
or maybe it's not like Zoo. I think it's like kind of like Zoo, where like every creature is like fantastic, but it's also like white.
Yeah.
But like, we literally had like Dryad Militants. I think there was Soldier of the Pantheon. We had Dryad Militant, Soldier of the Pantheon, Voice of Resurgence, Loxodon Smiter, Boros Reckoner,
Fleecemane?
Fleecemane Lion. And I think we had the Gork Island Rampager, Boros Charm combo.
Okay, the double strike.
Yeah.
+4/+4.
And we Brave the Elements, and every creature in our deck is white, but not white. Like,
Yep.
pretty much multicolored.
Yeah.
So like, there was a couple of turns where I had the fight card against the mono
Citizen
blue,
Tactics?
against mono blue, and I
Oh yeah.
got him. I
that
got
gets
him
him.
so
That
good
gets
with
him
that
hard.
card. But like, I ended up losing that match because his draws were really good and the deck was really powerful.
Oh yeah.
And like again, the Tidebinder Mages are insane.
Yeah, that's just
my deck. So, tough times for sure. But I don't know, man. What have you been playing online recently?
I've been playing more Modern actually.
Okay.
I don't know if you watched any of the GP yesterday.
No.
Well, there was an interesting deck in round 8. It was a take on the Teamer Kiki Evolution deck, but it was actually a Coco build, not Core of Calling. So it's 4 Evolution, 4 Company, and that's all the creatures.
Okay.
But it was really in on Pestermite Exarch into Kiki. 4 Spellskite, 4 Evolution. If you guys want to see the list, it's on my Twitter, which the handle is right there. But yeah, it's an interesting deck. I lost 5 matches in a row, but every match was like I had them to 1 or one match I misclicked with the Kiki. You know how you have to click 1,000 times?
I hate playing decks like that.
And then I messaged the person and I was like, I misclicked. Any chance you want to concede? And he's like, screw off.
Wow.
Sweet. And I comboed 3 more times and he just had the Lightning Strike every time. Or Lightning Bolt. I was like, nightmare. But yeah, I was messing around with that deck and mostly just Bant Company on in Standard.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm definitely excited for the new Standard to come out.
Yeah, me too. I'm pretty excited for a lot of what's going on.
Yeah, I want to just see the...
There was a deck at, I think it was maybe the Grand Prix? Is the Grand Prix, is Indy this weekend Modern?
It is.
Okay. So I think somebody was saying something about the fact that there was a deck that was 7-1 that was playing Mantis Rider and Siege Rhino.
Yes, it was 5 color creatures basically. What's the land that taps for any color if it's a multicolor creature?
Pillar of the Pairness, I believe.
It wasn't that.
Oh, if it's a creature, Ancient Ziggurat.
Ancient Ziggurat. It was
I
called
think
5 color Ziggurat. That's what he called it.
Okay, I think they play Pillar of the Pairness, which taps for any multicolored spell.
Sure, I think almost everything in the deck was multicolored too. But
Yeah,
it had,
I think the only things that are
Gemstone
not are like the birds/nobles and like the Path to Exile.
Yeah, it had it had the Reflecting Pool Gemstone combo and then the Ziggurats and the guy curved like Mantis Rider into Falconwrath Aristocrat and just stomped for a million.
Wow.
Yeah,
I kind of want to play this deck.
This deck looks sweet, actually. Yeah.
Yeah. I think you can play Spell Queller in the deck too, which is bonkers.
Just play everything.
I got my Mantis Rider signed
It actually
by
had
Daddy.
like a bunch of old Standard favorites. I think there might have been a Stormbreath Dragon in the deck. It was just like a mishmash of. This guy just like picked up all of his creatures and were like, "How can I cast these?" And it was just all the ridiculous lands.
I like Stormbreath Dragon a lot.
The deck probably is not very good against Blood Moon. Let's put it that way. But if you can get around that,
that's why we were just board in a bunch of cards that only cost red mana.
Sure.
Our sideboard is 15 red cards.
Sideboard is burn. Side into burn. There was another cool deck too that I saw. There was like a lot of takes on this Evolution deck.
Yeah.
People were taking different
the
directions.
I think it's terrible, but they're trying.
I wanted it to be good, and last night I got it remanded.
That's
like
the ultimate feel
It's like
bad.
a 10 for 1, and I was just like,
Yeah.
I'm just done with this deck.
You're going to lose your creature. That's going to go back to your hand, so you have to sacrifice again, and I'm going to draw a card.
And that was my only creature that time.
And if I ever draw another counterspell, you're just dead.
Yeah, basically. I mean, there aren't that many counterspell decks right now, so it's like...
And the counterspells are soft, like Remands and stuff.
Yeah.
And like Mana Leaks.
I actually think that Mana Leak is worse against that card than Remand, because Remand it's always going back to your endless, you know?
Yeah. Or if you have the 3 mana to pay for it, it's fine.
But, yeah, I got unlucky to play against 3 Remand decks in a row. Like, that's not a big part of the format right now, I feel like. Remand decks.
No, shouldn't be. Grixis is kind of... I don't know. After seeing the modern results, the Grixis decks seems to be going down a little bit.
They're more like discard.
Yeah, I just don't see
now.
them anymore.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I saw like no Grixis decks in the top of the Envy or the Open.
Looks like we got ourselves some
standings too.
Who we got right now looking in the top tables. We got Ralph Batesh, Jeff Pica, Jacob Shaker, Ben Feingersh, Ben Chapman, Mitchell Garrett, and Zachary Keene are the 7 undefeated right now.
Yeah.
With Leon Francisco Valencia following it up with a draw. But we got some...
Daddy's
how's he doing?
Up there.
Where's he at?
Table 5.
Yeah, Jim Davis doing well too. Gerard Fabiano, 9 points.
You want to get Daddy on camera?
If we can get him on camera, let's get him on camera.
He'll probably be on camera. Thank you, sir. The judge was looking at me real weird. I don't know why. We'll find out later.
He doesn't like you referring to Kevin Jones as daddy. That's the only explanation.
Yeah, probably.
Maybe that doesn't like gender pronouns.
Oh, that's fine.
That's not a gendered pronoun, really.
No, not daddy, sir.
That's just the guy's nickname. I don't know. Anyway,
We'll drop
everyone's
it.
got their ticks. You know, to each their own. All right, Scott.
We're gonna do some rotating with the
Yeah, I think we're gonna try to rotate.
Got ourselves a little bit of a break.
We got a Cash-like Stratton in the building. Mr. Stratton himself. Let's see if one of us can kick out. And Alex just hops on in.
You wanna go eat yours and I'll
Yeah.
jump out next round?
I'll try to sit and look pretty until Stratton gets here.
Sure. Don't want the dead air.
No, I really want to play the Ancient Ziggurat deck though. I think acquiring the random lands that you need for that deck is actually kind of hard though.
Oh yeah.
I've actually owned a Pillar of the Paranus before, and like I looked at the card and I thought it was terrible. But that's just me.
All right, now we got the deck lists.
Oh, that looks like Daddy's handwriting.
Yep.
Andrew is on black-white. It looks. Yeah, Descend upon the Sinful
With
black-white
the
control.
Liliana, just two.
Yep,
Okay.
just two. He's got a murder in his deck too, which I think is cool. Only one ruin his path. Howl of Moonlight's main board.
Okay.
That's gonna be fantastic against Kevin.
Yeah, and Kevin's on the pretty
He's got
standard build.
another one in the board too.
But Kevin is playing the Displacer combo with a waste. So.
Yeah, we've been chatting with Kevin a lot recently, and you know he's a huge advocate for the Displacer combo.
Yep. Yeah, he's got that, and everything else looks pretty standard here. One Avacyn, one just has command, everything else.
One Jace.
Yeah, one
Nissa.
One Nissa.
How many lands?
3 command.
26 lands.
4, 8, 12, 16, 20. 26, yep.
Okay. Yeah, Kevin's been a pretty big advocate for like 26 and 1 Nissa or 25 and 2 Nissas.
That's around what I like to run.
Yeah, I think that's pretty. I think
when you go up to the waist, you want the 26th.
Yeah, I think
Because it's such a bad one to draw. It's a great one to Evolving Wilds for. It's a bad one to draw most of the time.
Yeah.
But yeah, these guys should be on camera any minute.
We might have Stratton on camera. All right, we're gonna sneak out of here.
All right, how we doing, Max?
What's going on?
Here to
See
sub for Josh.
Oh, we'll always take a good
Falcon's gonna fly away
tap
real
in
quick.
here.
Yeah, Falcon's gonna go
So,
fly away.
What do you think? Who's favored? You played a little bit of Black White, right?
I
You like
have
that
I played
matchup?
lots of black white. Black white versus what?
He's on Bank Company.
Okay, so this matchup previously I felt like very much favored old school Bat Company because of the Lumbering Falls is so huge there. Because Black White just does not have a way to really deal with this other than like blocking it post board. But you know, with the additions of Spell Queller as well as the change of the builds back to like a more traditional build and not a humans build, I kind of like Bat Company.
Okay.
But the Black White has got some good tools. You know, Liliana being able to deal with Selfless Spirits, very good. Being able to rebuy cards
And just turn the 2 and 3 drops into 0 power creatures.
absolutely.
And the main deck, Hollowed Moonlight, looks like that'll be a really big beating.
Yeah.
Like the last matchup we saw that had that, the Black White player did not have them at all. But having them in the main, you know, it's just gonna. I don't think Kevin will play around them, and it could just be a huge blowout.
Yeah, I think I like Bat Company. I really like the Black White deck, but I
Do
think
you recognize this player at all? I do not. Obviously, we all know Kevin Jones.
Andrew Riker. I know Tom Riker. I don't know Andrew Riker.
All right, so I mean, I guess we got to go with the hometown hero here. I'm rooting for Kevin Jones, but
Yeah.
we're just hoping for a good match.
He's got to descend upon the Sinful main deck. That is big game. That cannot be Spell Queller.
That cannot be quellered, and he very well may have Delirium and get that 4/4.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, just a lot of removal. I think it's going to depend on how early and often he can languish and just deal with Kevin's recursive, like, the card advantage threats like Duskwatch and Tracker. Those are the bigger problems.
He's playing Rise from the Grave in the sideboard. That's not a card I've ever seen before in a Black-White deck.
Is that the one that's 5 mana return
Yeah,
creature?
make it a zombie from any graveyard. And
That is some spice.
Yeah, I'm interested.
Alright, so here we go. They're both checking out their 7s, and they both kept them.
Yep, classic Evolving Wilds go. Andrew is probably knowing what he's playing against. If he doesn't, he's going to know right now.
Yeah, he'll know.
Yeah.
Turn 2.
Yeah.
Didn't get a great look at Kevin's hand, but he's got plenty of lands. Let's see if he has a 2-drop.
Drew a Displacer.
Okay, so he'll have Displacer next turn, it looks like. Although I think his next land's also tapped.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Yeah, when this kind of started, when it's clunky, and Andrew has like a transgress here, could
He
be
has
problematic.
2 Gideons, a Sorin, and a Read the Bones in his hand. So
Does
he
he
does
have
not.
another land?
I don't not. I can't.
I think
see
that's
if
a
he does.
blighted fen.
Yeah, he does.
The
Yep.
promo blighted fen. So Read the Bones will be a nice play for him next.
Andrew has pure gas there if he can hit his land drops.
Yep. So Kevin will definitely be looking to. Yeah, just develops the board a little bit with the Duskwatch here.
Yep.
And an Oath of Liliana, I think that he'll still opt for reading the bones here.
Yeah, I
I
would
like
agree.
that because
Yep.
he needs the lands.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be missing his land drops. He still wants to have the ability to like possibly play Gideon next turn.
Definitely.
He's going to see 2 non-lands, so I imagine they're both going to the bottom.
Yeah, I guess he's really hoping for a plains. 2 swamps, so it won't be getting off the top next turn.
Yep.
And now Kevin can pass with the company or the Queller up too.
Yep.
Depending.
Get
And
it
flip his
to-
Duskwatch.
Yep.
I think that's what it'll do. Yeah, I think he has a Queller, so yeah. Doesn't have the 4th land, but
Yep. Duskwatch is going to flip.
Grasp. And a bunch of swamps and all those big, powerful planeswalkers that are at the moment uncastable.
So now we have an interesting situation. He's deciding whether he wants to grasp this or Oath. And
Yeah,
he's
he's
going
going
to
for the
Oath. I like the mana efficiency of the play of Oath, because next turn if he hits a land, he can go grasp plus pay one of the other 3 drops in his hand.
Yep. And it looks like Kevin is going to just quell it.
Yep. Spell Queller.
Yeah, now at least if it does come back later, it can be a little bit more on his terms when he's developed the board more. Alright, there's the 4th land. Not sure if he has a company, but he does have a Selfless Spirit.
He has
A card you don't love to see.
Yeah,
in this
Jamoga's
matchup,
Command is not particularly good in this matchup at all. It actually, you would think people actually board Jamoga's Command out, which is correct to do, but it actually gets even a little bit better post board
Because you bring the creatures.
Bring in the creatures to the
Yes.
black white deck, but the card still is not where you want to be.
Yeah, for sure. And Kevin likes to
Yeah.
have some like controlling
Yeah.
sideboard options. And yeah, now we're just passing. I think he actually has Ojutai's Command here. So
Yeah, I mean this could be brutal if there was a main deck Kalidas or something, but it does not appear there is on this list.
Yeah, I don't know if he has an Obnix. It might just be reading the bones again with backup Grasp, I think is going to be his line.
Yeah.
And I'm looking to cast this Sorin next turn.
Yep.
Kevin did not opt for any main deck Clasher counters, so
Yeah. And
We're
it's
just
just gonna be a
passive.
pass of the turn.
Interesting.
Okay. He's
and then
looking
Kevin
at
opts to do nothing also, so
he's looking at that Sorin in his hand, thinking about trying to get that down there.
for sure. So 1 mana Spirit.
Yep. There is
And
the
we're gonna-
Selfless Spirit.
Yeah. He doesn't need to time the grasp right now. It doesn't really matter. I think he's
Yeah.
going to grasp that. Yeah, sure.
Yep. So is he responding to this? You think with the Selfless Spirit on the stack in order to get the flip Duskwatch here?
I think so, yeah.
That would be the correct.
the
yeah.
right time to play.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what he's doing.
Yep,
Yep.
good play.
Yep. Very.
Yeah, that was a
good
really
play.
nice play.
Yep.
And now if Andre can actually hit the land for his Sorin, he gets the 2/2 as well.
Yes, absolutely. Very relevant with Liliana.
I mean, the minor upside now is Kevin can use the...
He's gonna
and
anguish
making.
the Selfless Spirit.
It's a little bit aggressive, but I guess he just wants to take Kevin off of all pressure. Kevin should just sack it since he has Ojutai's Command in his...
So,
Actually, no, you
no,
want to
because
take
then he
the
won't.
three.
Yeah,
You don't take the
yes,
three. You're
yeah,
right, you're
yeah.
right.
So, I actually was just gonna bring that up. He has the question of if he wants to sack it here, he can, not let his opponent take the 3, but
Yeah, no,
yeah,
he's letting him
yeah,
take the 3.
Yeah.
That is definitely a better line.
Yep. All right, we
It's
have.
a tapped land. I don't know if he has...
He has a caves, yeah.
Alright, so... I think he'll just jam that. And probably just tick up.
Yeah, I can't imagine a world in which Sorin does not come down here.
It just comes down with so much loyalty.
Yeah,
too.
it can't. It's not going to be spell quellered like Gideon would be.
And even a good company probably won't kill it. You
Yeah,
have to get,
absolutely.
like, the perfect company.
it's gonna be on 7 right away with a 2/2 in play.
Yep.
Andrew's still thinking here. He does not have the perfect knowledge that we have that there is no mainboard counter.
Sure. What's
spells.
he's going for Gideon.
Oh, okay.
So make 2 2/2s.
That's very surprising.
That is surprising, especially because that could be quellered, and that would...
Yeah.
I mean, there's a grasp, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, he could be playing around like some
Clash of Wills or
some
something?
kind of Clash of Wills or something like that. But then even Kevin could still just clash this. But
Yeah.
I think maybe he wants to represent a grasp. Here
Okay,
comes
he's just going to
Ojutai's
bring back
Command.
the Duskwatch, probably.
Yeah, bring back Duskwatch draw card is probably going to be his modes here. Yep.
And it is company.
Yeah, that's a good one. Here comes
Yeah, now we got a bunch of 2/2s.
the zombie from the Oath of Liliana doing a great Gatekeeper of Malakir impression here.
Oh, yeah. I wonder if he's going to main phase it here.
Yeah, I mean, that's very possible. If he could...
I mean, I don't think he has the read on the Hollow Moonlights, but
Yeah.
it's not like Andrew even has one. Or Andrew. Is it
Yeah,
Andrew or
I think
Andre?
it's Andrew.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he has a W written down on this sheet.
Yeah, Kevin's got a bunch of choices here. Like, he could almost make use of his Dramoka's command, but then if there's a grasp...
Yeah.
There isn't one, but it looks like one, and I don't think I would make that
He's
play.
representing it super well
Yeah.
at this point. I mean, there's no way that Kevin thinks he has Sorin, right? Like, I mean, if I'm in
At that
Kevin's
point,
seat,
yeah, no.
If I'm in Kevin's seat, there's no way I think this guy has a Sorin in this hand.
But yeah, I think that this game it starts to run away here.
Yeah.
I think this turn that he can't not play the Sorin.
You know, Kevin just wasn't able to deploy a lot of his spells in time. He was not able to, get a Lumbering Falls beating down underneath some pressure. This is, right where Black-White's going to capitalize.
Yeah, I actually think the Oath of Liliana in this matchup in particular, when you have all the Planeswalkers, it just gives you so many more blockers. And
Yeah.
wow, he's gonna go with the aggro here playing.
Tick
Okay.
up, beat down. Okay. Kevin will take that, and it looks like Kevin has an 8 written down. No, that's 15 for him, 8 for his opponent. Okay, cool.
I wonder if he's just gonna play Read the Bones and look for removal. I mean, I would certainly slam the Sorin here, but
Yeah.
it gives you another 2/2 as well. So just all the more blockers.
I mean, Gideon came down. Kevin didn't answer it. Kevin did nothing to try to
And
pressure
his
him.
best
His
play
turn.
was Ojatas command. So
Yeah.
you got to be thinking like he did draw company, but you can't put him on that.
Like, if we go Sorin plus make a 2/2 ship, Kevin companies, like, it's... I still think we're in a great spot.
Yeah, exactly.
Even if we Sorin like -3 or even -4, because we're afraid that's not the worst, but I'd rather just play it in plus.
All right, he's going for it.
Yeah, here it comes. Yep. That, Kevin, you can look at Kevin's face. Kevin is, very...
That's a tough one for this
Yeah.
deck to beat with that much loyalty. Let's see if he decides to kill the Hydra or the Howler.
The Howler, yep.
I don't think he'll play around Dramoka's command though.
No.
That could get him.
It could very well could. That's why I was saying one earlier, -4. You know,
Yeah,
it could definitely
yeah,
happen.
For sure.
But I'm interested to see what Sorin does here. I think we're just gonna plus.
I would plus her.
Yeah, that's what's
Yep.
gonna happen.
a
0.
land.
Yep.
But as long as he remembers his trigger, he'll still get a 2/2.
Yep. Absolutely.
Now Kevin's gonna company.
Okay, so I imagine Kevin didn't wait for the trigger to resolve before companying, but I guess it's not going to matter as he already has a 2/2 knight, so like the
Yeah.
double reflector mage would be the same thing. But
Well, there's definitely one.
yeah, there's a displacer in there too.
That could get interesting.
This looks like to be a very spicy one. I see a tireless tracker, a selfless spirit, an Eldrazi displacer, and a reflector mage.
These are the companies you always hope.
and
to
an
hit.
advocate.
These are what you always hope to hit.
Yeah, this is
Where you actually have options.
this is the one land 5 creature company.
Yep.
Yep. Kevin definitely putting in this one, and he is deciding. Looks like tracker's coming in.
All right. Yep. Just bounce a token.
Yep.
And let's see if he might just shortcut here and leave it. Yep.
Yep. I guess the advantage of Kevin doing it that way too is he's giving his opponent a chance to miss their trigger, like
For
by
sure.
doing all of this stuff with the trigger on the stack.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Kevin's hand is pretty good, but it's just these two planeswalkers with so much loyalty. It's
Yeah.
really tough.
It's just gonna be very, very tough here.
He might start with. It looks like he's going to do some displacer shenanigans this turn.
Yeah, that's what I would be guessing
And
too.
pressure the planeswalkers, but it's just still so much loyalty to deal with.
Well, I mean, if he puts a displacer in play and his opponent doesn't have a removal spell for the reflector mage, we turn off the possibility of Gideon plussing and attacking,
Yep.
which is very big. But then Sorin still can, minus on the displacer.
Exactly.
So I'm interested to see what Kevin can do here.
Okay, we're going to fight.
Counter fight.
I don't think you want to put the counter on that because it's most likely to be blinked, but maybe that's fun.
All right. I don't know. He's definitely having Reflecting Rage fight a zombie, and we don't know where he's putting the counter yet. Okay, put the counter there.
So now... maybe all at Soren? Yeah.
Yep.
So we'll just trade here, probably.
Yeah, that's going to trade with
and then he's
Reflecting
going to eat
Rage.
the clue, and then we will actually kill Soren, though.
Yeah, that's
actually a really... Yeah.
This went exactly how Kevin wanted it to.
Yeah, we're not that afraid of Gideon here.
Yeah.
Just the... Okay. And Kevin gets to draw a card.
Yeah, we got Soren off the table.
I'm curious if he will play the 1-mana Sylvan Advocate here. Advocate doesn't die to most of the things in this deck because it's already got its bonus here.
He's taking a point.
Okay, so he just missed his...
Yeah.
He missed that he could have cast for 1, but I don't think he had anything to do with it anyways.
Yeah, I mean, it's not gonna matter a lot. It's one of those things where it would have been correct to play it, but it's,
but it doesn't.
He didn't have a Selfless Spirit or anything to play afterwards.
So Andrew has a ton of lands, but he does have a Read the Bones to hopefully gas back up.
Yeah, he's gonna play that Plains he found off of Soren earlier.
Yep, I think he's gonna lead with the Read.
Yeah, he's got 2 lands and a Gideon in his hand with this Read on the stack, so not too much going on for Andrew.
Yeah, and especially in the face of and 2 lands going restricted.
Yeah, this is Kevin. Kevin has done a fantastic job turning this game around.
And it's a land and a Transgress. The Transgress can get the Displacer. That would be...
Yeah.
I think he'll go with that, and then probably just make a token. The plus here is unexciting at best.
I'm very impressed with how Kevin's played this game.
Yeah, Kevin was in a tough spot and is looking... Being able to get rid of the Soren in one swing was nice.
Yeah.
And turning a card that's usually dead on with the Dromoka's Command is nice.
Yeah, it seemed like just a few minutes ago we were talking about how Andrew was wrapping this up. Kevin is doing a great job mounting this comeback here. And Kevin has another copy of Sylvan Advocate in his hand too, which is a large creature at this point in the game.
Definitely.
Does a great job pressuring Gideon as well as staying back to be able to block.
Yeah, this deck actually does have a few outs to it with the Planar Outburst and the...
Descend, right?
The Descend, yeah. But it's still, those are just a few cards. It doesn't die to the Languish anymore.
Yeah.
And Andrew is already down to 7, so that Read the Bones was not... it's down to 5 after the Read the Bones, so that life loss was not trivial.
Yeah.
With Kevin representing a bunch of large creatures.
Absolutely.
And especially, I don't think that Andrew has a way to even kill Tracker. That's just going to generate card after card, and... Yeah, I guess I'm just curious if he's going to go for the Transgress or not. It would reward him, but I could see him thinking maybe there's not even a card to hit.
Very impressive how Andrew drew all those lands and spells. Yeah, I mean, variance certainly occurs. This is not a game of chess, but I think given what Andrew's hand and board state was compared to Kevin's, I certainly, you can't deny.
Kevin played very well.
Yeah, you can't deny that Kevin navigated this. Yeah. Yep.
So it looks like Andrew's still... Yeah, he's going to go for the Transgress here, it looks like. Oh, no, he's just going to play a second Gideon and make another token.
Yep.
I think.
He will be making 2 tokens.
He will make 2 tokens,
as
long as he remembers.
Yep.
Okay, actually, this is a decent way to gum the board up.
Yep. Lots of chump blockers here.
But it does mean that Kevin will resolve this Displacer if he wants.
Yep.
Which would have otherwise... And now he can maybe turn a Transgress off.
Displacer are going to be very good against all of these tokens.
Especially Gideon, it just can't even ever plus, really. Alright. Kevin has the Lumbering Falls, which you mentioned is great in this matchup, too.
Yeah, that's
especially with 2 Advocates, it's a 7/7.
Yeah, that's a very, very hard card to deal with. Blighted Fen, hits it, but not when this board looks like this.
Yep. Yep, so Kevin's going to displace here and just start getting rid of some tokens, I think.
Yeah, that's what I would imagine.
And now the Transgress will be dead for this turn, if that's the line that Kevin goes with. And Andrew's almost on empty, right? He doesn't have spells in hand, I don't think.
Yeah, he played his Read the Bones, he played his Gideon, and he drew a Transgress, so yeah,
yes.
he's got Transgress and lands in his hand.
Yep. Yep, plays the Displacer. We can actually make it, we can make some attacks.
We're going.
And now we just are going to displace whichever one gets blocked.
Yeah, I like this not displacing anything yet, because if we try to line up a double block on the tracker, we can displace a token there.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I think he, at this point, if they want to double block Tracker and try to kill the Duskwatch,
Yeah.
then you're fine with trading for Gideon. But it might just be ones across the board.
Yeah, like if he makes the block that I think he's gonna make, then Kevin's gonna be losing one of his creatures, and Andrew's gonna be losing all of them.
Yep. And he only has one Shambling Vent, it looks like.
Yep, Shambling Vent.
Okay, so we're going. So Gideon's going down here, and now you just easily let this happen, and then hold up the displacement on that ally.
Yep.
Kevin may even actually play the other advocate here. I'm not sure.
I think Kevin went after Andrew with the
oh wow, because he goes to 1.
Yeah,
sure.
okay. So Andrew should be at 1 here if that's where advocate.
Okay,
went.
no, maybe that's totally reasonable too.
Yeah.
I missed that fact that Andrew was so low, but that probably is just better now. Transgress will see nothing.
Yeah.
And I think he drew Westvale Abbey for turn, which is just another land.
Yeah, it's not going to be doing anything. Kevin shows him the advocate in the hand here from the Transgress. Shows him that he's missing.
Yeah, 4 lands. I mean,
yeah, you
we
certainly
can
do.
make 3 blockers for 3 attackers, but I don't think Andrew's dead this turn, but it's not going to end. This turn is not going to end too well for him. He can either fire up Shambling Vent or go for the Blighted Fen in response to the land activation.
Kevin's going to blink a night and then step.
Sure. Okay, now maybe it is lethal.
Yeah, it looks like it's just going to be blink, blink, attack. Well, he's going to go... He goes attack with everybody, blink a night ally. Andrew fires up the vent, and then he blinks it before blocks. That should be it.
Mm-hmm.
Only comes down to whether Kevin wants to play around a removal spell or not, but, you know,
I think
Andrew has not shown that he's had that.
Yep.
Yep. Blink.
And now he still has plenty of mana up. Is he going to fire up the Lumbering here? Looks like he is, okay. They're all lethal creatures, so I like this.
Yeah, I mean, you don't even... The Shambling Vent is not going to stop this. So.
All right, well played by both players, but Kevin with a nice sequence at the end of the game there to go ahead and pull ahead for the first game. I think that it's actually... Him winning game 1 is nice because he gets a lot of nice options out of the sideboard.
All right, so I think we're going to talk about the sideboarding, as Max mentioned earlier. You know, you've played your fair share of Bant. I've played some Black-White, so we can talk about our respective decks here. I guess I'll start off. So, in the sideboard, we are going to be bringing in Kalidas, almost certainly. It does get Spell Queller and Reflector Mage, but if this card hits and we start removing creatures, it's going to be a big game changer.
And it turns your Languishes into you get left with a board they don't, which is nice.
Linvala, an ultimate price for additional removal and board stabilization. A Hallowed Moonlight. Yep. And another Languish is probably what I see Riker bringing in here.
Definitely. For Kevin, I think he'll try to go into the more controlling route, and he can get rid of the things like Dramoka's Command and maybe a couple of the less impressive creatures, but I think he'll be bringing in Clash of Wills, the other Ojutai's Command if he expects Kalidas.
Yep.
And probably the Negate here. Maybe the Nissa Vastwoods here if he expects the games to go long.
Yep.
And I could see him bringing Tameo too. I know he likes to go to the Planeswalker package.
I like Tameo and Nissa both a lot. They're gonna be
just having another way to threaten them. Plus the card advantage just can pull you ahead with like all these cards that just generate advantage, and the displays will look good there. But I don't know if he'll probably leave it in. But that is actually in this matchup one of the less impressive cards usually. Yeah. But it did look good there.
Yeah, I mean, it was certainly no denying that it was great at removing those tokens.
Yeah, I think the matchup does actually lean towards Kevin post-board, but, I think the match started out heavily in Andrew's favor there, but he did draw pretty poorly towards the end, even after some Read the Bones with double Scry to the bottom, so...
So, I'd like to kind of talk about, while we're between games here, we can talk about the first RPTQ at Kerwin's. I don't want to try to bring up some bad memories for you there, buddy. But for those of you that don't know, this is the second RPTQ at Kerwin's. Kerwin's held the Season 1 RPTQ.
The first time.
First time around. Max Mitchell here lost a close 3-game set to recent top 8 Costa Rica GP competitor Michael Dirkso.
Yep, they were good games.
Yeah, and we have a much larger field this time.
Yeah, it's almost double.
It's almost... this field is very close to what would be the whole top 8 qualifying if they still had that rule.
It changed to just top 4.
Though, right? Recently.
Yep. So think it's still just 8 rounds though, right? At
Yeah.
this amount of players. Okay.
Yeah, well, 7, I think, right?
Is
Because
it
we're
7?
under 128.
Yeah,
so
it was
should be-
117 or
Yeah,
118. So
yeah,
7 rounds.
Yeah, 7 rounds.
Okay.
7 rounds of Swiss with a cut to top 8 is what we
So
should.
some
have
of
here.
these guys who are go 5-0 can probably double draw in.
Yeah, that's Pika, Batesh, Shaker, Feingers, Chapman, Garrett, and Zach Keen all have opportunities to win this round and double draw.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's always a good feeling to go into those last few rounds.
We got this tournament's very, very stacked too.
Yeah, there's a lot of players
yeah.
names that I recognize, a lot of the local grinders, some players who have definitely top 8'd GPs or made it to the Pro Tour before,
Yeah, Jeff Pika, been on the Pro Tour. Ralph Batesh recently won Modern Grand Prix with Abzan Company.
Yep.
Feingers has been there multiple times. Zach just recently lost a win-in at Montreal for his. So yeah, he's back here with a vengeance. Joseph Countryman won our LCQ yesterday.
Oh wow, he was the last chance qualifier.
Yeah, he was.
That's great.
He was. Jim Davis, Jackie Wang, very,
just a lot of good players around here.
This is certainly like the cream of the crop here, and I certainly think that it's probably because last week was the Star City Games Invitational, and everyone wanted to try to hit up both events.
Yep.
Yeah.
But all right, looks like we've got our opening hands getting laid out here. Andrews looks like he's got some lands and spells. I think he'll keep. Yep. And they both kept 7. Cool. So hopefully we'll have a good game here.
Yep. Leading with the Forsaken Sanctuary. Always great to lead with that, not having to take pain off of your caves.
And the turn 2 Transgress.
And Kevin shows him.
He did bring in the Tamios. All right, so I think I'm taking the Tracker probably.
Yeah, we see a Tracker, a Mage, a Tamiyo, 2 Quellers, a Clash, and a land. Well, Kevin needs to draw some lands here.
For sure. Yeah, he takes the Tamiyo. Okay.
Okay.
See, it's so far off, I don't know that I'd be that worried about it yet, but
Yeah.
I mean, I understand it's kind of the unique aspect of this hand. It's the only non-creature. So
Yeah.
it makes sense.
Kevin does draw a land. And he's correctly not going to be playing that land to disguise the fact that he has not drawn one.
I think he might clash this Read the Bones if Andrew goes for it.
Oh, I certainly clash this.
Oh, geez. Another Transgress. That's very good here.
Yeah, the gig's up.
Now here, I'm taking the Tracker.
Yep. I think the Tracker has to be pulled at this point.
Oh,
a Spell Queller.
Interesting.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, I guess he doesn't want us to Read the Bones counter, but...
Yeah. I think maybe he's not afraid of the Tracker if he just thinks Kevin's not going to draw enough lands to make use of it. Kevin drew, I think, an Evolving Wilds.
Yeah, so the 2 clues is going to be
Yeah.
really great. And now whatever spell this is still gets quelled, so...
Yeah.
That's why I almost think you want to let this Spell Quellers be here and just find your languishes and stuff.
Yeah, I think this Read the Bones is going to get
Oh,
quelled.
you either quell it or you just clash it. I think
Yeah.
I would quell it for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is playing right into how Kevin wants the game to go. And now next turn, if he doesn't hit an untapped land,
Yep.
he just gets to make 2 clues. Yeah, he did draw Evolving Wild, so...
Yeah.
You know, Languish will still be tough if Andrew draws it, but he doesn't have one in hand right now.
And Kevin drew 4. This game is going right as Kevin wanted from the top of his deck.
Oh, yeah. Now all he can ask for is now to just stop drawing lands and draw some spells.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
Tireless Tracker turns all your lands into
Yep.
cards, so...
Yeah, being able to go Evolving Wilds and then fetch that Evolving Wilds right away while Andrew's tapped out here for 2 clues is going to be great.
Yep. So he has to let down the Clash, but basically the worst thing that could happen is just a Languish, and I don't think that Kevin wants to play around that.
I think Kevin should pop
do
his
it
Evolving
now,
Wilds
yeah.
right here, yeah.
Yeah.
The information you're going to be showing him about what land you're getting is far, far less than the possibility of him killing the Tracker with the fetch land on the stack.
Exactly, and there's only 1 black, and I don't think in this format there's any disfigured effect, so...
Yeah. How's Craig Rocco doing? He's a personal friend of mine. I can look for
Well, we had him on camera round 2, and he lost, so he at least has 1 loss.
Craig Rocco beat me in the finals with PBTQ to qualify for this event.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's a very solid player.
Definitely. He faced a tough matchup. He was facing the Blue-Black Zombies, and he's on Company, and that matchup is super polarized.
Yeah, I saw Mark Morrison on camera. I played a PBTQ earlier today. I lost in top 4. He was playing against Company earlier today. Or Mark Morrison was playing against the control deck, I'm sorry.
Gotcha. All right, so Gideon does come down for Andrew, but we still get to fly over and pressure it, and now Kevin can just start passing with the Clash up.
Yeah.
Which, with this amount of mana, he'll be able to counter just about anything he wants to.
Yeah, this...
There is a Hollowed Moonlight, but Andrew has not found a time to hold that up. Yeah, Kevin just gets to make a pretty free attack in with the clues here, too. Oh, there's even a Reflector Mage, I think. I don't think he'll play that here. He may. I mean, it guarantees killing the Gideon. And he still gets to hold Clash for 1. Yeah, he's going to go for that. Oh, no, he's... no, he is. Alright, down goes Gideon. And Kevin is left with a pretty nice board of 3 clues and 3 creatures.
Yeah,
with a Clash for 1 up, no less. And now this Oath of Liliana looks very bad when he can just sack the Reflector Mage that already did his job. Just ultimate price that. Okay.
Tracker's going down.
Yeah, Tracker already did a lot of work here too, though, taking down a Gideon, making 3 clues. Yeah, and I don't think Andrew has even another place. Just going to hold up the Hollowed Moonlight now. Which I don't think Kevin even has a... Yeah, Kevin doesn't even have a company, so... Andrew may be forced to cycle that and try to find some action. Because he's missing land drops now. And Kevin just drew another blue spell. It was either Jace or another Clash.
It's good how Andrew does not have double black up here, and Kevin's creatures are both multicolored, so we can safely pop our clue at end step without fear of Grasp of Darkness.
Yep. Yeah, Andrew's getting his life total chipped away pretty quickly. And
yeah.
I think this turn he will have to Hollowed Moonlight.
And there's the Displacer, so...
he doesn't go for the Hollowed Moonlight. I think in this case you need to when you're missing the lands. But he does hit a land here now. But Oath of Liliana is still not that great here.
So Kevin's going to have the ability at some point to, if he would like to be able to blink his Spellcaller, which will unfortunately give him back Read the Bones, but counter something new if he wanted to.
It would be pretty cool if he ever got down to 2 and he could just do that.
Yeah.
That would be an interesting...
that would be a sweet play.
But alright, sacks the Reflector Mage as expected. And again, Andrew just has to pass with the only castable spell in his hand being Hollowed Moonlight. And Kevin with just the known Clash for the Sorin if he ever gets to 6. Yeah, bash for 5. 3-turn clock for Kevin. He's got a Jace that he is not even going to bother to deploy. He's just going to crack his clues.
Yeah, he's got double clue activation as well as double blink, and he can also go clue blink. He's got lots of stuff.
So yeah, there's the Hollowed Moonlight to draw a card. Because Andrew knows he's in some trouble here.
Yep, for sure.
Yeah, he hits the land in a deadweight, I believe, but...
Yeah, we see Sorin. There's a Sorin in that hand, too.
But he just knows about the Clash, and for just that to be hard cast dazed is not a good feeling.
Yeah,
Kevin can still crack his other 2 clues.
That Sorin is not going to be able to hit this board.
Yeah, it's just going to have to pass here.
Yeah.
I guess maybe he's going to Blighted Fen?
And we're going to draw...
Yeah, I think he might just be activating the Blighted Fen. His hand is Read the Bones and a Sorin.
Kevin debating if he wants to draw from this other clue or do something else.
Yep, he's going to draw one more, it looks like. So now Kevin with a full grip and heavily pressuring Andrew's life total.
Yeah. Kevin navigated this game very well, and his draw steps lined up almost perfectly.
Alright, looks like we're going to Blighted Fen EOT.
Yep.
Kevin may just sack the Displacer here, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it's not doing all too much. His hand is...
I don't know if... Man, maybe you let him have the Read the Bones, and then he goes down to 7, and then down to 4.
This is a very interesting decision. I like your play of sacking... that's what Kevin's going to do.
Okay, yeah, he's just going to put Andrew down to 7 here. I guess you can opt to not cast it, but I don't think he'll do that.
Yeah.
He's thinking about it. Alright, he's going to cast it.
Yep.
And it's 2 lands that I believe will go right to
Is Spellcaller saying you may cast that card without paying spell cost?
I think it says you may.
Yeah, I don't have it in front of me. We'll look between rounds. I can pull up the Oracle text on Spellcaller.
Let's take a look.
Absolutely. Alright, Kevin tapping 3. He's probably going to deploy this other tracker in his hand. Yep, here it is.
Yeah, you may cast it.
Yeah, so he did have that option, but I agree with Andrew. You have to cast it. You're not winning this game.
Yep.
The 2 life is not going to make a difference.
Yeah, that's not the difference. So,
yeah, I think... Yeah.
Yeah, so Andrew's down to 4, I believe, after the life totals will update.
It's really unfortunate because Duress is just not a great card against this company deck because they just play so many creatures, but it does happen to hit Clash and Negate, which are cards you're not going to be able to hit with your Transgress.
Yep. Looks like Andrew actually does have 1 or possibly 2 grasps, but I don't think he'll be able to deploy both through the Clash. Yeah, he's got 2 grasps, but only 3 black mana. That's rough.
I mean, if he can grasp the Displacer, then he still dies to the... So I think his play here is he has to grasp Tireless Tracker, have Kevin blink it out of combat, go to 1, and then hopefully draw something that wins him this game.
I think Kevin might just clash it and go for
I think, that's... Kevin's definitely clashing here. Clash for 4 just wins him the game on the spot if Andrew has nothing else.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that this even represents really is Anguish Unmaking, which will be uncastable, and Ultimate Praise.
Yeah.
I think Kevin actually has a company in response. So he's going for the maybe hit a Spell Queller.
He could also just negate.
Okay, no, he's going to go for the Clash, and I
He's
think he
clash.
has Negate as the
no, he's going to... So he's going to do Clash for 3, his opponent's going to tap out, now Kevin's going to negate. Yeah, okay.
There you go.
And that'll be it.
Kevin knows how to cast some counter spells.
Yep.
And there he goes. He moves on to 4-1. In good contention to maybe top 8 this.
Kevin played that game very, very well. His draws lined up almost perfectly, as we said.
Yeah, the card advantage cards in the Bank Company deck, like the Tireless Tracker and the Duskwatch, I've found to be really, really integral in this matchup, and he managed to get them both.
When you were running, when the Bant deck was more of a humans deck and less of a Bank Company deck, and wasn't playing as many cards such as like Sylvan Advocate and Nissa Vasquid Seer and Lumbering Falls, I feel like the Black-White deck had a much, much better time with that. But now the card advantage that Kevin gets is just so much.
And the early tempo when he can Queller stuff, but it looks like they're going over some sideboarding. Kevin sideboard how he expected. Bring in the counters, bring in some of the Planeswalkers and the Odatize command.
All right, I'll look for you guys here. You guys wanted to see how Daniel Benben and Craig Rocco were doing. I wasn't able to look down at 100% here. So Daniel Benben has 9 points and is in 11th place. So he's he has 3-1 with one of the best breakers. He has the best first breaker, but 3 people also have that. And then the other question was, how is Craig Rocco doing? So I will look at that for as well. I don't see Craig Rocco on here. He may have dropped.
He might have dropped. He got some early losses.
Yeah.
When we put him on camera, he already had a loss.
Yeah, I don't see Craig Rocco on here. They want a daddy interview.
I don't know if there's enough time right now, maybe. I'm not sure how long that match went or if there's time.
I went to a local, actually, to Kerwin's Game Story, Tri-City Valley Cats game last night with the daddy. It was... quite the opportunity. Daddy took his children, Harlan and I, to a Daddy Cats game. Valley Cats game. Daddy Cats.
That's the new nickname for them.
Yeah, that's what he would call them. What about Jim Davis?
He was doing well. He was at the top of the standings. It looked like with one of the better breakers with 1 loss, I think.
Yeah, Jim is doing well. Jim's in 10th.
Yeah, Jim was playing the 4-color Emerge deck with the pressed amalgams and a lot of deads. We had him on camera once.
Yep. So, can we get Ben on camera next round? We had Ben on camera earlier against Mark Morrison, right? Yeah, I was watching that over at the PPTQ I played. I played Affinity, and I was defeated.
Was it a local one?
Yeah, it was over in Western Mass. It was over at Nerds for Hire, I think is the game in the store.
Okay, I've seen that be advertised.
Yeah, only like 12 people were there, so it was one of those 5 rounds cut to the top 4 ones.
Gotcha.
And I lost my round playing for top 4.
Tilt.
It happens.
I don't like top 4, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't really like them.
Small one, sure.
I don't really like them running that way either. But they need to run them that way because if it's 16 exactly, it's just not a perfect cut with 4 rounds, which is.
So, all right, looks like we do have Kevin.
Oh, there's the daddy.
Thank you. Gotta put on the magic shades.
All right.
Pull up a chair.
Yeah, grab a chair.
Invisible Daddy.
All right.
Well, you only had the glasses. I think the last time you had like a green. It doesn't hat
green
show.
polo shirt on too, yeah.
Oh wow, that is something else.
That is something
I like
else,
that.
right?
Oh my God.
Invisible Daddy is like a jam band you'd like. What's up, guys? What's going on?
So Game 2, you hit all your land drops. I guess let's talk about game 1 first, right? You were so far behind.
You were
with that
pretty far
Soren,
behind.
and you now did
He
very
was
well.
dead on board when I cast Company, and I'm just real stupid and didn't take the right things.
Okay.
Was
Did
he?
you guys see
Yeah.
that?
No, I didn't.
No, I didn't notice that.
Okay,
That was
so
he was
like,
at 5, right?
he's at 7.
Okay.
Yeah.
My company is
You had a good company though. It was a good one.
Tracker,
Advocate.
Advocate. I only have 5 lands at the time.
Yeah, it was
Tracker, Advocate, Reflector,
Spirit. I think.
Displacer, Spirit,
and then planes.
and a land.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I need to take a Displacer and Reflector. I already
Okay.
have a Duskwatch in play. He's at 7. He's got 2 tokens, getting a 3rd.
Yes.
Reflector Mage, target token, whatever one it is.
And then double displace.
Untap, activate the displace that's in play
Yeah.
on a token. Dramoka's command the last token, attack you for 7.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
But I didn't. I took my company and my brain was like, he's dead.
Yeah.
And I was like, no, wait, he's not dead. You're crazy. Just get the value.
Yeah, get the value.
Get the value. And then the
can't pass
value
up
was
the
there, and I
value.
just took the value. And then I ripped the land and ended up working out fine anyway.
Yeah.
Because he blocked in such a way that he didn't want to kill the Reflector Mage or he wanted to kill the Reflector Mage
That
that I
had the damage
enticed him
on
to
it, yeah.
kill. And let me kill his Soren.
Yep.
Sweet.
Yeah, I know. I know. Last night you were very much saying I may just show up, grab my $100 Snapcaster, and call it a day. But you're doing 4-1 here. You're doing a great job.
I still don't know if I'd go to the Pro Tour, but I'm having fun.
That's
Whatever.
the most important
Play
thing.
Magic, yeah. I mean, the Pro Tour is awesome. I'm not trying to discourage the viewers from pursuing a Pro Tour dream. It's just I get really anxious on airplanes and all kinds of stuff. So
This
Hawaii
one's
is
for
kind
Hawaii,
of
right?
far.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
so far.
The
I mean, it's
Daddy.
a beautiful place. So we're definitely a few rounds away from even worrying about it. But I
Yeah.
could probably finagle something like fly to California or fly to Texas, fly to California, fly to Hawaii.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
I'm
Just
just
not all as one.
couple hours at a time.
Yeah.
It makes it less stressful or whatever. But
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
sure.
I hate planes too, so I hear you.
I'm sure Eva would love to hear about the Magic tournament in Hawaii.
Oh yeah, I mean maybe we should actually go. She used to go
Yeah.
tournaments when we first started dating, the first year or 2 that we were together. She went to a lot of tournaments with me. But
Yeah, we talked about our Tri-City Daddy Cats game last
I
night.
played some ball or watched some ball last
Yeah,
night.
it was good.
So how do you like your
Beautiful
list?
deck list.
You like in the displacer?
My list
I like the displacer a lot.
is Displacer's great.
Yep.
The issue that I have is I have 1 fewer 2-drop than I would ideally want to have.
What are you at 11?
11.
And you want 12? Yeah.
I think 11 is the 11 is the bare minimum, to be reasonable.
Sure.
But I think that 12 is actually the sweet spot.
Okay, yeah, I can see that. This is around the suite that I liked too, though. With just 3 Selfless Spirit.
What deck has he just played? Kevin has been playing what he's been on for quite a while now, a Bant Company list.
It's the Band Company deck with Displacers and Wastes and 26 lands.
Yep.
So have you ever had any cool plays today with the displacing either your own Queller or an opponent's Queller? Because I know there's some cool
It
things that
came
can
up
happen.
where we both had Quellers, we both had Displacers
Oh,
in the
wow.
mirror, and I'm just like, oh man,
I
this is
don't
about
know
to
how
get
this-
real
yeah.
weird.
Yep.
But I've done it before. I've displaced their Queller, countered their own thing.
Yeah.
I did it at
That's a cool
CG
one.
Baltimore. I did it at regionals in the mirror. It's just cast Tracker, and I'm like, nope, you counter your own
Yeah,
Tracker. I'll cast
that's
Company.
a sweet
And he's like,
interaction.
oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really important to set the game up so that you're untapping on a stable board or whatever.
Sure.
Or close to stable board with Queller, because people, not many people are good at the mirror, but people understand initiative to the extent that they're not gonna just tap their mana wildly when they have 2 creatures in play and you have none. They're just gonna be 5 you go, 5 you go, and then you're dead.
Yep.
And that's really bad.
Yeah, Max and I were talking about the play that you had access to. That it didn't end up coming up, but what you could have did was got a removal spell and actually, had him give the option of him casting Read the Bones, which would have put him 2 lower into lethal. Which he ended up when you sacked the spell caller, he casted the Read the Bones.
Yeah, did
and
he
went
tank
2
for a
points
minute
lower.
about whether to cast it
I
or not?
said, would you like to cast this? And I
Yeah.
smiled at him, and he said, yes. And I said,
Yeah.
okay.
Sure.
And that was that. I mean, it's
Yeah,
defensible.
he was at a super low.
You need to gain life
Yeah.
regardless, I think. It's
Yeah.
1 turn, and he knows that I have 5 cards in hand. or
And he
whatever.
knew your clash, so he knew that none of his big things were going to resolve.
Yeah, so maybe you don't do it then, because
He
the
knows
payoff
about
is
Clash, yeah.
gone. I could have clashed the Read the Bones, but I don't think that's
No,
right.
no.
Yeah.
I liked you waiting on that. That was
Yeah.
good.
In round 1, I played against Black-White, and I Queller to Kalitas, and then later on the Kalitas died. Or the Queller died, and Kalitas came off of Suspend, or off of Queller.
Yeah, basically
and Iojitai has commanded it like
that's awesome,
off
yeah.
of the cast, which is
Yeah,
cool.
That's sweet.
Do you like your black-white matchup? Max and I were talking about it, and we both seem to agree that the Bant deck seems to have a good game against black-white, especially with Lumbering
it's
Falls.
above 50%.
Yeah.
You used to have 4 Lumbering Falls, and it'd just be like the best thing,
Yeah.
the easiest matchup in the world.
Yeah.
They would kill everything you played,
And then
sit
you
there
just-
with like 3 sweepers
Yeah.
in their hand, and
Yeah.
you'd be like 3-you, and they never win.
Yeah.
But it's different now. They have like so the key to black-based decks against Bant is to have like some sort of clock, some sort of thing to turn the corner, some sort of like ticking time bomb that needs to catalyze like like you stabilize the ground and then you're just like, oh well, this is gonna kill you if you don't do stuff. And Bant is much worse when you force them to do stuff.
Yep.
Even though they do stuff pretty well, it's like much worse to put them in a spot where they need to do things within a certain turn window, and then like instead of them being able to use their 3 untapped mana to either recruit or displace, they like have to displace and can't play around a removal spell or whatever, like that type of thing. So like Planeswalkers are very good against black Bant for that reason. If they can't kill it in the 1 turn window, usually like whatever
starts
you
to
can
take
do
over,
is
right?
better than the 2 ground creatures they can play tapping all their mana. So like that's why like there was a turn in I think it was game 2 where like I had the option of leaving up Clash or like playing Tracker, getting
Yes.
2 clues.
Yeah, we
and
saw
that's it.
that.
And I'm like, if
I like
you,
getting the clues.
If
Yeah,
you
I
want
did
to
too.
languish me, like go ahead.
'Cause
I'm
you
gonna have
got-
a
yeah,
counter
that's
spell in
another-
hand and
Yeah, yeah.
7 cards and
Yeah,
all my
yeah.
land drops. Like,
Yeah.
that seems fine, And then you get to Queller, get back, read the bones. Like that's why you just really don't want to Queller Gideon.
Yep.
Because
then they
it's
just
better
get
to
left
flash
with
in the
it.
Queller and try to kill the Gideon.
Sure.
Or pressure it or whatever. Because like if you can't kill it, you probably quell it. But otherwise, like it's just so bad to let them languish you and then like
And then
Gideon
end up with a board,
when you
yeah.
can't deal with it or
Yep.
whatever.
For sure.
It is interesting to note that you can let their planeswalkers come into play like in end steps when they don't have priority to use it.
Yep.
So like sometimes you can let a Gideon or a Sorin come into play and then like kill it or whatever. I mean,
Yeah.
Sorin would never be quellered, but
Yeah,
Gideon
'cause
or
he's-
a
yeah, sure.
Liliana. But it's interesting. The black-white matchup is really close and really interesting.
So what was your loss to?
Black-white.
Oh,
Okay.
How many times have you played that today?
3.
3.
So
Okay.
it seems
I-
like a popular matchup. I've seen a lot of deck lists were coming down here. in
I
Black-White.
completely missed on company. I think black-white was a very good deck choice for today.
Okay.
Yeah.
I actually was playing against a buddy who happened to be not playing Spell Quellers in his Bant deck.
Really?
And I picked up a stock. You might know Greg. He's a Capital Region guy.
Last name?
I don't know.
Oh, was he playing the LCQ yesterday?
Yes.
Okay, Greg Eckelberger?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Nice guy. I picked
Yeah.
up his black-white deck, and I played my friend for like maybe 5 or 6 games.
Sure.
And I was like 5-1. I never played black-white in my life, and
Yeah,
I
that
just
was-
crushed him over and
That
over.
was no Queller,
But he had
Harlan Frere.
he had no Quellers and no Dromoka's commands.
Okay.
Which
I've tried to
doesn't
know the
actually
command
look
version.
like it would be a detriment, but in game 1 against black-white it is a detriment because you just need to like be able to do things at instant speed.
Sure.
Like being like there was a game where putting a counter on my Duskwatch Recruiter like allows it to kill Gideon without having to invest a
Yep.
whole bunch more mana into the board to make their languish better. Like because you really want to kill Gideon almost at all costs.
Yep.
But like the payoff needs to be enough that like you're not flooding the board ridiculously to kill Gideon and then getting like 5 for 1.
Yeah.
Because then they'll just kill you with like the attrition based
For sure.
aspect of their deck. So yeah, that's pretty interesting. Any other questions, guys?
No, I think you covered most of what we had, unless Max has anything else.
No, that's about it. Just
Yeah,
definitely wish you good luck for the rest of the
Yeah,
rounds.
thank you.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun. Play some more rounds. I love Bant. It's kind of the twilight of it. So
Yeah.
it'll be cool
Get
to play it a few
one
more
last
times.
good month in with it, right?
Absolutely.
These shades are just awesome.
It's
And
pretty cool the Kerwins just
Yeah.
I know.
And unless we're reprinting Collected Company and Kaladesh. Oh, man, we are rocking.
We are rocking. I feel like I hear Bant Company to Dad. That's what's in my head right now.
Band
Well,
company
good.
to the. All right,
Yeah.
perfect. That's the
All
remix.
right, gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. Take care.
Yep. Alright. So yeah, if you're not watching the RPTQ today, I don't know if they're doing coverage for GP Indy or
They
not,
are.
but they are. Okay, local guy who has played in many RPTQs before here. Brandon Pascal is live for top 8, I hear.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, 13-2 with Affinity.
Oh, they're already heading into.
Yeah, that's what he
they're-
says.
So the last round just ended.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Wow.
they're making good time over there, especially with, considering their. Are they? I don't know.
Same time zone.
Yeah, same time zone. Okay, yeah. And they're still making good time. Yeah, I had the option to either play Affinity or Abzan Company. Abzan Company being the deck that I've been on for a while, but the splash hate from Dredge was just too much. The
Graph Digger's cages are super annoying.
Tried Affinity today and went a little bit better, but not where we wanted to. But as you know, qualifying for the Pro Tour is a very difficult thing.
Oh yeah, for sure.
We
got a count on how much longer till the next round?
Yeah, how much longer do we have? Yeah, we're gonna go check on that.
All right, we're checking on that. Probably pretty soon.
Yeah, we're gonna see who's gonna draw in next round. We'll get some X1s maybe with good tiebreakers that can battle for possible win and ends.
Yep. You think any X2 will get in or no?
Let me look at this. So, as of right now, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 12 pointers. So 6 of those 12 pointers are gonna play each other.
Yep.
That will be of those 12, there's 7 12 pointers, so of those, 4 of them can possibly win.
So there's 4 undefeated.
So yeah, there'll be like at most 4 locked slots.
Okay.
And then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26 9 pointers. That'll go down to...
We got 20 more minutes?
Go down to 13.
Okay.
I can run a 20-minute ad.
We should probably do a 15-minute one?
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to go to a back match while we wait for the next round to come up. There's been maybe some judge calls. We've got some matches delayed. So
yeah,
maybe about 15 minutes till the next round.
Yep.
We'll just go grab some water, grab some air,
Absolutely.
and be back refreshed for the next round.
Yep. See if we can get the Perigine Falcon back on here and maybe get Max a break, or maybe I'll be out of here.
All right, guys. We'll see you in a bit.
Yep. See ya.
This I will keep. Scry. How do we feel about mats? Lava mats. Sure. Back in. There we go. Perfect. And then I will play the lava mats and Bastion. Good. All crack. Oh, you're use my as well.
Don't worry, it's not that many cards.
Good for it.
I found a problem.
That one too.
I can procure a place of force. The bigger problem is having to I'll trigger game link, don't trigger forest.
Draw.
Yeah. Except for the one for the person who's 4 cards short.
Go.
4 basic weapon.
Good. Crack.
Yeah.
Yep. Good points. Yep. Shuffle. Sure. All shortcut and untap.
I know, I think I did that with my ball.
Draw.
Yep. He hasn't even presented. He hasn't presented yet, the game hasn't started. We're just gonna give him a time extension, we're gonna give him 4 forests. And that's what Ian's already getting at. Makes no sense to penalize him for catching it. Time extension. A little awkward.
That guy. Sure. Yes. Dust Wash Recruiter. Okay. Go.
Yep. That's fine.
Burn Dispatch. Sure. Go. Draw. Yep.
Plus 5. 3 minutes. That is good.
one. These will be the mark of. These will bear the mark of my shame. You see a Mirrodin Forest in the board, you know.
Do you put both on the bottom?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go to 17. I'll deadweight him.
Sure. Draw.
All right then. Makes sense. All right, guys. I'll take Lily on it.
How'd we get?
Yep. Giving it 2 more resistance.
I'll play a swap.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Cast Tormented Place. Discard one.
2 cards, 3 cards.
2.
I'll just go.
Draw.
I'll pass turn.
I will give this.
I currently have 20.
How many cards are around?
6.
That seems like a lot.
Yep.
No.
Okay, sorry.
Square 2.
That's back.
Go.
All right.
Read the bones.
Sure. Go to 16.
Makes sense.
So I go to 15.
Oh yeah, you should take 1 last turn.
Just the ultimate price
Pretty
range.
good.
Makes sense.
My second duress.
Hold on. Sorry. My bad.
Go.
Yeah,
Just
I'm out.
plus recruiter. I'm done after that. I just gotta get it.
I'm guessing this is renewal.
Sure.
Swamp. Forest.
No one's been read.
Swamp. I'm doing 20. I need 7 life, so 22.
Sure.
No box.
I'm done with it.
How many cards are around?
And I have still have 3 spots. 3 black to my hand.
You're 18.
Yeah, company.
Or just command?
Just gonna have to
Even not as good.
The same thing happened when I went to FNM. With 2 of those black, I'm gonna cast.
Get back, Jace, and draw a card. Sure.
That's fine.
And then I'm gonna play Captain Fire Passive.
Untap draw. Sure.
You'll get it. Great.
I will pass turn to you.
Great, Jace. Draw.
You don't diesel it, nope.
Just pay the price. Sure. Sure.
You sack that creature to an antigo house. That's fine. Yeah. You're up to.
Yep.
I'm down to 11.
Spectrum cat counts. I get a Scion. I'm done after that.
Flips.
Yes.
Why on the shirt?
Sure.
+1 Jace.
Yep.
Go. I'll duress you.
Yeah. So here's 2 from the hand.
Yep.
This is the rest of my hand. Yep. You can search just look at the library. There's no more. There's going to be no more flavors in it.
Okay.
But, I mean, I understand we're all going to go there.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, they come in like that.
Chess season's best. Seems good.
The flip cards are Duskwatch will do really on the rest of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I figured it wouldn't be hard for you to look at them. I was just saying, like,
Just wanted to take a quick look there.
Renewal, price, path,
that was pretty backbreaking right there.
language,
gonna lie.
deadweight.
Split, Evolving Wilds.
Deadweight.
Sure. You're gonna ultimate price your bishop.
Seems good.
And then I'm gonna discard a languish.
Sure.
Alright, it's your turn. Yeah, take
Play another quick one.
Plus 1 base. Could I use these?
Yeah, that's fine.
Go ahead.
Sure, sacrifice my wilds. Swamp.
Yep. So that'll be for 4, 8. Choose just useless. Yeah, I'll go to back.
Terrific.
Cast Dark Petition.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. My two things you got were a duress.
Dress, Regional Liberation,
Gold blitz. Draw.
Cast back.
Price.
Get 3 black.
Wilds is less important. Turn.
I mean, language is almost there, I guess.
pretty good.
If I'm going to cut, I'll use...
Attack you for 3.
I'll use one of my black and cast Duress.
Response.
3 black.
Sure.
Other one, 3
Yeah.
black.
-3.
Language.
Tough note.
I think it's everything. So that's a... That's a...
I'm gonna. Yep. In response,
You don't get
Yeah, okay, so I'll use,
sack this to the husk.
Go ahead.
I scry 1.
so I have 2 black of the remaining.
You lose a life when I get one. And then I'll sack this to the husk. There you go. See, now,
Infinite Obliteration you for something else.
sack this to the husk.
Sure, so I basically, I exile all of your advocates that are not in play.
Okay.
Play both of your deck. To get that. I don't think you have it in your graveyard, do you?
No, I don't believe so, but I'll take a look for you. I do, actually.
Okay.
Yep, you gave me. Yeah. Price, the husk pays the ultimate cost. Yeah, that's exactly what he did. It was awesome.
You only play 3?
Cards in hand.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, there it is. Right there, I
Oh,
got
yeah.
it. I got it.
Yeah, you were there. I was like, oh, deck right there.
And then I'll use 3 mana here. And ruin this path here, Jace.
It's your turn.
How many cards in your hand?
5.
I just go again.
One. And we're back.
We're back. Hopefully you enjoyed Johnny Magic there, throwing some,
Yeah.
slinging some cards with the locals.
Nice to
this
have
tournament,
that.
right?
Yeah,
He holds
the
here? Yeah.
Gamers Helping Gamers. It's nice
So-
to have that as some of our feature matches because people actually watch, Johnny
For sure.
Magic
Oh, yeah.
slamming some Magic cards. So I'm Alex Stratton. I'm joined by Max Mitchell again.
I'm on it.
At Cashlike.
Yeah,
Cash Flick Stratton.
Have you ever seen Face Off? We just underwent that transformation,
Yeah.
like that movie.
Josh is still on break.
Quite the lunch.
No, I had a Reuben sandwich from the place down the street. It was interesting.
Some good
Can't
corned
say-
beef, medium.
I think the corned beef
It was like the
and
soggy
the
rye.
sauerkraut.
Some soggy rye.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
There was a lot of random seeds on this thing.
Seeds. Not a big seed head.
I can see that on like the rye, right?
Sure.
Seeds here and there, but like I'm
Seeds
talking
in
like
the sandwich?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
there was
talking
like
like
that. I saw that. I don't know what that was. It was like mustard
like a
seeds.
legitimate layer of seed.
Yeah.
Which is weird.
Next time you have to ask to hold the seed.
Yeah, hold
the seed,
can
please.
Can I get the house Reuben? Hold the seed, please. I don't know what the seed's supposed to be. Hold it.
Yeah.
I
We
watched
saw a bunch of matches go to time, right?
Yeah,
These guys
I
are
watched
getting
Mark
grindy.
Morrison just lose a heartbreaker.
No, they drew. 1-1-1.
I consider that a loss.
Sure.
I don't think it's great in his position. A win would have been
Was
much. I
he
think
with
he
one
should have
loss
won
or
that
two
match.
losses before going in there?
He's probably only one.
Okay, so X11 could get in there.
Yeah, no, he said he was live. That's why he didn't offer the.
Yeah, I heard him say
concession for his
that. Sure.
opponent. Mr. Morrison. I don't see him. There he is.
Yeah, so was he at 9 points? Yeah, so
Yeah.
he was X11 now.
Someone in the chat wants to know if there's bank company.
Oh, there's plenty of bank company.
Big Bear, I just walked the floor and there is a lot of bank company.
There's also a lot of to merge, it looks like, or emerge strategies.
Yeah,
I saw a
there's
decent
definitely a good amount of
tables.
emerge strategies. I think bank companies everywhere. And that surprises me because I don't know, everyone's just on the emerge strategies. You should never win those matchups.
Yeah, well, if they Bant does the rant things like 2, 3, 4, and there's no cozy looks returns flashback. That's the big thing. I think the flashback. It's like the first side obviously doesn't really
Does
do much.
nothing,
But
actually
the
nothing.
flashback is just heartbreaking. It's
Absolutely. Back-breaking.
and
Leg
heartbreaking.
breaking.
Yeah, everything is broken.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's actually a lot of black-white control. Kevin, when we had Kevin down here, he had walked the floors.
Okay.
So there's a lot of people on
So
black-white
some
control.
random Esper control decks too.
That's what Mark played against, right?
Yeah.
It looked like black-white control splash like the Ojutaz command maybe in
Yep.
Jace. Yep. I like Ojutaz command. All right, we got the standings. It looks like standings pairings.
Standings pairings again. Are we in double draw territory?
Yeah, the people
this
who
is
are
round
undefeated.
6, 7, yeah. So double
these guys
draw
can
territory.
double draw if they want.
Okay.
They
so
may
we
play
probably
for
wanna
seeds.
shoot for like the 12 pointers then.
Probably these guys will most likely be drawing. So maybe.
You said Ralph Bateste was a good guy, right?
Yeah.
Maybe we have table 5 because we haven't had them on yet.
Yeah, that sounds like a good one for sure.
Okay.
So it looks like a couple of our players, all the undefeateds, there's 4 undefeateds left and they're paired up against each other. So they likely will be able to all 4
Double
draw in.
Yeah, which is in a tournament like this.
It's a really good relief. They can go get some food, get some air. Really think about the
I don't
game.
know what the weight of the risk of trying to be on the play when
Whether
you
to play
literally
right now,
only
you're
have to
saying?
play one round at
One
top
round.
8.
Yep.
And if you decide not to double draw into top 8, it hurts your chances, I guess, of just your record. Like you're finishing anyway. I don't think can these guys even. Not
I think
top
double
8?
draw in. Which
Double
guys?
draw in's like guaranteed.
These
Like,
guys
say
at
they
15
play.
right now.
Yeah, say
I
they
don't
play.
think they can. No, that's why this round they may play.
Okay.
There's almost no downside to playing this round.
Right, and they
But
just draw next round.
The only problem would be if they lose now and then get paired down and have to play, and then they end up X2.
That would
because that was
stink.
Yeah, if they can
That
draw
would
the
be
following round,
terrible
it's
for them,
fine,
yeah.
But yeah, if you lose and then get paired down, then that's when things go bad. But I know somebody had asked about Daniel Benben. He is doing well right now, 12 points and currently
Yep.
in 5th. So I think he's a local guy. Jim Davis in 8th with 12 also, a little bit worse breakers.
Yeah.
Fabiano at 11th with 12 points. Kevin Jones at 12 points, 17th place. So all these guys definitely still alive.
All right, what do you do, Max Mitchell?
What am I doing?
Do you play?
Oh, do I play in this round?
Undefeated? Do you play?
This round, no. I like to draw.
You just double draw.
If I was 15, I'll
go
draw
safe.
here,
Yeah, I like the safe bit as well, especially in a high-profile tournament like this, where like the double draw not only locks you for a higher percentage chance at the top 8 because there's nothing wrong.
Yeah, well,
nothing could go wrong here, but it locks you for the next RPTQ guaranteed.
Oh, you top 8. Yeah, you're
Yeah,
right.
right.
Then
So
you
like,
don't have to play any.
you're just
pieces.
at the next RPTQ, which
Sure.
is like pure value because you're getting the free Snapcaster Mage promo and then hopefully another one.
Yeah,
Or
and you
whatever the next.
you know,
one
you
is.
get an hour and a half, 2 hours to go.
Yeah.
Hang out, get some food, relax. Looks like we got some deck lists.
Yeah, we got the deck lists for the 2 players.
So let's see what Ralph is on. I'll take a look at Richard's. Okay, we got a cool one we haven't seen on camera yet
I'll
today.
ship this one back. Grim Player, a
We
little
got
Grim
some
Player
Grim
action.
Player, yeah, we got our favorite card of the day, Guiltleaf Winnower in the main deck.
Beautiful.
Kills everything, has been called. But Sylvan Advocate.
Have we had Ralph Batiste on camera yet?
Nope. What's he running?
Well, the exact same to merge list.
Same exact?
75. Or it's not 75. The 60 is the same.
There definitely wasn't Caustic Caterpillar in the other one.
No, there was.
Fan favorite. Was there? Okay,
Yes.
I mean, I don't mind that card, but...
I just didn't mention it because it was just not relevant.
Yeah, alright, yeah, no, we didn't have
Nor
him
do I
on.
think it's actually relevant at tournaments.
But I saw him talking to a few players. It looks like maybe he came with a group and they probably are all in
yeah, they're probably on
675.
the
But yeah, it
same
looks
list.
like we've got Black-Green Delirium with the Flare package, so a little bit more of the aggro, closer to what I think Sam Pardee's team ran,
Yep.
with the Flares and stuff. 1 Emrakul, 1 Mindbender, and yeah, all the usual suspects. Who do you think is favored in this match? He does have Transgress in the main, so I know that's like a good card. I think he does. Yeah, get a feel for it.
1 Pilgrim's Eye.
Yeah, that's the combo.
1
for the,
Distended
for the
Mindbender.
It's just 1 and 1. There you go. It's perfect.
I guess it is very worse as a Borderland Ranger.
And it's also another card type for Emrakul. That's also the minor upside.
Yeah, but you trade less with the 1/1 flyer than you would with the 2/2 body on the ground.
I was actually wrong. He doesn't have the Transgress. I read that as Transgress, but it's Traverse.
So no Transgresses made.
No Transgresses.
1 to the Slaughter solid. 1 Deadly, 1 Vessel of Nascency.
It's only solid
I don't
if it's so bad against like Primal Druid Pilgrim's
Yeah.
Eye, but it's fine if it's like... This is the same list, you're right, with the 1 Wretched Griff.
Yeah, it's word for word the exact same 75,
Yeah.
I think even. I don't know. That's a tough question.
I think it'll be a close match.
I agree. I think the flashbacks on the Kozilek's returns are going to be really important to clean up
Because it is
all
a
of the
creature-based deck.
all of the non-Emrakul draws.
Yep.
Being able to pressure Liliana is probably really important, and I don't know if the Temerge deck has a very good way to pressure Liliana.
Surprisingly, Liliana plussing on your Pilgrim's Eye is like backbreaking in this matchup. So.
No, when I played against the Temerge deck, I killed everything that was not one of the
all
emerge
the 3
creatures.
drops, right? And,
yeah.
And then it just
Just
really
dead.
slows them down, yeah.
Never let them have another one.
Yep. But alright, looks like we got our match. Just resolving some mulligans. I think they're both still looking at 7s.
Yeah. I really like the black-green deck just because I'm a black-green mage.
I like it in general too, for sure.
Yeah.
And he's doing some Mind Rack demoning too, right? No Mind Rack. Oh no, he does 2 Mind Racks.
Yeah, see, the weird numbers on some of these
It's very weird.
or
Almost no 4-ups.
Delirium decks,
Yeah.
like 2 Sylvan Advocates and 2 Mind Rack Demons, is really weird.
Yeah, I guess it's because you have more access to them with the grapples and stuff, but it is,
Yeah.
I get it, it's certainly pretty weird. But it looks like Richard is taking a mulligan, and I think Ralph has kept 7.
Yeah.
Could you see if they could put their decks a little closer so we can see the graveyards when they, because both of these guys have like a lot of graveyard interaction, so it'd be nice to see the
very
graveyards.
heavily graveyard
I
reliant.
see Ralph is totally off the screen. Maybe Richard will comply.
That might be his hand.
That's his hand. His deck, I think, is just
Oh
off
yeah, it's
camera.
just like way off camera. Gotcha.
Because like he's on a his graveyard's super relevant too. Oh, Lackey's in the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shout out. I play Mind Rack Demon. 4/5 doesn't die to Grasp of Darkness, but I don't think it's that fantastic.
It's bad against the Bank Company meta because it's a 4/5 that does nothing.
And gets
But-
hit
and gets
by
Reflector
Reflector
Mage,
Mage
yeah.
and Spell Queller, so I totally agree. Granted, it is a big dumb flyer.
And
That's
putting the
very
card-
good if it can stay on the floor.
Yeah, it's got
but it shouldn't ever do that.
Yeah, with Flample.
Yeah,
Fine.
Flample. New keyword.
Yeah, this is just Flample Delirium. It's
Yeah.
got that 1 Emrakul. Alright, looks like Richard has kept, and yeah, their decks are at least a little bit in focus here.
All right, so we clearly got the better basic on the left. Ralph knows what he's doing with his old school Zendikar
The
basics.
old Zen as opposed to the new full arts.
I granted, these are both of my favorite forests from both of them. So, you know, I'm totally in, but Ralph's, the floating rainbow forests.
Yeah, that one.
I'm all about that life.
GP stamped Chivalreef.
I would like GP stamped cards. I think
Yeah, I
they're
don't have
so
any
hard
of
to
them,
come by.
Yeah, I'm not good enough to day 2 GPs, so I don't know about those.
But, like, how do you get a deck full of them, right?
Yeah.
You gotta get, like, crazy lucky to get, like, 4 Chivalreefs.
Yeah. Alright, we're cracking the vessel, and we find ourselves a Deep Fiend. Looks like he's gonna
Alright,
grab.
so no more Wretched Griffs in the
And
deck.
we already have the Kozilek's Return in the
Yeah.
graveyard.
No more Wretched Griffs.
The graveyard is now actually the red zone. We're just going to flay it across the whole battlefield.
I'm okay with it when they do it, like, at the bottom.
No, I actually like what he
Right.
did here. He's going to do, I think these are going to be the 4 types, or
Okay.
these will be the types, and then he'll
Yeah.
have a stack.
No,
so we're
I
at 4
like that.
types here.
Yeah.
He's already at Delirium.
But I like it when they do, like, the L shape, too.
Sure.
Like, you start right below the deck, and you go down, and then
Yeah.
you go to the right. So this is like the start that you, like, dream of when you're
When you're
playing
Ralph?
a deck like this, yeah.
Yeah, and this is not the start that you'd want as Richard. He
No,
doesn't have
no
his early
Grim
pressure.
Flare,
Yeah.
no Sylvan Advocate.
He does have a Mindbender, so he really needs to drop a 3-drop here to try to tear Ralph's hands up before he can start doing some shenanigans.
Or get this Pilgrim's Eye off
try to
the
get the
floor.
Pilgrim's Eye off the ground, yeah.
Which I think the only way he's got to do that in hand is a Languish right now.
I think I see a Ruinous Path as well, but
I don't know how I feel about either of those.
yeah, it doesn't feel great, but he's doing it.
I'm going for the Languish.
Yep, I think that is the right play.
Yeah.
All right, I do like what Ralph is doing, showing us the count.
Yep.
Makes
Keeping it updated. Ralph slowed down a little bit by the losing of the Pilgrim's Eye, but if we have something to follow up, Nissa's a great follow up.
Yep, it's just a better Pilgrim's Eye.
I don't know, man.
Debatable?
Flying.
That 1 point's gonna matter when you're casting Emrakul's.
Well, Nissa's not always a 2/2.
No, she turns into a Planeswalker.
Yeah. Kind of medium, I'd say.
Richard's hand does not look great. It looks like a lot of lands and the Mindbender.
Yeah, and
Maybe a
the
Guild
Ruinous
Leaf-
Path.
I think it's a Ruinous Path.
Yeah, probably one of the buy
I think he has the Guild Leaf
Ruinous
Winnower
Path.
in his hand too. Oh no, it was
Ooh,
Mind
that's the Mind Rack Demon. Okay.
that must be a promo one, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's why I didn't recognize
There's
it.
like an intro deck.
Okay,
Mind
so
Rack
I don't
Demon.
think he has Ruinous Path. That's what I was seeing.
Yeah. All right. So there's the 4 card types. So we're not taking 4 damage. 4/5 is pretty
4/5
good.
is a clock for sure. I'm curious
gets
if
over the top of Elder Deep Fiends, which is nice.
it does. I wonder
Dies
if,
to Kozilek's Return.
yeah, I wonder if Ralph's just gonna flash back and kill the Nissa this turn and just cast his Deep Fiend.
Yeah.
It's not a bad turn to just time walk and get rid of that 4/5.
Yeah. No, I think it's good.
I mean, Ralph has a full hand. I can't really get too much info the way he's holding his hand, but we just know about Deep Fiend, I think, right?
Yeah, I think that's the only card that we do know about, and like the fact that
Yep, here he goes.
Richard only has 3 cards in it, when Ralph seemingly has a grip,
ton, yeah.
and like he's getting time walked is really, really bad. And then we're gonna hit the Kozilek's Return, get rid of the demon.
Yep.
And this is why I think these decks are powerful. Like,
Yeah, now
you're just
now
putting
Ralph can-
cards in your graveyard, and they're just better there than they are in your hand.
Exactly. Yeah, I think maybe Richard didn't know what the matchup was going in and just kept a hand that seemed okay, but
Yeah.
you know, it would
It's
have been
not
good against a
mulligan
creature
already,
deck.
too.
It would. You're right. He did mulligan. You know, these guys have probably at least like seen each other at the top table, so they must have an idea of what they're on. But
Yeah.
I think Richard at least gets some better options post board. Like he's not going to want to keep the languishes and stuff. I don't think.
No, I don't think so either. Like they're fine, but if we have more efficient spot removal,
And
that would be much better.
Probably bring in the hand disruption and stuff.
Yeah. Ooh, Primal Druid. Primal Druid and Nissa is fine. Great chump blocker. Dies to Languish, then we get a basic out of our deck.
Yeah, and we're only 1 turn away from going Planeswalker here,
Yeah.
with absolutely no pressure on the side of Richard. Here comes a Liliana.
That's
Not
fine.
doing too much here, though. We're just going to go for the minus and get back Mind Rack Demon, it looks like. Or they're going to get back Nissa, maybe?
Maybe. This will probably be... Yeah, I think this is the choice. So we can
If you
get
miss it,
it
you can
and
flip it
it.
this turn. Yeah, that's not too bad. But then we have no way to, like, I guess do you make the 4/4?
I don't know.
Yeah, well that's what
you
they're
can't
going
just
for.
like.
Because this is gonna die to the Deep Fiend.
Yeah, you can't just plus and then draw one card.
I mean, I think that may be where he's going. 'Cause what are his answers to Deep Fiend? He's got the 1 Gilt Leaf. Mindbender can double block with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does not have great answers to once the Deep Fiends get going. I think this deck is built way more with like Bant Company in mind.
Absolutely.
At least for game 1.
Which is great, right?
Yeah,
Like,
just unfortunate that
yeah, there's a
close
ton
to a win
of
and
company
then
decks,
yeah.
but they're just. I don't know. You're not.
He does
always
have the
going to play
Emrakul in
against
hand,
it.
so if he can get to a few more card types, that's what we're playing
we
towards.
got at least 4 card types and 7 lands on the floor.
Yeah, so we're only 2 turns away.
We do have a land in hand.
He's got to hope that Ralph doesn't get there first, because he may be able to wreck him too hard. But
Yeah. I like making the 4/4. It's a fun jump
it's like,
blocker.
exactly, and it buys you one more turn to have your mana,
Yeah.
and then also get a card off Nissa.
Yep.
But Ralph does just have it full grip, it looks like, and
Yeah, we gotta be
think he's-
missing a card type in graveyard because we got the.
he got rid of the instant
Okay.
with the Kozilek's return that he flashed.
Oh yeah, I meant more for Richard's side.
Oh yeah, okay.
I'm just thinking
He has
something along the lines of
sorcery, instant,
Planeswalker.
creature, land. Yeah, I think he's at 4 types. as
Well, that's Liliana, I believe, right there.
yeah.
So I think
maybe
he's got
he's at 5.
Planeswalker. So if he's at 5, then we've got an Emrakul next turn.
Yep, as long as he's got a land. Yeah, that could do some good work here.
Yeah, but like the payoff of the Emrakul's not as powerful as the payoff of Ralph's Emrakul.
Oh, definitely
would
not.
Be.
Definitely
Right,
not.
Ralph's Emrakul comes with Wrath your board, and then like
And have these other threats. That
yeah, right. So if Richard were to have Kozilek's return in his graveyard, then he goes kill Primal Druid, kill Nissa, damage the Deep Fiend, and then you run the Deep Fiend into the Emrakul, and then
Yep.
that's pretty much it.
I think Richard's going to throw this token under the bus. I think getting the card's better.
Absolutely. Then
Nope,
losing
he lets
one
it
of
go,
your
okay.
Planeswalker? Wow.
See, if there wasn't a Primal Druid, I'd be more apt to keep it around, but yeah, I don't know. Now Ralph gets his own.
Yeah, and Ralph's safe enough so he can plus and start drawing cards and just start burying Richard.
Yeah, and I can see he has at least 2 emerge cards in his hand, as well as it looks like some amount of grapples.
Yeah.
And his version plays Sanctum, so he can just start chaining.
Yeah.
Which, once that happens against this kind of a deck, it's really hard.
Yeah, he got a Kozilek's return off of the Nissa plus.
Okay, so he'll probably try to find a spot to just throw that in the graveyard whenever he can.
I was just looking at the emoji this dude used. I think it's Chopper from One Piece.
It's Super Mario.
Yeah, it's Toad, right?
It's Toad. From Super
Oh, but yeah,
Mario RPG.
Big Bear, I thought Bant Humans was okay. It's good against the other Bant decks, but
Yeah.
I don't know. I like them both.
It's
I
probably
don't-
fine for this tournament.
Yeah, I don't favor one over the other.
Yeah.
I think they're both good decks. Alright, and Ishkana kicked, so we've got a big board for Ralph here.
Again, Kozilek's return would be nice. I think that's the issue of playing the regular Black-Green Delirium versus playing Jund
The
Delirium.
Jund, yeah.
Even like Fiery Impulse is great.
Yeah.
And, like
yeah, it
sideboard
really is.
like Painful Truths is probably great.
I agree. I haven't gotten to play the Jund, but alright, here comes Emrakul. Too cool for school. Let's see what happens here. The problem is, Richard's board isn't that great to where he can wreck. He really can only suicide 2 creatures, and they're kind of unexciting, but
Yeah.
I guess Ralph's hand's not as great as I
Ooh.
thought.
Alright, so we cast the Kozilek's return, we can wipe up all the spiders.
You can cast Kozilek's Return, wipe all the spiders, grapple for no value.
Yep. Oh, we can cast the Jace first.
Sure, definitely cast the Jace first.
Right.
My question is, do you think he makes the 4/4 thing off of Nissa or just doesn't use Nissa? I think he might just not use Nissa.
I'm not sure. Adding the 4/4 is a lot.
Oh, actually, this is interesting. He may be debating casting the
second
Deep Fiend and cracking the Sanctum, but failing to find.
I think I'm play Jace.
Lackey has called that the game should be won on the spot if Richard does it right. So we'll say, yeah, here's going to be a grapple for no value, presumably. Just leave the cards.
Cast Jace, cast... Then you can't cast Kozilek's Return as well.
Okay, and then we make that. Now we're going to flash back the Kozilek's Return. Take a point.
Cast
And now we're going
Return, and then
to cast
the Deep
that
Fiend.
Deep Fiend, get rid of everything.
Yep.
He's left with a Deep Fiend.
He's got a Jace.
And now he sacks that for no value and took an extra point for him. And then the 4/4 is dead. Okay, so Ralph gets to unload back here with Nissa on 2.
No, I think he did that wrong, actually. Slight misplay, right? The fact that the Elder Deep Fiend is still on the floor is what the misplay is. So what you do is you sack the Ishkana to the Elder Deep Fiend. No, because then you keep both.
Either
of them,
way,
right?
no.
He
Either
keeps
way,
one. Yeah.
You're gonna keep
Never mind. Okay.
You're gonna keep the Deep Fiend. But now Ralph just has Nissa, a Jason hand, and a land, I believe. So then Nissa's gonna his draw step and his Nissa are gonna have to be kind here. Otherwise, it's a very quick clock.
Could just be Emrakul.
It could just be Emrakul because honestly, in situations like this, you want to just like top deck the Emrakul after.
Absolutely.
Because then you get to wreck the board, presumably even worse.
Yeah.
So let's see what it was. He slow rolled it on us. I'm not sure.
It's definitely Forest Jace still. Outside
And
of
we're
that,
just
I'm
6
not
types.
sure. So he has the mana to cast the Emrakul, if he has the Emrakul.
Alright, I think we're going up here. Looking for something.
There's no other way. Down would be fine, but not
Land.
quite good enough.
I mean, he's not dead this turn. He goes to 2.
Yeah.
Okay. So he's got a turn, and he'll be able to flashback, grapple,
I
maybe
think that's
find
a different
Emrakul.
Jace, actually. Yeah, he's got another Jace in hand.
Or maybe, is it another Nissa, maybe? No, it's
the
okay.
Jace.
So he's got 1 turn, or if... Richard doesn't have a land, does he? An attacking land? No. But he has a Mindbender. I don't think he can win this turn. He can grapple...
So
no,
Nissa,
he shouldn't be able to win this turn. It's a 13/13, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But I think he may.
He's got the Grim Flare. He's got Grim Flare, Distended Mindbender, and Grapple with the Past in his hand.
Alright, so he's just got to hope that. This is actually going to be close because Ralph will be able to flash back a grapple.
Yeah.
And get, presumably, a reasonable creature, maybe even the Emrakul.
Yeah, he might be able to hit the Emrakul in between, like, the Jace tap draw card. That's 1, Nissa's 2, and typically grapples 3 more.
Yeah, and what I've noticed, I haven't played too many of these Emrakul mirrors or whatever you want to call them, but a lot of times it's whoever you want to cast them when your opponent has a lot of mana and a lot of cards in hand, because then you can really mess them up worse.
Yeah.
And like with Richard having a Planeswalker and having some okay cards in hand, you could actually reasonably mess him up. But Ralph does only have a 1-turn window with a couple redraws with the Jace and the Nissa. And we're going to Mindbend and see Jace. So,
Mindbend just straight up.
I mean, he's got like 5 looks at this. Because I think that Ralph will flashback grapple.
Yeah.
After plussing here. Get some more info. It's just a land. Here comes the loot. Doesn't even want to cast the grapple. There was a grapple in the graveyard, right?
Yeah. But
maybe it's too little too late.
Yeah, you want to. I don't think he'll have enough mana for the Emrakul.
Okay. Very possible.
Yeah, he doesn't have any
Richard
creatures
was
on the
able
floor
to-
either.
Yeah. Well, he would have had a Deep Fiend. Oh, yeah.
But I don't know if he's got enough mana to be able to cast the Deep Fiend.
Sure. But yeah.
Oh no, he had the Deep Fiend on the floor,
He had
right?
Deep Fiend on, yeah.
Oh, you just grapple, get a second Deep Fiend,
And
tap
then you
down the
could,
Emrakul.
or you can attack your Emrakul into their Emrakul, and then you're just.
No,
off
even
the
if you don't hit Emrakul, off of anything that you do,
You can find Deep Fiend,
grapple,
sure.
get Deep Fiend,
He definitely had enough for
cast
Deep Fiend,
Deep
yeah.
Fiend, and then tap down the board
Sure.
while attacking for 5.
Yeah, I mean, he was definitely in a tough spot, but I don't think
Yeah.
he was. I think he had a play there at least, but
Yeah, it's definitely not
maybe
just.
maybe a little frustrated from the one of Emrakul being exactly cast on the turn he needed it. So yeah, let's see how they might sideboard here. Here's Ralph's. You're more of a black-green here.
Yeah.
Find us what he's going to sideboard.
So we're definitely bringing in the Transgress the Minds.
Oh, 100%.
Infinite Obliteration is probably
definitely,
great.
definitely good.
Just
You
call
just
the
name
Emrakul
Emrakul and Deep Fiend if you have 2. How many does he have? Just 1 or 2?
Just 1.
Okay, then you probably name Emrakul.
We're lagging pretty hard. Den Protector's probably good. Dark Petition's great.
Yes.
It's your second copy of Infinite Obliteration, your second copy of, Transgress the Mind, To the Slaughter.
Yep.
Pretty much anything you need it to be. Tireless Tracker is okay.
It's okay. It's still.
But I don't know if it's.
Ralph will
the
definitely
end-all
not be
be-all.
taking out the Kozilek's returns because at least the backside is still very good. He may cut one. Other than that, I could see him bringing in the Thought Knot package.
Yep.
But that's about it.
Thought Knot's probably great. Reality Smasher's probably great as well.
Yeah, he could just bring in the.
Because nothing
Eldrazi
kills
package.
the Reality Smasher straight up in that mesh, right? Like, he could just go into the aggressive Eldrazi package and totally enjoy everything that's going on.
Flattering look for me right here.
I'm literally giving you the same look.
But yeah,
But that
I could
hair,
see
though.
that hair though. That hair.
Look at
That's
that.
nice. I need to get a haircut.
Look at that stupid swoop. We should screenshot that right there. Give my hair wings, and that's what we'll dub as the Falcon.
There we go. Boom. Captured forever.
That's how you do it.
I'll them share it back. I don't know what's going on.
So are we live or?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.